Greetings. Your garlic lobster has arrived, steaming and fragrant. Please be cautious, as it may be hot. The enthusiastic voice of the waiter broke the lively chatter at the dining table. The sizzling oil, mingled with the aroma of garlic and scallions, was utterly tantalizing. Waiter, please bring us 2 more orders of roasted pig trotters. Tong observed her rotund roommate devouring the dish with grease glistening on his lips, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he bit down, and she called the waiter for additional servings. Certainly, I will fetch them right away, the waiter replied, promptly departing. I must say, the flavor of the roasted pig trotters here is simply exquisite, with the secret sauce drizzled on top. It is nothing short of divine. Indeed, one must consider the choice of venue. My friends, make sure to indulge. Tong beamed with pride as she watched her 3 roommates relish their meal. The joyous laughter of fellow diners surrounding them, all praising the restaurant for its delectable offerings and generous portions. Just as they were enjoying their feast, the surrounding noise escalated, gradually sharpening into clarity in Tong's ears. Roar suddenly, the expressions of her 3 roommates, who were voraciously gnawing on pig trotters, morphed into grotesque visages, blood trickling from their lips, remnants of tender meat caught between their teeth. Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? Tong screamed in terror, jolting upright from the dark abyss. Gasping for air, saliva still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Goodness, that dream was far too vivid, it nearly frightened the life out of me, she muttered, still shaken. I still need to relieve myself. I can hardly hold it. He was about to rise from his bed, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. Ouch! Tong tumbled heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. Damn it, Wu Fan, have you once again carelessly left your suspenders strewn about? As Tong cursed and fumbled in the darkness for his phone to provide some light, he found nothing but encountered a soft, slippery object. What is this? Rubbing his eyes, he strained to focus his already poor vision in the dark, and finally discerned indeed, it was an arm. What the hell? What is this thing? Wu Fan, you've gone too far this time. Bringing back a specimen to frighten Med could get you in serious trouble. You rascal. Mid-sentence, Tong caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance emanating from the specimen, reminiscent of roasted pig's trotters in his dreams. Wait, Wu Fan, did you cook the specimen? It smells incredible. Gurgle Tong's stomach audibly protested at the most inopportune moment, and he could not help but salivate. This is absurd. I shouldn't be thinking like this. Damn it, Wu Fan, look at the mess you've made. Just as he prepared to unleash another tirade, he froze, his gaze vacantly sweeping the surroundings. Good grief, what on earth is happening here? I'm telling you all, come out at once, or don't blame me for being unrecognizable. Tong's mind raced, and a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. Since that's the case, my nickname Daring is not without merit. What I used to play with you all was merely child's play. This time, it is my turn to strike back. A soft chuckle escaped from Tong. To his surprise, an echo resonated from afar. Hee roar. Oh, what on earth? As Tong reveled in his imagination of frightening the trio, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, only to be startled by a response from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a scattering of red lights emerging from the source of the sound, densely packed at least dozens of pairs. A chill ran down Tong's spine, and he felt a sudden panic. What in the world are these 3 up to? Have they called for reinforcements? Bang! A horde of pale-skinned zombies, blood dripping from their mouths, came stumbling towards him in disarray. So that's it, they really did find some help, and they're quite convincing in their act. Tong stroked his chin, evaluating the scene on his own. The one at the forefront is impressive. Their arm can twist a full 360 degrees, truly a gifted individual. TSK. The one on the right is rather unimpressive. Their legs are perfectly intact. What's with the knee attire? Come on, you're supposed to be a zombie. And you there, just as Tong raised the specimen in his hand. In an instant, all the zombies halted, their gaze fixated on the specimen he held. Yet, Tong paid no mind to the increasingly grotesque appearance of the specimen, continuing to direct them with fervor. You do it this way, then like this, and finally like this. Understand? Oh dear, stop staring at my hands. Is there any knowledge of my hands? Look into my eyes instead. Moreover, you all just stand there with your mouse agape. You must learn to utilize chest resonance. Your breath should be deep, emanating from the lungs. That is the proper way. Considering your eagerness to learn, I kindly ask that each of you treat me to a meal after the event. Is that agreeable? As she spoke, Fan Tong cast a sidelong glance at the group of zombies behind her, yet still, she could not catch sight of her three roommates. How tedious. You all may return to your respective dormitories. Seek your own mothers. I am well aware that tomorrow is April Fool's Day, so please come back then. You three, hurry out and lead the way. It's time to retire to the dormitory. After calling out, Fan Tong yawned and busied herself searching for a corner to relieve herself. Thud! With each step she took, the crowd behind her mirrored her movement, not merely following, but fixated upon her like a stubborn adhesive, nearly closing the distance. Fan Tong was rendered speechless. Seriously, oh dear, what are you doing? I'm truly exhausted today. We have an early start tomorrow. Can we agree on that? As she turned to leave, they continued to trail closely behind. At this point, Fan Tong felt utterly helpless. Just then, she spotted a light flickering in the direction the crowd was moving towards. Her heart leapt with joy, and she hastily pushed through the throng of zombies, racing towards the illumination. Hey, you three, Fan Tong called out, her voice seeming to cause the distant light to flicker momentarily before it swiftly retreated. TCH, such a lack of courage, she scoffed internally, quickening her pace toward the light. Wait for me, Wu Fan, your arm. He sprinted and shouted, yet to his astonishment, the light accelerated with the velocity of an Olympian. Fan Tong was astounded. How is it that someone who falters in a mere kilometer test is now running with such celerity? Is he channeling the Flash? Nevertheless, Fan Tong had no intention of relenting, quickening his pace. Thus unfolded a spectacle. Three figures desperately fleeing, Fan Tong relentlessly pursuing, with a throng of the undead in hot pursuit. Stay back! Upon hearing this anguished cry, Fan Tong felt a surge of triumph. That'll teach you. Gradually, Fan Tong sensed an inexplicable surge of vigor coursing through his veins, augmenting his speed exponentially. He steadily distanced himself from the horde of zombies, inching closer to those ahead. His quarry, appearing to succumb to exhaustion, noticed that Fan Tong was their sole pursuer and gradually came to a halt. Not them. Drawing closer, Fan Tong discerned that his targets were not his three roommates, but rather a trio consisting of two women and a man. Chapter 2. The zombies on the tip of the tongue. Which institute are you from? Are you also here for the April Fool's Day event? This question momentarily stunned the trio before him. One woman stepped forward and gently touched his forehead. You seem to have a bit of a fever. With a swift motion, Fan Tong brushed her hand away and scoffed. Fever? What are you talking about? The event is over. Those who were playing zombies have already failed, so you should return to wherever you came from. The two women and the man exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting that they thought Fan Tong was rather peculiar. Fan Tong, we were merely joking with you. Is there any need to be so intense at this hour? You've made us go through quite a bit of trouble. One man looked at Fan Tong with a resigned expression. And you've attracted so many zombies. Do you intend to lead us to our doom? Pretending not to know us now is rather childish. The two women could not help but voice their grievances. Wait. Fan Tong quickly raised his hand to halt their further remarks, and they ceased to speak, turning their attention to him. You know me? Fan Tong inquired, perplexed. They all nodded in unison. But what were you just talking about? I didn't understand a word. Fan Tong scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion. The trio exchanged weary looks, their expressions tinged with concern. Let's leave this place first. It's far too perilous here. The man spoke again, seemingly having heard the shuffling footsteps of zombies approaching. Yes, let us hurry. The girl closest to Fan Tong exclaimed, seizing his hand and sprinting away. Bewildered, Fan Tong had no choice but to follow in their wake. What other tricks can you possibly play? Fan Tong ceased to ponder further. His immediate desire was to return to his dormitory, relieve himself, and indulge in some delectable instant noodles, accompanied by a sausage and a marinated egg. If only he could add some spicy strips, it would be perfect, followed by a blissful slumber. However, the more he ran, the more he sensed something amiss. The air was thick with a sense of urgency, intermingled with a pungent scent of blood. The surrounding buildings were in a state of disrepair, as if they had been ravaged by artillery fire. He could hardly fathom where he could find such a vividly realistic scene. At last, after 2.5 minutes of running, the group took refuge in an apartment. After securing the doors layer by layer, the trio finally relaxed. Tong, you truly ventured out at this hour for food? I provoked you earlier because you seemed too reticent, a man gasped, panting heavily as he regarded Tong. Who are you people, and where have you brought me? Is this still Earth? Tong surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, utterly perplexed. The three men regarded him with equally peculiar expressions. Earth? What is that place? By the way, you did manage to find something to eat. What is this? Let me have a taste. The man's nostrils flared as he gazed at what Tong held in his hand. Oh, this is, a pig-esque trotter? Tong was even more bewildered. What he had been holding moments ago was clearly a specimen, not a pig-esque trotter. Just then, the man's stomach growled audibly, and he eagerly snatched the trotter from Tong, devouring it voraciously. Hey, don't eat that. Tong began to protest, only to witness the man finish the trotter, bones and all, in just a few bites. No, my friend, are you born under the sign of a dog? Tong gazed at the man, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. What's the matter with you, you buffoon? The woman beside him also sensed the unusual atmosphere. Indeed, what is wrong with you? Wang Xiaoma, who could already transform into a canine, interjected. Have you forgotten? Cut it out. What nonsense are you all spouting? I could just as easily claim to be a werewolf. Tong presumed the trio were merely indulging in some fanciful delusion. Although he found their antics perplexing, he chose to refrain from voicing his thoughts. Ah, Tong, have you truly awakened an extraordinary ability? Are you, like Wang Xiaoma, now part canine? That would mean we would have 2 hunting hounds, capable of uncovering a greater bounty of food. Wang Jingjing regarded Tong with a hint of envy in her eyes. Tong felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity within, silently chiding. Dear lady, must you regard me with such eyes? Do you truly believe I am a dog? And as for this extraordinary ability you speak of, please, those are mere fables from novels and comics. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. Oh right, I just witnessed you battling so many zombies. You must have awakened some form of combat ability. Xiaoshan gazed at Tong, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Yet he remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a bark pierced the air, interrupting Tong's contemplation and causing his pupils to dilate in shock. He beheld Wang Xiaoma, who had just devoured a roasted pig's trotter, transforming visibly into a wolf. No, a dog, or rather, a half-husky. The upper half was canine, while the lower half remained human. In his hand, he held a mirror, seemingly lost in self-admiration. Tong stepped forward and seized the mirror. Catching sight of his reflection, momentarily taken aback, he slapped himself twice in disbelief. Ouch, that truly hurts. Remarkably, it seems I've become quite handsome. With a hint of narcissism, Tong touched his somewhat dirty face. Puffed, when did you become so self-absorbed? Wang Xiaoma, speechless, quickly snatched back the mirror while not forgetting to mock. Now you understand the benefits of carrying a mirror, huh? Tong, undeterred, gazed earnestly at the 2 women and inquired, is this truly not Earth? The 2 women, having just witnessed Wang Xiaoma devour pig trotters, were now swallowing hard. Staring blankly, we've never even heard of this. Could it be that I have perished? But I've never heard of dying from tripping over suspenders while getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and then descending to hell. Tong felt as if struck by lightning. Heavens! Hey! Xiaoshan waved her hand in front of Tong, breaking his train of thought. Why not showcase your extraordinary abilities? Just don't let it be as uncontrollable as Wang Xiaoma's transformation, turning into a dog to lick its paws right after eating. Hey, you can't blame me for that. It's instinctive for canines. Wang Xiaoma shot a reproachful glance at Wang Jingjing. That doesn't mean you transform right after eating. Wang Jingjing retorted, rolling her eyes, and in an instant, the 2 were embroiled in a heated argument. Since the emergence of rules, I have never encountered such foolishness. Discussing how a female dog and a corpse beast interbred to produce you, a series of civilized phrases that Tong had never heard before ensued. Stop. Irritated by the incessant noise, Tong urgently shouted for the 2 to cease their commotion. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the corner of the room, and a half-zombie, seemingly having appeared from nowhere, let out a low growl as it crawled forth. With an unexpected surge of strength, it propelled its arms directly towards Tong. Oh my goodness! Tong's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and extended his hand to shield himself. Unbeknownst to him that a green light radiated from his palm. Just when he thought he was doomed, a sudden thud resonated. He felt no pain, only the sensation of being struck by something. Upon confirming his safety, Fan Tong cautiously opened his eyes to behold the object that had fallen, prompting a chorus of exclamations from the trio. What on earth? A zombie turned roasted lamb. Incredible. Wang Xiaoma approached, chattering incessantly, occasionally interspersed with the barks of a dog. Unmistakably a rather dim-witted creature with questionable intelligence. Shoo! Stop barking, or I swear I'll serve you up as dog meat. Wang Jingjing hastily clamped a hand over Wang Xiaoma's mouth, finally restoring tranquility to the room. The three of them, however, gazed contemplatively at the half-roasted lamb on the floor. Chapter 3. The extraordinary delicacy. It seemed that Fan Tong had genuinely awakened his extraordinary ability. Now, among us, there were two individuals with such powers. Yet, the question lingered, could it be consumed? Gulp. Wang Jingjing pointed decisively. Wang Xiaoma, go for it. Wang Xiaoma hesitated, but the tantalizing aroma proved irresistible. With a crunch, he took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. His eyes sparkled. Oh, what a flavor. Wang Xiaoma emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan, with eager eyes, anxiously inquired, what's the verdict? Is it edible? Wang Xiaoma, munching away, replied, who on earth conducted research on this? It's absolutely delightful. Indeed, it can be consumed. The two women were overjoyed, and without further ado, the trio disregarded Fan Tong, indulging in their feast. Meanwhile, Fan Tong had his worldview shattered as he gazed at the zombie he had transformed into a roasted lamb chop. Silently, he retreated to a corner, rummaging for something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, what the heck? It's really gone. What's gone? Wang Jingjing, momentarily snapping back to reality, bit into a lamb chop and noticed Fan Tong, who was hiding in the corner, lost in sorrow. Everything is gone, Fan Tong lamented, staring blankly at the mosaic sausage, which was now completely bare. He recalled possessing a rather alluring tuft of hair, and now there wasn't a single strand left. It finally dawned on him that he might have crossed over into another realm. The satiated trio observed Fan Tong squatting in a corner of the house, intermittently unzipping and zipping up his pants while muttering to himself. They exchanged glances, realizing, it seems the glutton has truly lost his memory. Not just memory loss, but perhaps a touch of madness as well. Suddenly, Fan Tong sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed, leaning against the wall. Oh no, this is intense. I feel a bit dizzy. He swayed slightly, his vision clouding, and after a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled in relief. The trio remarked, he is still a bit unsteady. Could this be my extraordinary ability? Fan Tong approached the remaining morsel of lamb chops, feeling its authenticity and savoring its delightful aroma. However, upon contemplating the origins of its ingredients, he resolutely suppressed his hunger. Glancing at his hands, still exuding a tantalizing scent tinged with a hint of oiliness, he playfully grasped at the air. The three onlookers exchanged glances, pondering Fan Tong's intentions, wondering if he was truly about to take flight before them. Just as they hesitated to intervene, a flash of green light caught their attention. A piece of crispy pork lard pastry materialized in his grasp, still emitting steam, leaving them astonished. If their earlier claims held any truth, it appeared they had traversed into a remarkable realm. Fan Tong's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly glow, reminiscent of an unleashed demon, as a broad grin stretched across his face, sending shivers down Wang Xiaoma's spine, who had been unable to resist the temptation of the pastry. Woof! Oh whoa! In an instant, Wang Xiaoma, half human, half dog, transformed into a startled little husky. Come, have a taste. Fan Tong beckoned with a captivating smile, advancing toward the trio. Come, indulge further. Wang Xiaoma swallowed hard, torn between desire and trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan sniffed the air and, without hesitation, took a bite. Instantly, her eyes brightened, and she devoured the pastry in just a few mouthfuls. Hey, don't eat recklessly. Let Ma Zi try it first to test for poison. Wang Xiaoma. Wang Jingjing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. She could only watch as Xiao Shan awaited any adverse effects. This is delicious. Can I have some more? Xiao Shan gazed at Fan Tong, still yearning for more. Well, let me give it another try. Fan Tong observed Xiao Shan devouring her food with fervor and reached out once more. A flash of green light appeared, and only steaming hot buns emerged. Then, with another wave, a large pancake materialized. As the enticing aroma of the vanished pig's trotter lingered in the air, Fan Tong seemed to grasp something profound. Subsequently, she conjured over 100 buns and pancakes in quick succession, suddenly feeling a wave of emptiness wash over her. watching the trio fervently munching on the buns and pancakes. Tears streamed down her face. This is absolutely delectable. Since I can remember, I have never tasted such exquisite buns. Wang Xiaoma, with her mouth wide open, devoured one bun after another, her excitement causing tears to spill from the corners of her mouth. The two beside her could only echo in muffled agreement, unable to free their mouths. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Tong decided to take a bite herself. The moment the soft, sweet morsel touched her tongue, she realized it surpassed even the finest steamed buns crafted by five-star chefs on Earth. Quite impressive indeed. This ability is remarkable. But wait, what kind of supernatural power is this? As realization dawned upon her, Tong, in a fit of frustration, hurled the bun to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, she silently conjured 2 more buns to eat. Although she was reluctant to admit it, this ability was not so bad, at the very least. It ensured she wouldn't starve in the apocalypse. Tong muttered to herself, longing for a more formidable power akin to a super scion, but alas, she had awakened as merely a cook. Moreover, it seemed she could not yet control her abilities with precision. Hey, don't waste it if you're not going to eat. Wang Xiaoma, with her round belly, exclaimed as she hurriedly stepped forward to catch the half-eaten bun with practiced ease. Let us have some for breakfast tomorrow. With a dismissive wave, Tong rolled her eyes in irritation. This foolish dog had devoured all the hundreds of buns it had just created, while Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan had only managed to eat a mere dozen. Noticing Tong's displeasure, Wang Xiaoma immediately adopted a more servile demeanor, flattering her with, "Are you recalling how I used to bully you? I promise I'll never again call you useless. From now on, you shall be my little brother. No, my big brother. I will serve you faithfully." Wang Xiaoma clung to Tong's leg with its front paws, refusing to be shaken off no matter how hard she kicked, proving to be as tenacious as a quality adhesive plaster. All right, just get up. With no other option, Tong conjured up a few more buns, allowing the 3 of them to fill their bellies. The night was tranquil, and after some contemplation, Tong resolved to feign amnesia to inquire about the general circumstances of this world. During this time, Wang Xiaoma couldn't resist sneaking in another 2 buns, before finally stopping to savor the moment, its body gradually reverting to human form. Speaking of which, the aroma of roasted pig trotters was still lingering in the air. Wang Xiaoma seemed lost in reminiscence, licking the pig fat from its hands. Seeing Wang Xiaoma's foolish expression, Tong prepared to delve deeper into her extraordinary abilities. Why was it that she could conjure roasted pig trotters first, then pig fat pastries, yet ended up with only buns and pancakes? Staring at her palm, she fell into deep thought. However, after a long day of running, their nerves taut, the 4 soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted off into slumber. Now well-fed and at ease, in a dazed state, Tong dreamt that she could transform unpalatable food into delectable seafood, such as abalone, causing her mouth to water profusely. How fragrant! Beside her, Wang Xiaoma was equally drooling, smacking his lips, and suddenly bit down on Tong's arm. Ouch! You rascal! Tong retaliated with a swift slap to Wang Xiaoma's face, startling him awake as he scrambled to gather his belongings. What? Are zombies coming? Run! Chapter 4. Testing dishes for zombies, you fool. There are no zombies. You just bit my arm. Tong exclaimed, exasperated, as she rolled up her sleeve to reveal 2 rows of red teeth marks, her anger boiling over. Just moments ago, she had been savoring cheesy shrimp, relishing its silky texture, but now, it was all gone. Oh, Wang Xiaoma nonchalantly rubbed his face and yawned, then plopped back down to continue sleeping. However, Tong found herself unable to sleep. Although she was quite bold, experiencing a time-traveling adventure was entirely new to her. Since I have already traversed into this new realm, I shall embrace the flow of events. According to Wang Jingjing, the existence of zombies has plagued this world for decades. The emergence of extraordinary abilities began during the apocalypse, culminating in a cataclysmic confrontation between humanity's elite and the super-tiered zombies, known as the corpse beast monarch. The remnants that remain are predominantly high-tier zombies. Nevertheless, these formidable beings are still terrifying adversaries, and humanity remains at a disadvantage, compounded by the presence of the hostile corpse beasts. To cultivate more powerful individuals, humanity commenced the consolidation of resources 7 years ago, establishing 10 schools for extraordinary abilities. To gain admission, one must become an ability wielder and form a team to hunt a requisite number of energy cores. Our four protagonists constitute one such team. Clearly, the paramount objective is to enhance their strength through the extermination of zombies. The school's assessment? Quite intriguing. Resolute in her decision, Tong resolved to venture out tomorrow in hopes of slaying a few zombies to elevate her ability level. As dawn broke, the group was well fed and set forth to hunt for energy cores. However, Tong's peculiar actions along the way aroused the curiosity of Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan. What exactly are you searching for? Wang Jingjing inquired, observing Tong as she poked and prodded various objects. Since morning, she had been keenly observing Tong. Sensing that her memory loss was more complex than it appeared, an instinctive intuition of a woman. I have already mentioned, do not call me Tong. It sounds odd. Address me as Tong Go instead, and please do not disrupt my important tasks. Very well, young Master Tong. What matter could possibly be more significant than the pursuit of a nuclear energy source? Wang Jingjing curled her lip in disdain. Sister, my brother Tong says what he says. So why are you hesitating? Oh dear, are you in need of a good scolding again? Regardless of their playful bickering, Xiao Shan observed keenly that Tong seemed to be searching for something. Tong, what are you looking for? I'm searching for something to eat. Something to eat? Xiao Shan glanced around the desolate ruins, where not a single blade of grass could be found, and fell into a state of confusion. You'll find out soon enough. Tong chuckled, muttering to herself, this won't do, neither will this. This can turn into spicy strips? With great effort to suppress her disgust, Tong gazed upon the spicy strips fashioned from a centipede-like insect. Unexpectedly, the enticing aroma attracted Wang Xiaoma, who, with a flick of his head, swallowed it whole. Wow, spicy and delicious. What is this, Tong Go? Experiencing the delightful flavor. An exhilarated Wang Xiaoma transformed back into a complete dog. Spicy strips, and you didn't know this? The three exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. All right then. Tong, wishing to say no more, reached out again, poking another centipede that, instead of becoming spicy strips, morphed into a meat skewer. How peculiar. How could this happen? Just moments ago, Tong had clearly envisioned transforming the centipede into crab meat, yet it had turned into a small, dry southern meat skewer. Could it be due to material limitations, or perhaps insufficient ability levels? Scratching her head, Tong recalled the events of yesterday, torn between the desire to attempt again. A sudden commotion erupted as several zombies emerged from the shadows, startling the three individuals, who hastily fled. Tong, equally alarmed, sprinted away. Oh no, my skewers. Wang Xiaoma lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the abandoned meat skewers, his expression akin to that of one mourning a lost family member. With a sharp slap, Wang Jingjing silenced the incessant barking of Wang Xiaoma. Wait a moment, Tong suddenly exclaimed, prompting the others to turn back in confusion. Look. Following the direction of her outstretched finger, they observed a few zombies seemingly vying for the meat skewers on the ground, completely oblivious to their presence. Despite the skewers being no larger than a fingertip, the competition among the zombies was fierce. Ribs were shattered, and hands were bitten off in the fray. What on earth is happening? The three were left bewildered. Tong then produced a steamed bun from her hand and tossed it into the throng of zombies. No reaction ensued. Do they only eat meat? Surely they can't be so picky, even as zombies? Zombies. Raising an eyebrow, Tong picked up a severed zombie arm from the ground, attempting to transform it into a roasted pig's trotter. A flash of green light flickered, and a delectable pig's trotter materialized in her grasp. It worked. Elated, Tong failed to notice the zombies converging toward her. Be careful, Wang Jingjing, brandishing her physics-themed sword, prepared to charge. Hey, don't move, watch this, Tong declared with a confident smile, tossing the pig's trotter into the fray. In an instant, a shadow darted forth. Wang Xiaoma had unexpectedly transformed into a fully fledged husky, racing towards Tong with astonishing speed, leaving Wang Jingjing in disbelief. So fiercely devoted to saving me. Wang Xiaoma, this little brother, is indeed quite gallant. Tong gazed at Wang Xiaoma with satisfaction. In the next moment, Wang Xiaoma opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the pig trotters, gnawing away. So you came here for the pig trotters. I curse you. Tong looked speechless at Wang Xiaoma, who charged towards the horde of zombies, suddenly entering a protective state over his food, fiercely pressing the trotters down with his paws and growling at the surrounding zombies. The parting horde of zombies paid no heed, rushing towards the pig trotters on the ground. This foolish dog, Wang Jingjing facepalmed, feeling exasperated with her canine brother. Wang Xiaoma, come back. That's bait. Huh, bait. Wang Xiaoma, blinded by the allure of food, momentarily froze, realizing he was now surrounded by zombies. His canine instincts kicked in, and he thought, my life is in peril. Tong, save me. With a sharp clap, a hand struck Wang Xiaoma, abruptly silencing his barks. Stop barking like a dog and go kill the zombies. Fan Tong rolled his eyes, nonchalantly striding into the circle of zombies. Meanwhile, the bewildered Wang Xiaoma stared at the zombies as they lunged for the pig trotters at his feet. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, he looked at Fan Tong as if he were a celestial being. In truth, Fan Tong felt a bit frightened, his palms sweaty. But he had to maintain the fade. He couldn't backtrack now. Incredible. Tong, I never imagined these roasted pig trotters could be utilized in such a manner. As Wang Xiaoma spoke, he drew a weapon from his waistband and began to dispatch the zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Please refrain from speaking for a moment. Where did you acquire that weapon? Oh, this is merely my concealed mace. Very well. As long as you're pleased. Bang, bang, bang. The bizarre, viscous blood splattered everywhere as the trio joyously extracted the pale green energy cores from the zombies. Chapter 5. The Zombie Hadaleo, welcome. How shall we divide these energy cores? Faced with a dozen cores, the group found themselves in a quandary. If it weren't for Tong's abilities, we truly would not have been able to slay so many zombies. Therefore, Tong shall take half, and the rest we shall evenly distribute. Xiaoshan articulated her thoughts. I concur with Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoma drooled, gnawing on a pig's trotter, which he had just begged Fan Tong to transform for him. Since we are a team, let us share equally. Fan Tong remarked nonchalantly, his primary concern being whether his powers could conjure other items. In that case, let us establish a rule. We shall endeavor to slay as many zombies as possible, and then divide the spoils. Anything extra shall go to Fan Tong. Wang Jingjing ultimately made the decision, and the others nodded in agreement. Thus, the group commenced creating bait, rapidly amassing the energy cores. Their swift actions captured the attention of the school's faculty. Vice Dean Ed, it seems our 10th school shall indeed recruit some exceptional disciples this year. Congratulations, Vice Dean. Ha ha ha. As members of the same institution, we naturally celebrate together. Ed gazed benevolently at the 108th squad, his face radiating pride and inwardly reveling in delight as he accessed the squad's information with keen interest. The team, known as the Celestial Wolf Abilities Team, was led by Captain Wang Jingjing, alongside members Wang Xiaoma, Xiaoshan, and Fan Tong. How intriguing it is to ponder who amongst them possesses the greatest talent. Meanwhile, within the assessment arena, Fan Tong and Wang Xiaoma indulged in roasted chicken, their mouths glistening with grease. Somehow, they had procured an iron pot, simmering with a bounty of ribs. Nearby, Wang Jingjing and Xiaoshan, having already satisfied their appetites, were scrutinizing the rankings. To their astonishment, they discovered that their position had surged to 10th place, achieved in a mere 8 hours. Could it be that some might suspect them of cheating? The two women exchanged anxious glances at the leaderboard, prompting Fan Tong to voice her confusion. What's the matter? A higher ranking should mean we gain access to better resources after passing the assessment, right? Besides, we relied solely on our own abilities. Where's the question of cheating? I am performing with integrity. Unfazed, Fan Tong continued to gnaw on her substantial chicken leg. In a brief span, she had come to understand her capabilities. As long as the food met her criteria and she exerted her willpower, there was a slim chance it would transform into her desired dish, all while being entirely authentic and free of additives. As for the odds, she reasoned that if one attempt succeeded, then multiple attempts would surely yield perfection. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Wang Jingjing, with a serious expression, interjected. What's crucial is that the assessment rules do not explicitly state that participants are prohibited from competing against one another for resources. In past years, I have heard numerous tales of competition escalating to deadly encounters. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Is it not rather mundane? Yet again, we find ourselves amidst the dark jungle law. At this moment, Fan Tong became serious. The world indeed appeared perilous. Though he boasted a bold spirit, he had no intention of recklessly endangering his own life. The dark jungle? Where could that possibly be? The crowd found it peculiar, yet they were somewhat accustomed to it. As Fan Tong had always exhibited eccentric behavior, often speaking in riddles and displaying a certain madness, remaining unperturbed even when called a fool. Wang Jingjing, feeling pity, had brought him into the fold, but she had not anticipated the significant impact of Fan Tong's extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she urgently grasped Fan Tong, her expression turning grave. Fan Tong, you must remember what I am about to say. Fan Tong was bewildered, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. But could you please release me? Your embrace is making it difficult for me to breathe. Oh. Wang Jingjing's cheeks flushed as she hastily let go of Fan Tong's head. Phew, it smells delightful and feels soft. Ugh, what a rogue. Wang Jingjing rolled her eyes and continued. You must never reveal your abilities lightly. Why is that? You are aware that following the disaster, food has become scarce and flora and fauna have mutated. It is fair to say that no matter how it is prepared, it is hardly palatable. Your unique capability, combined with your relative weakness, poses a risk. Should it be exposed, you may even be subject to exploitation. Is that so? The thought of being imprisoned sent a shiver down Fan Tong's spine. Rest assured, I will certainly not reveal this ability lightly. Observing Fan Tong's earnest expression, Wang Jingjing chuckled softly. Well, there is no need to be overly anxious. Some individuals possess abilities quite similar to yours. They can purify food, serving as auxiliary powers. To put it more elegantly, those individuals essentially belong to the realm of private property. Delectable food is the privilege of the strong, while the common folk are left to consume tasteless fare. Your ability, however, not only transforms food into another delightful dish, but can also attract zombies. Suddenly, Wang Jingjing recognized the advantages of Fan Tong's power and remarked with a hint of admiration, Indeed, your ability is exceedingly peculiar. It would be wise to conceal this aspect, lest you be captured and used as bait. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed. Bait? Ha! How fortuitous. We are indeed in need of some bait. The expressions of Fan Tong and her companions shifted dramatically as they turned towards the source of the sound, only to find themselves encircled by 4 individuals emerging from a nearby heap of refuse. Wang Jingjing abruptly hurled a roasted wing at them, exclaiming, "Run!" It's the 8th-ranked corpse controller. Yet, the adversary effortlessly caught it, intoxicated by the aroma of the chicken wing. It was then that they noticed the 4 individuals sporting skull-shaped remote controls at their waists, with buttons labeled for silent and vibrational modes. More than 30 zombies crawled forth from the sewers, each adorned with comically oversized rabbit ear headbands, exquisitely designed in a limited edition pink. Fan Tong watched in horror as a female zombie, missing half her skull, approached them with a name tag reading Little Sweet 48 as she pirouetted gracefully. Delicious. With a crunching sound. One of the individuals bit down, devouring the wing along with the bone. Bind them tightly. Gather all the nuclear materials and send them off as bait. Understood, Captain. Hee hee. Before them, Fan Tong and his companions appeared as plump sheep upon the butcher's block. The bald-headed man grinned malevolently as he pressed the remote control, causing the zombies to strike poses reminiscent of Victoria's Secret models. The foremost bald zombie swaggered forward, its decaying fingertips clutching a flyer that read, "Dear, a 5-star review grants you a beauty voucher for our zombie hounds." Hey Blau, what on earth? A waiter? Fan Tong stood bewildered, and with a swift kick, he sent a large pot flying, intending to knock the zombie aside. Unfortunately, his aim was poor, and it landed squarely atop the heads of the bald quartet. Splash! The air was suddenly filled with the rich aroma of braised ribs. Ouch! The bald man instantly felt as if he had become a boiled egg, while his 3 companions, donning hats, remained blissfully unaware of the heat. Frustrated, he prepared to command the zombies to attack Fan Tong. However, one of his teammates picked up a rib, sniffed it, and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this is so delicious I could dance. Good heavens, this is beyond delectable. Chapter 6. The first place having never tasted such exquisite food, the 3 immediately began to devour the ribs that lay scattered on the ground. The bald man, observing their frenzied indulgence, skeptically licked a drop of broth from his fingers, and his eyes widened in amazement. Such a treasure. He promptly shoved the 3 aside to relish the feast alone, while the 4 were lost in the ecstasy of the rib's flavors. They remained blissfully unaware that Fan Tong and his companions had long since fled, hiding and watching them from a distance. The zombies, as one, twitched their nostrils and made directly for the quartet. One shambling ghoul, as if performing a macabre jig, inadvertently trod upon a length of intestine, resulting in a comical faceplant. Startled by the commotion, the bald man finally registered the dire situation. He frantically jabbed at the remote control, only to be met with an on-screen prompt. Superior employer detected. Reassignment pending? What kind of pirated garbage is this? I demand a refund. Alas, the four met their end at the hands, or rather, mouths, of a horde of ravenous servers. Exceptional talent, truly, exclaimed, emerging from behind the rubble, a sigh escaping his lips. As the quartet was devoured by the zombified throng he commanded, noticed an instrument dislodged from the bald man's person. Retrieving the fallen remote, he scrutinized it before exclaiming, "Brother, this is a limited edition zombie controller. It can even order zombie boba tea." "Oh?" inquired, casting a curious glance at the device. He then added with disdain, "Take a closer look at the fine print." "Huh." Squinted, finally deciphering the inscription, "Delivery fee collect." "Damn it. What trash. They want us to pay for delivery." Enraged, hurled the device to the ground and stomped on it. This act, however, severed the control over the undead masses. Oblivious to the consequences, remained blissfully unaware that he was once again surrounded by zombies. "You imbecile! Can you not exercise a modicum of prudence?" Chided, stepping forward to deliver a sharp rap to his head. "Focus on eliminating the monsters first. We can divvy up the spoils later." All right. I heard you. Do you have to hit my head?" Wang Xiaoma, reluctantly transformed, seized the opportunity while the majority of the zombies were still preoccupied serving the bald men. The four swiftly dealt with the unruly zombies. It was time to collect their rewards. Fan Tong, gleefully rummaging through the belongings of the bald men, was disappointed to find no energy cores. Where are their energy cores? Are they all broke? Perhaps they stashed them away. Wang Jingjing, excitedly tugging at a necklace resembling a snuff bottle from one of the bald men, observed its silver-black hue. "What is this? It doesn't seem particularly valuable." Fan Tong scrutinized it, her face contorted in disdain. "Don't underestimate it. This is a Nankong bottle worth 100,000 energy cores." Wang Jingjing beamed at the small vessel cradled in her palm. 100,000 energy cores. How precious. I've never seen anything like it. So exquisite. Xiao Shan gazed in disbelief at the Nankong bottle, which was no larger than the palm of her hand. Xiao Shan is right. It truly is a remarkable item. Fan Tong's eyes lit up upon hearing its name, and she realized this is precisely the kind of spatial item akin to the legendary storage rings. In novels, only the wealthy can possess such treasures. Upon hearing Fan Tong's words, Wang Jingjing proudly declared, "Indeed, this is an ordinary Nankong bottle that even a level 3 ability user would have to deplete their entire fortune to acquire. Yet, even an ordinary Nankong bottle can hold 4 to 5 cubic meters of space. Why are you so smug? It's as if you've owned one before." Fan Tong turned the empty space bottle over and over, admiring it. "How does one utilize this thing?" She pondered aloud. Let me show you." Wang Jingjing snatched it back and activated her unique ability. She had awakened her powers recently, although she had not fully harnessed them yet, leaving everyone in the dark about the nature of her abilities. As she channeled her power, a golden light emerged from her palm and was drawn into the space bottle. But her expression soon shifted to one of alarm. "What's wrong, sister? Is there something valuable inside?" Wang Xiaoma, having just finished gathering energy cores, eagerly approached. "This is bad." Wang Jingjing's words left Fan Tong bewildered. "What do you mean? Consider this carefully. The value of this space bottle is immense. Who would allow a mere second-tier ordinary ability user to wield it? Especially one as weak as a necromancer, whose combat prowess pales in comparison to a true necromancer. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Furthermore, the runes on this space bottle have a privacy function, typically prohibiting its use, yet it has been brought here. Thus, there is only one conclusion." "What conclusion?" Fan Tong fixed her gaze on Wang Jingjing, awaiting her response. "They cheated on the exam." "How infuriating. And they're wealthy." Wang Jingjing's serious deduction rendered Fan Tong speechless. "What's the big deal? We had an open book exam before, and some still failed. Look, they were eliminated on the spot." Fan Tong chuckled as she observed the 4 bald figures, now unrecognizable from being devoured. "Thank you. I shall graciously accept this little bottle." Wang Jingjing wished to express something further, yet the words eluded her as they hovered on the tip of her tongue. Subsequently, Fan Tong, emulating Wang Jingjing's technique, summoned a green luminescence in her hands, and in an instant, her consciousness was drawn into a pristine white space. So many energy cores. I wondered why they all appeared so bare. It turns out they were all here. With a soft pop, her consciousness returned, and a multitude of energy cores materialized on the ground, numbering at least in the thousands. Meanwhile, in a corner of the assessment arena, A man with yellow hair unleashed a furious roar. Who? Who dares to ride atop me? Boss. It seems the necromancer's energy bottle was seized by the 10th-ranked Celestial Wolf ability team. A cautious blue-haired youth ventured to inform. What? Look, it's this team. They suddenly surged ahead of us to claim the top spot, and the necromancer just contacted me, stating they intend to cause trouble. Yet now, their name has dimmed, indicating they have been eliminated. Excellent. Not only did they steal my energy bottle, but they also dared to take my people. The yellow-haired man was now brimming with indignation. Resembling a human lynx, his emotions in a state of extreme agitation. Find them and annihilate them. Wow, so many energy cores. Let us check our ranking. Wang Xiaoma exclaimed with excitement as he opened the leaderboard, counting from the bottom upwards until he reached the first place. His face instantly transformed with disbelief. Sister, we have become the first. What? Wang Jingjing, equally incredulous, swiftly pulled up the leaderboard, only to break into a wry smile. Sister Jingjing, what troubles you? You appear somewhat unwell. Ah, it's nothing. You all continue with your energy nuclei. I shall find a moment to attend to my needs. As she spoke, Wang Jingjing swiftly pulled Wang Xiaoma aside. Oh dear. Xiaoshan gazed at the pair with a peculiar expression. How strange. Why bring your brother to the restroom? Are you perhaps afraid someone might pilfer your business? Chapter 7. Offering them a warm drink. What did you say? Fan Tong, overhearing Xiaoshan's murmurs, looked up only to find Xiaoshan alone. Where are the others? Sister Jingjing mentioned stepping away to take care of herself, and took Wang Xiaoma along to keep watch. Oh, then come quickly and help me tally these energy nuclei. With so many, I wonder if there will be any rewards for securing first place. Fan Tong cheerfully counted the energy nuclei, occasionally feeling a twinge of cramp in her hand. I am aware of this. Xiaoshan exclaimed with excitement. I've heard that the team in first place will each receive 3 times the energy nuclei earned during the assessment as a scholarship. The individual champion will be awarded a set of high-tier weapons crafted from the bones of a corpse king, along with a single opportunity to choose a mentor of their liking. Just 1 set of weaponry and 1 chance to select a mentor? Are there no other rewards? Upon hearing this incentive, Fan Tong seemed unimpressed. Isn't that sufficient? A set of weaponry is worth at least 1,000,000 level 1 energy nuclei, and the chance to choose a mentor holds even greater value than the weaponry. This is indeed quite generous. If I could sell the weaponry afterward, wouldn't that be something? In that moment, Fan Tong was instantly engulfed in the delightful fantasy of sudden wealth. Yet, such thoughts were forbidden, should one be discovered. Expulsion from the academy would ensue, along with the potential forfeiture of one's abilities. Xiaoshan hastily extinguished Fan Tong's perilous musings before they could take root. What? Is it truly that grave? Fan Tong shuddered, quickly abandoning her daydreams. It appeared that nothing in this world came without a price. Perhaps a heist would be more prudent. If we could assemble another team or 2, we could swiftly vanquish them and secure the top position. No. Suddenly, Wang Jingjing's sharp voice pierced through the air, interrupting Fan Tong's reverie. You should heed my sister's words. Absolutely not. Wang Xiaoma regarded Fan Tong with a serious expression. Why not? Both Fan Tong and Xiaoshan looked at Wang Jingjing in bewilderment, sensing that something was amiss with the siblings today. Because. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jingjing's eyes lit up. It is thus. If we were to rise from obscurity to claim the first place, surely others would suspect us of cheating. We would become targets and face attacks. Is that so? Indeed. It is certain. Wang Jingjing responded with unwavering conviction, oblivious to Fan Tong's eager anticipation. If that were the case, it indeed posed a certain danger. Fan Tong fell into contemplation. Yes. Observing Fan Tong's grave demeanor, Wang Jingjing finally felt reassured and patiently elaborated. We merely need to remain hidden, avoiding encirclement, and wait until the assessment concludes. With our current capabilities, we can still secure a position within the top 5. Indeed, your observation is astute. Luring the enemy into a trap and then encircling them is an excellent strategy. Fan Tong clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wang Jingjing. A genius. Wang Jingjing. How did I not think of that? What did I say? Why are you suddenly praising me? Wang Jingjing looked bewildered before quickly realizing, Hey, I meant to hide in the depths, not to lure the enemy in. Yet, when Fan Tong was engrossed in her tasks, she hardly paid attention to what others were saying. Silently, she picked up the iron pot and continued to add zombies to it. Soon, pot after pot of broth made from pig bones, beef bones, chicken bones, mutton bones, and fish bones emerged, which Fan Tong stored in her empty space bottles. Observing the swirling soup within the bottles, a sly smile crept across Fan Tong's face. Is it too much to ask them to drink some soup? Hey, Husky, you need to carry these bones and attract as many zombies as possible. For the last time, I am not a dog, nor am I a husky. Wang Xiaoma protested with an unwilling canine expression, yet under Fan Tong's threat of withholding meat, he begrudgingly grabbed the bones, leaving a trail of drool as he searched for zombies. Before long, hordes of zombies appeared, including several Type 2 zombies, all following closely behind Wang Xiaoma. They kicked up a cloud of dust, inciting the ire of other teams in the testing grounds, who cursed them for their lack of decency. Strangely, the zombies that had just been entangled in fierce combat seemed to have found a new target, as they all sprinted eagerly towards the eastern direction, joining the zombie horde. As the team approached, the scene was reminiscent of a horde of corpses surging forth in a testing ground, where the unfortunate were trampled underfoot. Those who survived began to discern a peculiar detail. The zombies paid them no heed, their attention wholly fixated on a single dog racing ahead. What brand of lure was this? How astonishingly effective. Never had they encountered anything capable of attracting such a multitude of zombies, and remarkably, even after half an hour, it still worked. Let us pursue and inquire further. I must stockpile some of this. If so, the prospect of exterminating zombies will no longer be daunting. Indeed, soon, an unusual sight unfolded within the testing ground. A dog sprinting with a throng of zombies in tow, followed by a cadre of testers. Among them were those eager to scavenge corpses or seize the opportunity to gather kernels, while the zombies remained passive. With a rumble, the earth trembled. Standing atop a partially collapsed rooftop, Fan Tong gazed at the billowing clouds of dust in the distance, her smile gradually morphing into something more sinister. Are you ready? Can this truly work? Wang Jingjing felt a tremor of fear at the sight of the vast number of zombies. Fear not. If this fails, we have an escape route. Fan Tong replied with a confident grin. The three of them concealed themselves behind the rubble, patiently awaiting the arrival of Wang Xiaoma. Here they come. Get ready. As she spoke, the two companions lifted a pair of buckets, sourced from an unknown location, brimming with pre-prepared broth that still exuded steam. Before long, Wang Xiaoma dashed to the designated spot, flinging the bone from the dog's mouth and elegantly leaping into an abandoned room. Countless zombies surged towards the bones, utterly indifferent to Wang Xiaoma in front and the group of humans behind. Suddenly, a few Type 2 zombies emitted a couple of cries, causing all the Type 1 zombies to come to an abrupt halt. Is it possible for zombies to behave in such a manner? Fan Tong observed with keen interest, casting a glance at the trap's location below, where the humans had now arrived. At once, two strands of steel wire, seemingly from nowhere, shot up from the earth, catching the unsuspecting individuals in front off guard and sending them sprawling to the ground. Cries of dismay echoed as a large number fell in an instant. With a commanding shout from Fan Tong, a scalding broth cascaded down like raindrops, the warmth of the liquid sending the crowd below into a frenzy. What on earth is this? Surely it cannot be corrosive fluid. My backside feels as if it is on fire. Get off me, you are crushing my hand. Why aren't you dead yet? Where is my knife? Has anyone seen my knife? Who in the world is so despicable as to set traps here? Have the courage to face me instead of cowering like a turtle. Indeed, come out quickly. I can simply sever your arm and feed it to the zombies. Chapter 8. Explosions as Art. Fan Tong, upon hearing this pitiful provocation, could hardly muster any disdain. Grasping her throat, her sharp voice reverberated through the ruins. Hee. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I shall reluctantly accept it. No need for a face-to-face meeting. I am not in a hurry. Please, do continue to savor the broth that lacks any cruelty. As the words were spoken, a cascade of starlight descended, drenching the crowd below and transforming them into pitifully drenched figures. Those caught unawares squealed in agony from the scalding deluge. You scoundrel! Should I ever lay eyes upon you? You shall face dire consequences. Have the courage to reveal your identity. No need for such formality. You are welcome. I am none other than Su Duan, unwavering in my name and steadfast in my lineage. As Fan Tong's voice gradually faded into the distance, the crowd finally comprehended that the individual had seemingly fled. Let us cease our skirmish and locate that rogue. Indeed, we must find him and make him experience the might of my weapon. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the horde of zombies, which had once been ahead of them, was now altering its course, drawn by the tantalizing scent of flesh, becoming increasingly agitated. "Damn it! A pack of monsters! What are you staring at?" Someone in the crowd shouted, their frustration boiling over. This proclamation appeared to ignite the zombies' hunger. With a deafening roar, the dark mass of undead surged toward the throng. "This is bad. Run!" Realizing the looming threat, some individuals shouted in alarm. Faced with an overwhelming number of zombies and only a scant few dozen of them, the group understood that without a barrier, they would soon become prey. As the front line attempted to flee, they could only scramble backward in panic, but Fan Tong was not about to grant them any reprieve. Suddenly, from behind, a half-collapsed building erupted in a violent explosion, sending a colossal black skull-shaped plume of smoke into the air. A gust of force swept through, and 4 disheveled figures staggered to their feet, brushing off the remnants of the blast. On a face as dark as night, a pair of bright eyes gazed intently at everything before them. Fan Tong's expression momentarily froze before bubbling with excitement. Ahem. To think that this explosive candy possesses such formidable power. The esteemed individual was indeed correct. This is true artistry. It appears that my novice abilities now have an offensive capability. Though the production probability is somewhat low, I must conserve its use. He retrieved 5 blackish-purple candies, each adorned with a grinning skull. These were the fruits of trial and error with 300 energy cores, which he had inadvertently used as bait for a second-tier zombie yesterday. Moments later, the zombie erupted in a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into a cloud of debris. Fortunately, he had not partaken. Today, he intended to use them for experimentation, and to his astonishment, their power rivaled that of a grenade, perhaps even greater, nearly costing him his life. Fan Tong sighed as he secured the explosive candies. The building before him, already leaning more than the Leaning Tower of Pisa, collapsed with a resounding crash. Boom! The dust from the falling structure billowed into the air, obstructing their escape route, and soon, anguished screams and curses echoed from within the haze. "Damn it! I've been bitten. No, no, don't bite my grapes. Help!" As chaos erupted among the crowd. For figures clad in darkness stood quietly at a distance, waiting for the zombies and the panicked individuals to clash. "Brother Tong, is this not a bit too cruel?" Xiao Shan remarked, unable to bear the sight. "What do you know, little girl? The assessment rules do not stipulate that killing is prohibited." Wang Xiaoma scoffed, regarding these individuals solely as adversaries. Such pronouncements are imprudent. As the adage goes, where there is a sliver of opportunity, there will always be those who seek to exploit it. In the dark of night, when chaos reigns, there will be those who seize the moment. If you demur, others will eagerly take your place. Sister, do you comprehend the import of what Tong is conveying? Wang Xiaoma, perplexed, scratched his hind leg. His canine eyes filled with bewilderment as he turned to Wang Jingjing for elucidation. "Begone, shameless cur," Wang Jingjing retorted, kicking Wang Xiaoma away. Her face flushed beneath the gloom, save for the younger Xiao Shan, who remained utterly bewildered. Presently, as the dust settled, a ravenous horde of zombies was visible amidst the rubble, mercilessly devouring corpses. "Let us proceed. The time for reaping has arrived," Fan Tong declared, casting down a rope and sliding down it with alacrity. Hark! The zombies below, seemingly detecting his scent, began to stir restlessly. "How tiresome," Fan Tong lamented, raising his hand and unleashing several emerald beams, which swiftly transformed the corpses into an assortment of roasted meats. "Consider it a reward. Soon, I shall grant you deliverance." Surveying the scene with satisfaction, as if beholding a trove of riches, Fan Tong and his companions commenced their search without further ado. As the quartet merrily gathered their spoils, 2 figures, resplendent in vibrant hues, drew near. "Boss, the null space bottle appears to be ahead," the blue-haired figure exclaimed, cowering behind the yellow-haired one. "Go forth and seize the null space bottle for me." Me?" The blue-haired figure stammered, pointing to himself, his legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. "Enough prattle. Do you expect me to venture forth myself?" Were the crimson-haired one present, he would have subdued them ere now. The yellow-haired figure snarled, delivering a kick to the blue-haired figure. In a state of helplessness, the figure with blue hair pressed on, soon spotting Fan Tong and her 3 companions, who were busy collecting energy cores. It turned out they were merely 4 first-tier ability users. Through the lens of his binoculars, he discerned that Fan Tong and her companions were all of the 1st level. "In that case, just watch closely, boss." "Ahem. Listen up below. Who is howling like a wolf over there?" Wang Xiaoma lifted his head, barking impatiently a couple of times. In the distance, he spotted a flamboyant blue figure standing amidst the ruins. Where did this nonconformist come from? Fan Tong was bewildered and turned to Wang Jingjing, asking if this individual was also an assessment team member. Oh no, this is the second-ranked 4 elements. Each of them is a second-tier energy-type ability user. Energy-type ability users? Fan Tong was perplexed, but from afar, she saw the blue figure fumbling for something, eventually pulling out a hose from his pants. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise, my water cannon is not to be trifled with. Is that a pancake? Fan Tong gazed at the object in the blue-haired individual's hand, feeling as though she had encountered a lunatic. Ignoring him, she continued her task of collecting. As she gathered, she munched on the snacks made from the energy course. Wang Jingjing and Wang Xiaoma exchanged glances, resigned to continue collecting while remaining wary of any potential attack from the blue-haired figure. How infuriating! They are ignoring me. Everyone, stop right there and hand over the energy cores. The blue-haired individual shouted in exasperation. Woof! My brother Tong says to hurry and treat that pancake. Can't you understand human language? Wang Xiaoma suddenly stood upright, paws on his hips, declaring that with that water gone, even a bath for the grand dog wouldn't be sufficient. The blue-haired youth's forehead bulged with veins, and the water pipe in his hand suddenly emanated an eerie blue glow. Wang Jingjing's expression changed drastically. Be careful. That is energy compression. Before her words could finish, a high-pressure water column transformed into a fearsome dragon's head and roared forward. Chapter 9. The test of sacred energy. The green light at my fingertips surged, and I cast 2 energy cores, resembling chocolate, into the air, which instantly drew the attention of 2 Type 2 zombies, colliding perfectly with the high-pressure water column and exploding mid-air. Such immense power? I felt a jolt of apprehension upon witnessing the destruction of the 2 Type 2 zombies by the water column. Let us see how you enjoy the taste of explosion. 2 skulls materialized, and Fan Tong whistled, immediately attracting a dozen Type 2 zombies. Go! The explosive candy flew directly towards the blue-haired youth, mistaking it for a hidden weapon. He hastily rolled away in a panic. Upon standing, he discovered 2 black eggs precariously resting at his feet. Ha ha ha, a mere level 1 ability user. And yet he cannot even wield a hidden weapon. The blue-haired youth, still believing the black eggs were concealed weapons, laughed uproariously as he realized they lacked the range to attack him. These hidden weapons are quite peculiar. Boom. On my hand. My handsome face. The blue-haired youth clutched his hand as he tumbled from a height, his body flickering with blue light, his clothes shredding to dust. Is he still alive? Fan Tong observed the blue-haired youth, now resembling a shredded chicken, pondering thoughtfully. It seems the attire he wore is not ordinary. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth suddenly emerged from the shadows, a sandstorm swirling in his palm. Interesting. You managed to breach my subordinate's level 2 defensive gear. He glanced down at the blue-haired youth with an expression devoid of warmth. A mere level 1 esper bested you. It seems you are unworthy to be my subordinate. With that, the blonde sandstorm instantly engulfed the blue-haired man, desiccating him into sand amidst heart-wrenching screams. So ruthless to your own men? Huang, you are indeed a formidable individual, Fan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, harboring a tinge of admiration. Huang, however, loathed being addressed as such, as if he had chosen this moniker himself. I may overlook what you just said. Surrender the bottle without resistance, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Surrender my foot. Before Huang could finish, Fan had already hurled an explosive candy. Such a rudimentary tactic. Huang scoffed, raising his hand to summon countless grains of sand to intercept the candy. However, the violent explosion instantly dispersed the sand, rendering the surroundings a blinding haze. When the dust settled, Fan and his companions had vanished. Escaped? Huang furrowed his brow, leisurely donning a watch that had fallen from the blue-haired man's person, and smirked coldly. The Nakong bottle is not so easily acquired. In the sewers, Fan and his group sprinted relentlessly, covering over 10 kilometers before finally halting. Brother Tong, did we really just flee? Wang Xiaoma, panting heavily, nearly had his tongue lolling out. Run? What? Would you rather await our demise? Fan retorted, catching his breath, eyeing the dimwit. To not flee when outmatched is sheer idiocy. Understand? This is called discretion being the better part of valor. Fan, I believe perhaps we should return the item to him. Wang Jingjing felt a mix of worry and inner conflict. Return it to him? Fan Tong was perplexed. Why should I return it? I worked hard to obtain this. There must be a reason for returning it. You don't understand. After a brief pause, Wang Jingjing slowly elaborated. Don't you sense that the blonde fellow is on the verge of becoming a level 3 ability user? Do you comprehend the implications of that? Implications? Fan Tong was bewildered, prompting Wang Jingjing to patiently clarify. Individuals like him, who can attain level 3 before even entering school, often possess a significant background. Coupled with their remarkable talent, they are essentially preordained candidates. Moreover, the empty bottle is typically owned by those of status. An ordinary ability user possessing it would likely not survive long. Is it that severe? Do you know who he is? Wang Jingjing replied, I don't know. Fan Tong exclaimed, if you don't know, why frighten me with such alarming statements? Besides, even if he has connections, returning it is still out of the question. After all, he has stated that even if we return it, he wouldn't let it go easily. Hearing this, Wang Jingjing also began to feel troubled, and the four of them fell into contemplation. At present, they had no other options unless we could. Suddenly, Fan Tong's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Unless what? The three asked curiously. Directly, as Fan Tong gestured across her throat, a gasp escaped. Are you insane? Are you really going to kill him? Fan Tong shrugged nonchalantly. So what? He wants my life. I shall take his. However, I currently hold only a level 1 ability and must enhance my powers before attempting anything further. Therefore, I require your guidance on how to elevate my abilities. Witnessing Fan Tong's audacity, Wang Jingjing bit her lip, seemingly resolved. If that is the case, I shall cast caution to the wind. Come here. Wang Jingjing beckoned with her hand, and Fan Tong complied, slowly drawing closer. Gradually, golden specks of light began to radiate around Wang Jingjing. Sister, are you out of your mind? Wang Xiaoma attempted to dissuade her, but upon glimpsing the determination in her sister's eyes, she instinctively shrank back. Little Shan gasped in astonishment. Is this the proof of divine power? Is this not the bloodline inheritance ability of the sacred war god? It can only be used thrice in a lifetime. The caster can absorb core energy without any side effects, at a speed exceeding that of an ordinary ability user by more than 5 times. Jingjing, you. As the truth became unavoidable, Wang Xiaoma could only manage a wry smile. You guessed correctly. I am indeed a collateral descendant of the sacred war god, and my sister is the only one among the collateral line who has awakened this ability. A hint of pride flickered on Wang Xiaoma's face, only to quickly fade. However, due to the diluted bloodline, it can only be used once in a lifetime. My sister fled with me to avoid becoming a pawn in a family marriage. Wait a moment. Running away from a marriage? Suddenly, Fan Tong interrupted the pair, her expression peculiar as she regarded Wang Jingjing and her brother. I sensed from the beginning that you two were not ordinary people, and it turns out you've been hiding quite a significant secret. Jingjing, I must say, are you not intentionally trying to bring me harm? What do you mean by that? Wang Jingjing appeared utterly bewildered, her entire being shimmering momentarily with golden light before it faded away. You claim to have run away from home to evade an unwanted marriage, and now you have chosen to use your remarkable abilities against me. Is this not an act of malice? Consider this. If your family were to discover the truth, I would undoubtedly be subjected to scorn, and your betrothed's family would surely wish to obliterate me. Beside them, Xiao Shan observed the exchange, munching on a handful of delicacies. Sister, it seems that Tong speaks truthfully. He is blameless. Wang Xiaoma cautiously regarded Wang Jingjing. Chapter 10. The power of a glutton. Wang Jingjing soon grasped the situation. Had her previous display of voluntary affection been met with disdain? Fan Tong, you scoundrel. Do you have any idea of the resolve I summoned? And yet, you declare that you do not want it? Wang Jingjing's face flushed crimson as she leaned closer to Fan Tong, incessantly shouting in his ear, causing him to hastily retreat behind Wang Xiaoma. Why has my sister suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger? It's truly frightening. Brother, I too am afraid. Please do not use me as a shield. Wang Xiaoma's expression turned ashen. Jingjing, I believe Tong Gu is merely concerned. What if your family takes you back and discovers that your powers have vanished? You would face even greater ostracism. Xiao Shan quickly interjected. Humph, what does it matter to him? Wang Jingjing retorted, turning away in a huff. Hey, don't walk away. You should teach me how to enhance my abilities. Fan Tong hurriedly followed, kneading shoulders and pounding legs. Hey, Lady Wang, I acknowledge my mistake. However, aside from your skill, with your intelligence and beauty, you must surely know other methods, right? Humph, since you recognize your error, I shall enlighten you. Oh, indeed. Yet this sensation is indistinguishable from consuming energy nuclei. Fan Tong clutched the energy nucleus, fervently envisioning its integration into her body, immediately feeling the energy being absorbed. If that is the case, why not consume it directly? Hey, No. Just as Wang Jingjing attempted to intervene, Fan Tong tossed one into her mouth and began to chew. You must spit that out. It is not edible. Huh. This flavor is quite delightful, crispy, with a hint of chicken. Fan Tong looked at the trio in confusion, while they regarded her as if she were a creature from another realm. Brother Tong, are you truly all right? Wang Xiaoma leaned in, fixated on Fan Tong. What could possibly be wrong? It's rather tasty. You should try it, she exclaimed, preparing to toss one to Wang Xiaoma, who quickly recoiled in alarm. No, I think I shall pass. What is with your expressions? Why can't it be eaten directly? Fan Tong observed the group, beginning to sense something amiss. Brother Tong, do you know what happened to the last person who consumed an energy nucleus? What happened? In less than a few seconds, they transformed into a zombie. What the heck? You should have mentioned that sooner. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Unfortunately, the nucleus dissolved instantly, and despite her prolonged efforts, Fan Tong could not expel anything. Is this truly happening? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then why did you not react when we consumed those foods before? Because Wang Xiaoma tried them and found them edible. Wang Jingjing replied with a tone of certainty. This left Fan Tong speechless, suddenly feeling an itch in her teeth. Kong Kong ah, my teeth. Oh no, Tonggu is about to mutate. Wang Xiaoma swiftly leaped forward and kicked Fan Tong to the ground. Stop. I merely have meat stuck in my teeth. Why did you kick me? Fan Tong stood up and slapped Wang Xiaoma away. Cough cough, Tonggu. Have you become a level 2 ability user? Wang Xiaoma, hanging from the wall of the sewer, slowly slid down beside Wang Jingjing, sensing Fan Tong's sudden surge in strength. Is that so? It indeed seems to be. Fan Tong glanced at her hands, noticing a significant increase in her strength, accompanied by a peculiar change within her body. A deep, dark green light emanated from her palm, gradually transforming into a pale blue. Is it truly happening? Wang Jingjing could hardly believe it. While Xiaoshan's small face was filled with incredulity, her mind struggling to process the day's events. Ha ha, I told you it was nothing. Fan Tong laughed triumphantly. But that doesn't make sense. Tonggu, did you feel anything while eating? Wang Xiaoma poked and prodded, curious to uncover the nature of Fan Tong's transformation. Not at all. I just felt a slight increase in energy, similar to when consuming energy snacks. Fan Tong replied innocently. Sister, how long did it take our family's most talented member to awaken their powers and become a level 2 ability user? Wang Xiaoma asked numbly. I seem to recall that it took about 3 months. Wang Jingjing gazed incredulously at Fan Tong. This fellow became a second-tier ability user in just 3 days? 3 months? Upon hearing this, Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. Ha ha ha. As expected, I am indeed a genius. Observing Fan Tong's smug demeanor, Wang Jingjing could not help but inquire. Just how many energy core snacks have you consumed? The Sacred Energy Certificate allows for a 5-fold absorption rate. In 3 days, one could only absorb a mere handful of energy cores corresponding to their level. It would be a stretch to reach even a first-tier ability user. I am not quite certain about that. Fan Tong pondered for a moment and gestured toward Xiaoshan. Whenever there is free time, I indulge in energy core snacks, just like Xiaoshan. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoshan suddenly felt a surge of power within her. Her abilities radiating an aura that startled both Wang Jingjing and Wang Xiaoma. A third-tier ability user? How can this be possible? Weren't you just a first-tier ability user yesterday? I am not sure either. The candy that Tonggu gave me was simply delectable. I couldn't resist consuming several pieces yesterday and then fell asleep. When I awakened this morning, I found myself a second-tier ability user. I thought you all were aware of this. With a look of innocent delight, Xiaoshan popped another energy core candy into her mouth. I just had a few more of those delightful bunny milk candies. They are so tasty. Upon hearing Xiaoshan's words, Wang Jingjing suddenly felt as though the sky was collapsing. It seemed that the precious skills of her family were not advancing as swiftly as upgrading through snacks. Let us go. I no longer fear the future. I sense that it will not be long before I too become a third-tier ability user. Fan Tong suddenly realized that she was fortunate not to have accepted Wang Jingjing's skill. Otherwise, her brilliance would have been stifled midway. Pleased with this thought, she felt Wang Xiaoma trailing behind her, incessantly calling out, Tonggu, could you share some candy with me? Look at these. Don't they resemble candy? But you said you don't like sweets, Fan Tong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the eager Wang Xiaoma, choosing to ignore him. Tonggu, that was merely a jest. I just dislike chocolate. I do have a fondness for candy. Hee, Wang Xiaoma defended cheerfully. Wang Jingjing watched the exuberant Wang Xiaoma with a bemused expression before quietly retrieving a bag of candy that Fan Tong had given her. She took out a piece and popped it into her mouth, a smile gracing her lips as she savored. I must say, it is indeed sweet yet not overly cloying, quite delightful. After what felt like an eternity, the four of them finally glimpsed a glimmer of light in the distance. It seemed they had reached the exit. Wang Xiaoma dashed ahead, only to return moments later, panic-stricken and tiptoeing, barely daring to breathe. What's the matter? Didn't you just evolve? Garuru, Fan Tong asked, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern as she observed Wang Xiaoma. Shoo, keep your voice down. Wang Xiaoma trembled, glancing nervously behind him. Only when he saw nothing did he finally exhale in relief. Tong Gu's sister, I think it's best if we stay here for a while. What exactly did you see? At that moment, Wang Jingjing also felt a twinge of unease. Given her brother's character, he was known to falter at critical moments, yet he remained quite cautious in significant matters. Chapter 11. The emergence from the cave. Do not inquire further. It has arrived. Fan Tong's expression grew grave as he sensed an overwhelming surge of anomalous energy ahead. Even more potent than that of the yellow-haired creature. The fetid waters began to churn violently, and before he could place the energy core into his mouth, a foul wind swept through, sending it flying. Wang Xiaoma's dog's fur exploded like dandelion seeds, and the barking altered to an uncanny pitch. This is indeed a squid that has gained sentience. Beneath the murky surface, a shadow the size of a truck emerged, with tentacles covered in suction cups breaking through the water. An abominable creature, reminiscent of sewer-dwelling entities, its carapace adorned with a myriad of metallic fragments, emitting a purple glow akin to that of a counterfeit bill detector as its compound eyes rotated. By heavens! A level 3 corpse beast. An armored octopus beast. Wang Jingjing cried out in alarm. We must have inadvertently trespassed into its territory. No sooner had the words left her lips than the creature's posterior erupted, spewing a viscous, tar-like substance that instantaneously sealed off their escape route. In the fleeting moment of evasion, Fan Tong's fingers brushed against the peculiar candy he had crafted. The oddly colored energy core candy emitted an enigmatic sweetness, its surface adorned with thorn-like patterns reminiscent of durian. This confection was a byproduct of his whim to taste durian. And having witnessed the explosive potency of other candies, he was uncertain of this one's effects. Thus, he resolved to keep it safe. Oi, octopus! Allow me to offer you this, he exclaimed, passing the candy with a flick of his fingers toward the gaping maw of the corpse beast. Drawn by Fan Tong's deliberate provocation, the armored octopus beast lunged forward, its spiral mouth wide open. Wang Xiaoma leaped into the air, the dog's mouth striking the ball. And with a flick, the moment of contact contorted its face into a grotesque expression. Ugh. What is this? It stinks worse than excrement. A bizarre, fermented aroma erupted, and the 12 compound eyes of the corpse beast began to dance in a frenzied jig. Metallic plates clanged as they fell away, revealing tender pink flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoshan summoned arcs of electricity into her hands. Sister Jingjing. Wang Jingjing understood the cue. Her tactical gloves drove a rusted iron pipe, tethered by chains, forcefully into the creature's body, sparking flames upon contact. As the electric current coursed through the chain into the exposed flesh of the corpse beast, the entire sewer was illuminated in a blue glow. The acrid scent of charm mingled with an odd aroma reminiscent of roasted durian, causing tears to stream down Fan Tong's face. Now's our chance. Fan Tong activated her powers, grasping the creature's flesh, and the point of contact began to emanate the scent of ironclad octopus. Indeed, a living prey could not be instantaneously transformed into sustenance. Shashan, increase the voltage. With a fierce shout, a pale blue luminescence radiated from within Fan Tong, gradually enveloping half of the armored octopus. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan intensified her electrical abilities, crackling and popping, stimulating the already dancing octopus into further convulsions. Yet, despite these efforts, the armored octopus showed no signs of demise. Just as Wang Xiaoma, panting and gnawing wildly, attempted to tear open the creature's body with his paws, the effect of the durian candy abruptly ceased. The multitude of compound eyes flared open in the previously charred regions, which had been transformed into food and electrocuted, began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing speed. Feeling the power and tentacles gradually connect, the cephalopod swung its massive appendages, effectively blocking the entire underground passage, while the remaining tentacles launched a frenzied assault. In the blink of an eye, the walls of the subterranean tunnel were perforated, resembling a honeycomb. What ferocity! We must retreat. Retreating swiftly with the three others, as the creature drew nearer, Fan Tong hastily cast the last remaining explosive candy, hoping to provide a momentary deterrent. However, to his dismay, the explosion merely charred the tentacles of the armored cephalopod without causing any substantial change. An urgency began to gnaw at his heart, and his mind raced to devise alternative strategies. Never mind. If one won't suffice, then let us employ several. With a determined resolve, Fan Tong began to craft more explosive candies, this time utilizing not just a primary energy core, but also a secondary one. There are other exits ahead. Turning a corner, Wang Xiaoma exclaimed joyfully. Upon seeing the light filtering down from above, Fan Tong was elated. You all go up to assist me. I will hold it off. The outcome of this endeavor rests on this moment. Meanwhile, 3 fist-sized black skull candies materialized in Fan Tong's hands. Let us see if you can withstand this. All right, Tong, go. Wang Xiaoma wasted no time. Springing up to open the manhole cover, followed closely by Xiao Shan. Gradually, Fan Tong seemed to have become the cornerstone of their group. Let me hold it off. Wang Jingjing bit her lip, gazing at Fan Tong with reluctance. What is with that look? Fan Tong inquired, puzzled by Wang Jingjing's expression. I possess a means to vanquish it. Do you? Hurry up and act. You. Never mind. A good heart mistaken for a donkey's liver. Wang Jingjing was instantly filled with rage. How infuriating. It drives me mad. She leaped from the cave's entrance. What's wrong, sister? Wang Xiaoma stared blankly at her sister, who was hopping in agitation, his mind momentarily stalling. It's nothing. Though she uttered these words, she violently kicked a stone beside her, shattering it. Meanwhile, below, Fan Tong observed the others ascend and promptly retrieved a dozen first-level explosive candies, tossing them towards the tentacles of the iron-armored octopus to impede its advance. Gripping 3 candies tightly in her hand, she swiftly affixed them to the ceiling of the passage. We must hurry. Fan Tong's figure darted upwards from the well, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Sensing the tremors beneath their feet, the 3 followed closely, their speed creating afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the echo of dull explosions intertwined with the furious roars of the iron-armored octopus. It seemed those explosive candies only served to enrage it further, leaving the trio incredulous that they could possibly eliminate a level 3 undead beast. Perhaps we should retreat a bit further. It seems to be closing in on us. I concur with your sentiment. Let us hide a little farther away, lest it leaps upon us. Fan Tong immediately continued to back away, taking refuge behind a crumbling wall. Just in time, she witnessed the tentacles of the iron-armored octopus emerging from the depths of the cave, several appendages resembling grotesque Cthulhu-like hands, oozing slime, both menacing and repulsive. It is about to emerge. At this moment, the throats of the 3 individuals felt as if they were about to constrict in fear. With the speed of the iron-armored octopus beast, should it truly pursue them, they would swiftly become mere sustenance. Sharing the same level of ability, Xiao Shan could acutely sense the terrifying nature of the iron-armored octopus beast. Its size, strength, and speed were far beyond her capabilities. Tong go. As Xiao Shan attempted to speak, she was silenced by Fan Tong. 10, 9, 8. As Fan Tong counted down, Xiao Shan suddenly turned, her expression grave as she glanced behind them, and Fan Tong appeared to sense something amiss as well. In the distance, a swirling dust storm began to approach, clearly aimed at the quartet. Haha. Vermeer ants think they can escape my grasp. How utterly delusional. Huang Fifan laughed heartily as he commanded the tempest, which surged relentlessly towards the 4. Chapter 12. The unfortunate Huang Fifan. Suddenly, Huang Fifan's gaze caught sight of the distant, flailing tentacles, his expression turning somber as he felt an ominous aura emanating from them. What could that be? Just as he was about to question Fan Tong and the others, the earth trembled and the ground began to rise. With a thunderous roar, a column of fire erupted from beneath the surface, soaring into the sky to a height of 100 meters. Roar! The iron-armored octopus beast was just managing to emerge halfway from its lair, a sense of impending doom encircling its head. It attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Its colossal form exploded into fragments, with countless pieces of flesh raining down from the heavens, resembling a deluge of explosive octopus balls. The violent eruption was akin to a missile strike, leveling everything within a 100-meter radius to the ground. The terrifying blast waves surged outwards, leaving Huang Fifan in a daze, his body instantly swept away by the onrushing force. Oh my goodness! The 4 individuals sheltering behind the low wall were pressed tightly against the ground, their bodies clinging to the corner. As the shockwave dissipated, they rose, shaking the dust from their persons. What did he just utter? Fan Tong inquired, his ears ringing from the explosion. Pardon? Wang Xiaoma shook his head, perceiving Fan Tong's lips moving but unable to discern the words. Observing the canine's bewildered state, Fan Tong abandoned his inquiry. Instead, casting a glance in the direction Huang Fifan had been propelled, shaking his head, and turning towards the epicenter of the explosion. Standing at the edge of the crater, the trio's mouths gradually widened in astonishment. Tong, what exactly did you feed it? Nothing much, just 3 of my modified explosive candies. Fan Tong had not anticipated such immense power. In the heat of the moment, the success rate of crafting the explosive candies had skyrocketed. With 6 out of 10 second-tier energy cores succeeding, moreover, they had fused into 3. Indeed, the potency is quite impressive. Surveying his handiwork, Fan Tong descended into the crater, retrieved the ironclad armored beast's 3rd-tier energy core, and turned to depart with immense satisfaction. He departed, leaving behind a 10-meter deep crater. Was it truly just explosive candies? Wang Xiaoma questioned in disbelief. Let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, that blonde fellow might overtake us. Prompted by Fan Tong's admonition, the 3 regained their senses and headed in the opposite direction from the fleeing blonde individual. Such a violent explosion also attracted the attention of other assessment participants. Why is the battle so intense over there? Let us go and take a look. Perhaps we might glean some advantage. If you wish to court danger, then by all means proceed. What do you mean by that? If I say you are foolish, you refuse to believe it. Do you think such fierce explosions could be caused by mere first-tier ability users like us? What are you implying? Foolish one, it is undoubtedly the work of those scions from powerful families or prodigious youths. We should refrain from rushing in recklessly. You have a point. After much contemplation, the remaining candidates for the assessment mostly decided against participating in the battle. Unlike them, however, several teams were moving towards the sound, all aiming for the epicenter of the explosion. Captain, that direction seems to be within the territory of the 3rd-tier lord, the ironclad chapter beast. A tall, voluptuous blonde woman lowered her binoculars and turned to a scruffy young man beside her. Yes, I am aware, Li Ji replied, his expression calm as he gazed ahead. Do you think someone might get there before us? A meticulously dressed young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Ji, casually inquired while absent-mindedly polishing his nails. It is certainly a possibility. After all, Huang Fifan is also in the vicinity. It might very well be their doing. A stout man, gnawing on a charred leg of meat with one hand, deftly manipulated a floating panel with the other, which displayed a dozen red dots converging from all directions. In another direction, a strikingly handsome youth indulged himself in the wine gourd clutched in his hand, reclining against a broadsword. Behind him sat 3 enchanting women, each possessing unique charms, diligently kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs, reveling in the moment. Remarkably, all of them were 2nd-tier ability users. Hey, drunkard, do you dare to compete with me to see who arrives first? Shouted a rugged woman, wielding a massive bone that made her resemble a hunter from a primitive tribe. Yet her prowess was astonishing, rivaling the swift flight of Fong Jian. Compete? What if we don't? A hint of tipsy crimson flushed Fong Jian's handsome face, causing the boisterous woman to swallow hard. If I win, your wine and your person become mine. If you win, I shall give you the bone of this corpse king. As her words echoed, Fong Jian immediately spat out a mouthful of old wine, his eyes widening in disbelief. You have quite the imagination. The 3 women beside him cast disdainful glances at Tuobiu. How dare this wild woman think she is worthy of Brother Fong? It's utterly delusional. One of them scoffed. Indeed, the 3 of us have yet to win over Brother Fong, and you, like a toad wishing to eat a swan's flesh, are simply dreaming. We shall not entertain this. At that moment, Fong Jian realized he could not afford to be negligent. He set aside his drink, controlling his flying sword, and increased his speed dramatically, eliciting a chorus of excited exclamations from the 3 beauties. Humph! Fong Jian, just you wait, Tuobiu bellowed, her own speed gradually increasing beneath her feet, yet she still could not catch up to Fong Jian's pace. At this moment, near the pit, Huang Fifan had just regained consciousness, only to find a violet-haired woman and a crimson-haired man beside him. Elder brother, what has happened? Why are you sleeping here? Hong Yan spotted Huang Fifan lying amidst the ruins and rushed over, only to realize that her elder brother seemed somewhat off. Who are you? Huang Fifan groaned. Ugh. My head aches terribly. As he touched his head, he immediately felt a sizable lump swelling on his forehead. Elder brother, what are you saying? I am your sister. Your sister? How can someone who appears so refined be so foul-mouthed? Huang Fifan retorted vehemently. How could this happen? Observing Huang Fifan's demeanor, the unfamiliar look in his eyes seemed genuine rather than an act. Second brother, do you think elder brother has suffered some sort of injury? You are the one who seems injured. Huang Fifan shot back without hesitation. Wang Lei, gazing at Huang Fifan's swollen head, smirked. I believe he is not only mentally impaired, but quite severely so. But who could have inflicted such damage on elder brother? Hong Yin asked, perplexed. With his character, he could have provoked anyone. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us go. Wang Lei dismissed the notion of their so-called sworn brotherhood, stating that had it not been for the requirement of 4 members in their examination team, he would never have sworn an oath with Huang Fifan. If we ignore him, will he be in any danger? Hong Yin looked back at Huang Fifan, who appeared foolish. Yellow-haired, now that you've arrived, do you still wish to leave? Fang Jian's voice wafted over from a distance. Since you are here, you might as well surrender all the energy cores on your person. A piercing voice echoed from another direction. Alarmed, Wang Lei's expression shifted. Chapter 13. The Chaotic Battle. Damn it. There's no way to escape. Wang Lei never anticipated that all the formidable teams had converged upon them, seemingly fixated on their group. Humph. My elder brother is a member of the Huang family. Do you dare to challenge us? Hong Yinjiao exclaimed, brandishing a bone whip that gleamed ominously with a dark sheen. To the discerning eye, it was evident that the whip was laced with poison. Hong Yinjiao, Wang Lei, if you two abandon your resistance, I can guarantee that you will become my subordinates. Moreover, you will gain access to the academy, enjoying the benefits of regular students at double the rate. What do you say? Li Zi observed the pair with an impassive demeanor. Dismissing Huang Fifan entirely, the latter appeared to be in dire straits, especially since their team was 1 member short. Little Li, your offer is rather steep, leaving me no room for negotiation. Fang Jian remarked, taking a delicate sip from his flask before continuing. How about this? If you two choose to follow me, I can appeal to the vice principal on your behalf to secure suitable mentors for you. Additionally, you would receive triple the benefits of a regular student. This is a privilege reserved for first-place winners. Mind you, think it over carefully. Upon hearing Fang Jian's call, Li Zi's eyelids flickered, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The Fang family? Do you possess such strength? Merely issuing empty promises to others. Before Li Zi could speak, another voice emerged, and a portly young man was seen being carried toward them on a palanquin by 2 individuals. His garments shimmered subtly under the sun's rays. Jin Bao. Is your Jin family also eager to join the fray? Upon seeing Jin Bao, Fang Jian gradually straightened his posture from his seated position atop the sword. Haha. No need to be tense. Harmony breeds prosperity. I merely wish to observe the unfolding events. Do continue. Hearing Jin Bao's words, Fang Jian finally exhaled. His gaze once again fixed on the trio, awaiting their response. This. Hong Yin found herself momentarily bewildered by the unexpected invitation, glancing helplessly at Wang Lei. To her astonishment, Wang Lei shook his head, prompting Hong Yin to resolutely declare, apologies, but we cannot accept. Upon hearing this, Li Zi's demeanor softened slightly. Yet Fang Jian's expression remained icy. What did you say? Apologies. We have already signed an agreement with the Huang family, and should we breach it, we might not bear the consequences. Thus, we sincerely apologize. It appeared that negotiations had reached an impasse. Then surrender the nuclear capabilities, and I shall spare your lives. Fang Jian rose, and 2 spectral warships materialized behind him, resembling hovering artillery. At that moment, Huang Fifan suddenly unleashed a formidable psychic force, a commanding aura enveloping the scene. How tiresome you are, you useless lot. You might as well come at me all at once. His cold, bloodthirsty whisper echoed in everyone's ears. Humph, Huang Fifan. You are rather arrogant. A flush returned to Fang Jian's face as he raised a hand, and the spectral ships surged forward from behind him. 2 azure beams of light surged forth. Huh, Navi. Huang Fifan stomped his foot, causing the ground to rise into a stone pillar that directly intercepted the attack. He then advanced, embracing the stone column with his arms. With a powerful throw, the pillar was hurled towards Fang Jian. So swift, Fang Jian's pupils constricted as he hurriedly turned, discarding the 3 beauties from his flying sword, which then lunged directly at the stone pillar. Bang! The clash between the flying sword and the pillar resulted in an explosive shattering. Do not move. I shall test his strength, Li Zi declared, sensing Huang Fifan's might, his battle spirit igniting fiercely. Commence! He bellowed, his muscles quaking as they visibly bulged with power. Huang, let me witness the true strength of your inherited abilities. The fierce wind generated by his punch compressed the surrounding air to its utmost limit. Huang's tousled golden locks were whipped into disarray. TCH. With a disdainful sneer, he raised his fist, colliding with Li Ziyi's, their feet sinking deeply into the ground. This is bad. The moment of contact revealed the terrifying power of Huang Fifan to Li Ziyi. Too late. A swift whoosh echoed as Li Ziyi was propelled like a cannonball into the wall, causing the already dilapidated staircase to collapse with a thunderous roar. Pathetic. Is this the extent of your combat energy, Li Ziyi? And you, Fang Jian? Stop hiding your prowess. I detest pretentious individuals like you, including the fool residing within me. Behold the formidable sand warfare body, a true testament to the extraordinary abilities that have endured since the dawn of the apocalypse. The admiration in Jin Bao's eyes was unmistakable, and his tone immediately captured Huang Feifan's attention. What a pretentious fool you are. Look at yourself. Come down here. I'll take you on. Me? Jin Bao pointed to himself, feeling incredulous at Huang Feifan's audacity. Alas, it is a pity that one often discards their intellect in the heat of battle. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful facade, saying, I shall not partake. You may fight amongst yourselves. I only aim to secure a place within the top 10. Heh. Humph. Such cowardice. Huang Feifan scoffed. Then turned his gaze to the other assessment teams, bellowing, who else dares to step up? However, the surrounding groups, though bold, lacked the strength to respond, leaving no one willing to advance. This fellow is so arrogant. Li Rin's sharp voice pierced through the air. Ge, give it to him hard. Could you possibly silence that insufferable mouth of yours? The elegant Yuan heir cast a disdainful glance at Li Rin, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Here it comes. At the back, Fat Chen observed the screen, intently monitoring Li Ziyi's physical data. He noted that the fluctuations in his abilities began to surge, quickly reaching a critical threshold, causing the entire display to turn crimson. This is the third layer of combat energy at its limit. Fat Chen's pupils constricted in alarm as he urgently exclaimed, Boss, we can't push any further. Otherwise, it will cause significant harm to the body. On the other side, the broadsword that had been hovering beside Fang Jian suddenly split in two, attaching itself to either side of his body, and gradually transformed into a stream of water that enveloped him entirely. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this water was composed entirely of some form of nanobots. Once the entire flow had encased Fang Jian, it morphed into a giant white egg the size of a person, within which the aura of extraordinary power began to intensify. How intriguing! Has he finally decided to unleash his full potential? I have long been eager for this moment. Huang Fifan observed the state of the two, his fists itching with anticipation, a look of exhilaration upon his face. Crack, crack, from the humanoid opening amidst the collapsed ruins. The sound of steel being torn apart like mere tissue paper echoed. Huang Mao, I hope you can withstand my forthcoming assault. Don't perish on me. Enough with the idle chatter. In an instant, Huang Fifan vanished from his original position, his fist, as large as a cauldron, shrouded in golden sand, resembling a golden tiger's claw. Too slow, foolish swine. Li Ziyi mocked with a smirk, a wisp of warm breath escaping his lips. Chapter 14. The Violent Beating of Fang Jian. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed with each other in a flurry of punches. Yet if one were to slow the action down and observe closely, it would become evident that Huang Fifan was in a perilous predicament. He was merely enduring blows. Each time he threw a punch, just as it seemed destined to strike Li Ziyi, it was invariably anticipated and deftly blocked by him. In stark contrast, Li Ziyi's movements flowed seamlessly, each act of defense executed with perfect timing, as if he could perceive Huang Fifan's every thought. Just as Huang Fifan's fist appeared poised to make contact with Li Ziyi's body, it was invariably intercepted in advance. The skirmish concluded, and Huang Fifan was left battered and bruised, his visage marred with shades of blue and purple, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. His clothing lay in tatters, revealing numerous contusions where the force of the blows had struck. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Li Ziyi observed Huang Fifan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, laced with a hint of derision. Meanwhile, a surging wave of heat emanated from within him, akin to water boiling in a kettle. The relentless heat rose like a tempest, warping the surrounding air, creating an illusion of being ensconced within a colossal steamer. Huang Fifan remained silent, his form radiating an increasingly brilliant yellow light, enveloping him entirely. From a distance, he resembled a golden-armored deity, exuding an aura of formidable power. Despite the remnants of his earlier defeat etched upon his face, he now emanated an undeniable presence that commanded respect. Have you forgotten? My most formidable trait is my resilience against blows. As his words lingered in the air, the yellow light gradually dissipated. Miraculously, the unsightly marks of his earlier battering had vanished, the bruises and blood were no more, and his skin regained its original smoothness, confidence returning to his countenance. Resilience? Then behold my infinite sword technique. The voice of Fong Jian resonated from within a colossal egg-shaped entity, accompanied by the sound of cracking. The egg shimmered with an otherworldly glow, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Accompanied by a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the colossal egg. The crack widened, revealing a potent force surging within. Suddenly, a white figure burst forth. In that moment, Fong Jian bore no resemblance to the drunken fool from earlier. Clad in resplendent white garments that fluttered gracefully, he stood atop a diminutive flying sword, resembling an ethereal nobleman or a celestial being emerging from a realm of divinity. His gaze exuded an extraordinary aura, while the flying sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly narrating its remarkable essence. With a swift motion, the white figure leapt forth. At this juncture, Fong Jian shed the guise of the inebriated buffoon, transformed into an elegant gentleman, standing atop the tiny flying sword. Akin to a divine entity, Huang Fifan exchanged a glance with Li Zi, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Their figures vanished, followed by a cacophony of punches and kicks. The sounds echoed like a rapid drumbeat across the desolate ruins. This is what you get for being pretentious. Huang Fifan spat disdainfully. I've told you countless times how much I detest ostentation. Honestly, what is the point of all this extravagant display? Li Zi exhaled a cloud of white smoke, and suddenly, he spat it squarely onto Fong Jian's face, a sight both absurd and comical. You are simply overstepping your bounds. Fong Jian, incensed by their antics, erupted in fury. A dazzling white light radiated from all directions, its brilliance as piercing as the sun, leaving Huang Fifan and Li Zi utterly astonished. Realizing the dire situation, they swiftly retreated. However, it was too late. The sound of swords echoed from within the white light, reminiscent of countless sharp blades crying out. The dance of swords commenced. Fong Jian pointed both hands forward, and all the white light surged forth like a flock of enraged birds, aimed directly at the two. In the vast sky, the white light truly resembled soaring sword dragons, radiant and imposing. Each beam of sword light harbored immense power, carving deep ravines into the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. This is not good. Huang Fifan's expression shifted drastically. He crossed his arms, and a torrent of yellow sand enveloped him, swirling in the wind as if alive. In the blink of an eye, it formed a thick wall of yellow sand, providing him steadfast protection. On the other side, Li Zi was ablaze with combat fervor, the bones within his body cracking audibly as they erupted forth, manifesting a shield crafted from his very bones. This shield emanated a chilling aura, with the bone patterns distinctly visible, each seeming to harbor a unique power. The white sword light struck the wall of yellow sand, instantly melting it away, while the bone shield was pierced by numerous beams of light, which he shattered with a vigorous tremor of his arm. The white sword light melted the yellow sand wall in an instant, transforming it into searing magma that cascaded to the ground. Meanwhile, the bone shield was riddled with luminous swords, which embedded themselves deep into the bone like nails. Li Zi's arm trembled, and a tremendous force erupted from within him, shattering all the lightsabers into myriad fragments that dissipated into the air. Swordmaster, your phantom armor sword dance is but a trifle. Wielding such powers upon you is truly a waste. Huang Fifan scoffed as he dispersed the sand wall before him, coalescing a spear of light in his hand, which he hurled towards Fong Jian. The spear glimmered with an unyielding brilliance, its tip razor-sharp, as if capable of piercing through anything. With a vigorous throw, the stone spear shot forth, breaking the air with a thunderous roar, akin to a miniature cannonball. Fong Jian hastily evaded the spear's assault, and, glancing at Huang Fifan's head, suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Anyone can boast, but have you looked at your own hair? The other examinees, prompted by his remark, turned to gaze, and soon, laughter erupted uncontrollably among them. Huang, perhaps you should just shave it all off. Li Zi stood nearby, struggling to suppress his own laughter, his shoulders trembling slightly as he valiantly restrained his mirth. What are you all staring at? At that moment, Tong returned with 3 companions after circling around, finding no monsters in sight. Just take a look. One person laughed so hard he nearly fell over, and following Tong's gesture, he suddenly spotted a dazzling reflection glinting from the 2 clumps of yellow grass. Oh my, impressive. This barbering skill is remarkable. Tong couldn't help but join in the laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes as he clutched his stomach, unable to straighten up. Chapter 15. A Small Business Ha Ha Ha. Tong, this makes me want to seek out this artisan for a trendy hairstyle. Wang Shama laughed until tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Huang Fifan finally became aware of the ridicule surrounding him. He instinctively touched the top of his head, and upon feeling that peculiar hairstyle, his expression turned ashen. Swordman, I shall slay you, he bellowed, as golden sand enveloped his body, forming a formidable armor, resembling a humanoid bull, charging fiercely towards Fang Jian. The golden sand shimmered with a radiant light, each grain seemingly imbued with boundless power, swirling in the wind as he sprinted, resembling a river of gold. Li Zi, unwilling to be outdone, transformed the bone shield in his hands into a chain axe, hurling one to the left and the other to the right towards Fang Jian. The chain axes spun rapidly through the air, creating a whoosh reminiscent of two razor-sharp saws. Simultaneously, he shouted, Huang Mao, let us combine our strength to take him down. On the surface, Huang Fifan feigned indifference, but his rage simmered within. I have told you countless times, I detest being called Huang Mao. You shall perish too. As soon as the words left his lips, a humanoid figure made of sand materialized from his golden sand armor, swinging a fist towards Li Zi. A sand incarnation? Li Zi's expression grew grave. He understood that Huang Fifan was serious now. Bone armor, arise. With a low growl, the bones of Li Zi's upper body crackled, enveloping him in a suit of armor forged from bone. Their leader had resorted to this tactic, indicating that the battle was indeed life and death. Chun Pongzi observed the data of Li Zi flickering incessantly on the screen, a constant red glow flashing ominously. An unease gripped his heart as he pondered how much longer his captain could endure under such circumstances. Witnessing both combatants unleash their most formidable techniques, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Fang Jian's eyes, and the sound of his illusory armor sword resonated powerfully, as if it were echoing its master's indomitable resolve. Human governance. Arise, he bellowed, as components began to cascade from the illusory armor sword, falling like snowflakes. Ultimately, only an ancient longsword remained, a weapon adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and enigma. The detached parts coalesced upon Fang Jian, merging with his white attire to form a suit of armor that enveloped his entire being. The transformation occurred with astonishing swiftness, completed in mere seconds. In that instant, Huang Fifan, clad in sandy battle armor and wielding a stone spear, approached with determination. He raised his hand, tightly gripping the spear, colliding it with Fang Jian's ancient longsword, producing a thunderous clang that resonated across the plain, reverberating in the ears of those nearby. I never imagined your father would entrust you with this sword, Huang Fifan exclaimed, a hint of astonishment apparent as he beheld the ancient blade. Enough of your prattle. I shall emerge victorious in this battle, Fang Jian retorted coldly, his sword dancing swiftly, forcing Huang Fifan to retreat. Do not speak too soon. From a distance, Li Zi shouted, shattering Huang Fifan's sand incarnation into fragments. Then, his robust form leaped into action. With a resounding thud, the clash intensified. As they landed before the two, the ground trembled slightly, as if a small mountain had descended upon them. The three formed a triangular stance, each unwilling to yield. With only a day remaining in the assessment, the tension was palpable. In that case, let us engage directly. The battle energy surged wildly within Li Zi, a hint of madness gracing his smile. Just as I desire, Huang Fifan replied with a cold smirk. With that, Fang Jian, wielding his ancient sword, initiated the first strike. In an instant, the three figures intertwined in a fierce clash. However, at that moment, a commotion arose among the onlookers. A voice, incongruous with the intensity of the battlefield, pierced through the air. Come one, come all. Roasted pig trotters, spicy strips, chicken legs, and octopus chips. This announcement stood out sharply amidst the cacophony of combat. The crowd regarded Fan Tong, who was peddling his wares beside several large boxes brimming with delectable treats, with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, their mouths began to water, for it was a fragrance they had never encountered before. The rich scent of roasted pig trotters, the fiery zest of spicy strips, and the savory allure of chicken legs combined to create an irresistible temptation. Unable to resist, someone finally inquired, how much for the pig trotters? And the chicken legs? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Fan Tong's boxes, as if they contained treasures of immense value. 5 energy cores for a pig trotter, and 2 for a chicken leg. Cash only, no credit. So affordable. The individual, filled with skepticism, handed over the energy core and was indeed rewarded with a pig's trotter and a chicken leg passed to him by Fan Tong. Eagerly, He took a hearty bite of the pig's trotter, his eyes sparkling with delight as a look of satisfaction spread across his face. "Oh, how exquisite!" he exclaimed, reminiscing that the last time he savored such delectable food was ages ago. His words ignited a fervor among those around him, observing his evident enjoyment. Others could no longer restrain themselves and surged forward to purchase. Hey, no pushing. There is enough for everyone." Wang Jingjing presented a large pot filled with steaming pig trotters, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Yet, the quantity diminished at an astonishing rate. Before long, the pot was nearly empty. Watching the frenzied crowd, a sly smile crept onto Fan Tong's face, reminiscent of a cunning merchant. Secretly giving a thumbs up to Wang Xiaoma, who was relishing the pig's trotter, she cast a glance at Xiao Shan, raising an eyebrow as if to signal something. Upon receiving the cue, Xiao Shan's expression brightened, and she sprang into action. With a swift motion, she produced a pristine wooden board from her side. Then, raising her voice, she called out, Come. It's time to place your bets. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Each person must wager at least 100 energy cores. The more you bet, the more you gain. Let us see which of our 3 prodigious youths will triumph in the end." The crowd, engrossed in their culinary delights, turned their curious gazes towards the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing the effect, Xiao Shan's voice grew increasingly fervent. As long as someone hits the mark, a 5-fold return can be secured. Instant wealth is not merely a dream. Becoming the first is within reach. It all depends on your vision and courage. Is that for real? A voice laden with skepticism suddenly rang out, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze toward its source, where a peculiar half-dog figure had materialized before Xiao Shan. This half-dog creature bore an odd appearance. Its upper half was humanoid, while its lower half exhibited canine traits, with a disheveled coat and ears that twitched intermittently. Indeed, it is true. Before Xiao Shan could respond, Fan Tong interjected. A dazzling smile revealed a row of exceptionally bright teeth against the backdrop of her dark visage, appearing somewhat glaring in the dim light. Fan Tong's demeanor exuded an unexpected sincerity, her tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. Could it be that my master, the illustrious young Master Huang of the Huang family, would default on such a matter? Rest assured. As her words resonated, a significant gathering of well-fed, initially listless candidates suddenly ignited with enthusiasm, like a powder keg set ablaze. They converged eagerly, exchanging questions and remarks. A gambling match hosted by young Master Huang? How can you prove that? We cannot take your word at face value, inquired a burly candidate with a furrowed brow, his expression rife with doubt. Indeed, young Master Huang is currently engaged in battle, utterly preoccupied. How could he possibly host a gambling match? Surely, you are not fabricating this. Another sharp-voiced participant echoed in agreement. After listening to the inquiries from the crowd, Fan Tong pretended to nonchalantly produce the empty storage bottle. Surely, everyone is aware of its significance. I need not elaborate further. As a mere level 2 ability user, it is an honor for young Master Huang to entrust such an item to me. What do you think? When the storage bottle was revealed, those with discerning eyes suddenly recognized it. This is a storage bottle that can only be possessed by great powers, worth at least 100,000 energy units. And it is a custom-made version that is not easily obtainable by ordinary individuals. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and most began to believe Fan Tong's claims. What do you think? This is young Master Huang's treasure. I need not stress its importance. As an unremarkable level 2 ability user, for young Master Huang to entrust such a crucial item to me signifies his absolute trust in me. This gambling match was also initiated at his behest. What more could you possibly doubt? Suddenly, the crowd enlightened, their faces adorned with expressions of surprise, their inner doubts dissipating. Then, as if recalling something, Fan Tong abruptly covered her mouth, deliberately lowering her voice and adopting an air of mystery, saying, Furthermore, I shall discreetly reveal a secret to you all. Please do not let it slip outside. What? The crowd, intrigued, leaned in closer, eager to listen. In truth, young Master Huang has long been prepared. This gambling match is merely a means to boost morale and, incidentally, elevate his prominence. After all, a mere few thousand energy cores is but a trifling matter for Huang Xiao. He hardly regards it with any seriousness. A sentiment well expressed. I wager 100. Among the crowd, an impatient participant was the first to shout. His voice acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves. Others, ignited by enthusiasm, began to surge forward. I bet on Huang Xiao's team to come in first. Huang Xiao's prowess is unmatched. He is certain to triumph. I believe in Huang Xiao. Count me in. I also bet on Huang Xiao. a sentiment well expressed. I wager 100. As one person spoke up, others quickly followed suit. I bet on Huang Xiao's team to come in first. Huang Xiao's prowess is unmatched. He is certain to triumph. I too. I believe in Huang Xiao. Count me in. I also bet on Huang Xiao. The assessment participants, each eager, hurriedly placed their bets, causing the atmosphere to become extraordinarily lively. Before long, a towering pile of energy cores accumulated before Tong. These cores emitted a faint glow. Although they were merely first-level cores, their quantity was indeed impressive. Stacked closely together like a small mountain, Tong gazed at the mound of energy cores before him, a barely concealed excitement shimmering in his eyes. With a radiant display of his abilities, and under the watchful gaze of the numerous assessment participants, he satisfactorily collected them all into an empty bottle. Though they were only first-level energy cores, their quantity was still substantial. Very well, now that all bets have been registered, let us await the outcome. Let us wait for Major General Huang and his companion to defeat them all. Tong shouted, Huang Xiao, let us begin. I have already placed the bets for you. Utilize your trump card to vanquish them. The three engaged in combat. Huang Fifan, Li Zidi, and Fang Jian were momentarily halted by this sudden proclamation. Their curiosity piqued. Huang Fifan instinctively turned his gaze towards Tong, observing her triumphant demeanor, which struck a familiar chord within him. However, he had no time for contemplation, as two fierce attacks descended upon him like lightning, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Huang Fifan, I didn't anticipate that your schemes would run the deepest. Li Ziyi remarked with a cold chuckle. Fang Jian also scoffed. Everyone claims I'm pretentious, yet it appears you, with your yellow hair, are the true pretender. Thinking you can take us both down? What are you two babbling about? Are we still fighting? Huang Fifan expressed his growing annoyance, sensing an ominous premonition. Be cautious. The fellow Huang Fifan seems to have made preparations. Chen Pengzi's voice echoed in Li Ziyi's mind, tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, Fang Jian was similarly alerted by the voices of three beautiful women in his mind, urgently advising him to be wary. At this moment, Hong Yin and Wang Lei, standing at the sidelines, were intently observing the battle but sensed something amiss. They exchanged puzzled glances, noticing an unusual fervor in the eyes of the surrounding assessment participants. Those gazes sparkled with a lust for gain, intertwined with a thrill for the unfolding spectacle. Even at this juncture, they still feigned ignorance. Fang Jian emitted a cold snort, his intention to attack thwarted by the uncontrollable tremors in his sword-bearing hand. Li Zi's predicament was no better. His bone armor was marred by a myriad of cracks, and the 3 layers of battle energy enveloping him rapidly dissipated. What am I pretending for? Huang Fifan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as his yellow sand armor was utterly shattered by the two combatants, enduring their blows while they still believed he was at fault. Truly a brutish fool. The figure I witnessed earlier was none other than the thief who snatched our storage vessel. Suddenly, a voice emerged from Huang Fifan's mouth. Identical in tone yet distinctly different in inflection. What? Huang Fifan froze, his gaze sweeping around, only to find the familiar shadow had vanished. I truly suspect you were adopted, possessing not even half my intelligence while claiming to be the elder brother. Get lost. In that moment, Huang Fifan began to berate himself, leaving the surrounding examination candidates utterly dumbfounded. In the distance, Jin Bao stood atop a mound of rubble, observing the entire scene unfold. Oh, this is rather intriguing. They have even brought their business to this place. He glanced at the figures of Tong and her companions, a flicker of shrewdness igniting in his eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips as if contemplating something profound. Chapter 17. A collective assault situated at the edge of the battlefield. Tong, who had been merely spectating, suddenly took note of a gaze directed from afar. Scanning her surroundings, she inadvertently locked eyes with Jin Bao in the distance. Ji Bao, taken aback, maintained a cheerful facade, even nodding towards Tong. This prompted a somewhat awkward smile from Tong, who swiftly averted his gaze to the center of the battlefield, subtly retreating to blend into the crowd. As long as he distanced himself, he let out a sigh of relief, that rotund fellow's lecherous grin. Could he possibly be a fencer? A shiver ran down Tong's spine, leaving him with goosebumps. Brother Tong, what shall we do now? Wang Shama, with a roasted duck in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other, was devouring his food messily. Xiaoshan and Wang Jingjing were no different, incessantly munching on their snacks. Observing the trio's gluttonous behavior, Tong shook his head in disdain. Our plan is already halfway accomplished. Now it hinges on whether that Huang fellow can deliver. But Brother Tong, if we have to part with so many energy cores, we might as well risk our lives. Wang Xiaoma, with his mouth full, continued to mumble his inquiries. Are you foolish? Fan Tong, exasperated, pointed at Wang Xiaoma's vacant expression. Did we not set this trap for Huang to shield us from danger? Since he is here to protect us, do we still need to worry about those energy cores? I have a question. Wang Jingjing swallowed the last bite of her cured sausage and immediately pressed on, young Master Tong. What if those people discover we are not under Huang's command? What if we become victims of a mob? Well, Fan Tong revealed a bright smile. Feigning depth as she remarked, the mountain man has his own clever schemes. Just wait and see. On the battlefield, Huang Fifan, enduring the relentless assault from Li Zi and Fang Jian for a time, finally reached his breaking point. Why are you two constantly targeting me? Huang Fifan gasped, gazing at the pair, aware that his supernatural abilities were nearly depleted. He also recognized that Li Zi and Fang Jian were in a similar predicament. Had it not been for their teammates, they would undoubtedly have been besieged by other assessment participants. Li Zi scoffed, "What have you done? Don't you know yourself? Moreover, weren't you quite arrogant at the beginning? You wanted to take us both on, so we shall oblige." Indeed. This will certainly enhance the reputation of the Huang family's young master. Fang Jian sneered, observing Huang Fifan's disheveled state. Huang Fifan attempted to retort, only to recall that he had indeed boasted about taking on two opponents. With no words left to say, he resigned himself to fate. Li Zi and Fang Jian once again launched their joint assault, while Huang Fifan's yellow sand armor lay in tatters, leaving him devoid of any fighting power, forced to. A gust of wind swept past Li Zi and Fang Jian, momentarily clouding their vision. When they looked again, they discovered that Huang Fifan had vanished. Damn, he escaped. Fang Jian spat, taking a swig from his wine gourd. Next time, he will surely fall to my hands. Li Zi, equally unwilling to concede, cast a glance at Fang Jian, his fighting spirit unwavering. Now, it appears that only the two of us remain. Observing the situation, it seems that Li Zi has not relinquished his intent for a decisive battle. Alas, I never intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you. I am eager to revel in the embrace of beauty. Fang Jian hastily intervened, suddenly recalling something that filled him with trepidation as he glanced around. Upon failing to spot that imposing figure, he finally exhaled in relief. Are you concealing something as well? Li Zi narrowed his eyes, fixating on Fang Jian. What could possibly concern me? Fang Jian, feeling rather guilty, took a swig of his drink, wishing to keep his pursuit by a wild woman a secret, for it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Fang family. It's time to depart. The first 5 are sufficient. In life, one must learn to find contentment and joy. With a wave of his hand, his illusory armor dissipated, and all components rewrapped the ancient longsword. Li Zi, observing the situation, did not impede him. Recognizing his own considerable exhaustion, as the bone armor retracted into his body, he suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, casting a glance at Fang Jian's retreating figure, murmuring, "Fang Jian, you have yet to reveal your true trump card, have you?" As the 3 combatants ceased their struggle, the onlooking students were filled with confusion. What of the young master of the Huang family? Is he preparing to unveil his hidden strength? It appears so. He seems to have burrowed underground. Perhaps there are traps beneath. Look at that sizable pit nearby. I noticed young Master Huang in the vicinity when I arrived, likely the source of that commotion. Some began to connect the dots, observing the gradually retreating teams of Li Zi and Fang Jian, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. Looking around, they realized there was no sign of Fan Tong and his companions. Cease your conjectures immediately, for they have vanished into thin air. What? Could it be that young Master Huang has deceived us? Is there even a question? Undoubtedly. Reflect upon the fact that young Master Huang plummeted from the zenith to the 2nd position, trailing by several thousand units of nuclear energy. An insurmountable gap in such a brief span. Thus, he orchestrated this charade for our benefit. Damn his soul, this flaxen-haired scoundrel is utterly devoid of humanity. What course of action shall we undertake henceforth? I have staked half of my fortune. You speak of hammers. I wagered 90%. Nay, this is intolerable. We shall seek out young Master Huang. I refuse to believe that he can prevail against such a multitude as ourselves. Indeed, you speak sagaciously. A throng of individuals, each wielding their unique abilities, initiated a pursuit. 10 kilometers distant from the theater of conflict, the earth abruptly quaked. A figure erupted from the soil, his personage besmirched with sanguinary stains, gasping laboriously for breath. Damn it, these 2 individuals were genuine, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. Huang Fifan perceived that his skeletal structure had sustained no fewer than several fractures, prompting him to vociferate curses. Were it not for my ability to transmute injuries, I would have perished on the spot. Damnation, when my powers reach their zenith, I shall crush you all beneath my heel. Achoo, achoo. Two abrupt sneezes caused Huang Fifan, whose bones were already fractured, to groan in agony. He casually activated the communicator upon his chest. You two worthless wastrels, hasten hither immediately. Well, we are currently unable to traverse the distance. Hong Yin demurred with some difficulty. Damnation, did you genuinely believe that our fraternal bond equated to true brotherhood? The two contemptible individuals dared to contravene the agreement, and the infuriated Huang Fifan wished he could strike them dead. It's not good, Master Huang. Numerous assessment participants are seeking you, seemingly with the intent to eliminate you. What? Eliminate me? Huang Fifan chuckled in exasperation. He had never heard anyone, besides the prominent families, speak with such audacity. It's true. I inquired, and it appears they claim you orchestrated a scheme to deceive them of their energy course. Hong Yin cautiously revealed the reason. Deceive them? Preposterous. Even if I were to openly seize them, so what? I would even slay them. Huang Fifan's ribs ached once more from the vexation. Since they allege I deceived them, then enlighten me as to what transpired. Chapter 18. A singular ability. After listening to Hong Yan's account, Huang Fifan finally comprehended the situation. Damn it. I was manipulated as a pawn, and I was foolishly prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with those two imbeciles. Seething with unappeasable rage, Huang Fifan resolved to locate those four dark-skinned individuals and utterly crush them. Is it possible to find those four? At the time, the four seemed to be heading in a southeasterly direction. Southeasterly direction? Huang Fifan was taken aback. Isn't that the direction of my strategic retreat? Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his arm. The tracker was activated. Did you mention earlier that the person produced something, attesting that he was under my command? Upon hearing Huang Fifan's inquiry, Hong Yin pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it seems to be a bottle. As expected, Huang Fifan scoffed coldly. You two swiftly converge at my location. However, there are no buts. Huang Fifan barked with a sharp tone, beads of sweat forming from the pain. With a crackling sound, gritting his teeth, Huang Fifan forcefully reassembled most of his fractured bones, swallowing several capsules. Soon, the injuries on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Brother Tong, we should be far enough away now. That group should be unable to locate us. Wang Shama exclaimed, his tongue lolling from exhaustion. Let's find a place to rest for a while. With just a day left until the assessment, as long as we endure, we shall remain in first place. Fan Tong observed the leaderboard, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. They had amassed over 10,000 energy cores on this journey, averaging more than 3,000 cores per person, securing their position as the undisputed team leader and even the individual leader. With so many energy cores, I should be able to become a level 3 ability user, Fan Tong declared, producing an energy core and transforming it into a snack, savoring its taste. It seemed that with the frequent use of his abilities, the probability of conjuring the corresponding food from his imagination was increasing. Becoming a level 3 ability user is not as simple as it seems. Wang Jingjing reminded Fan Tong, cradling energy core snacks in her hands. This left him in a state of perplexity. Surely, as long as one's internal abilities are stored, wouldn't it naturally lead to a breakthrough once a certain level is reached? Upon hearing this, Wang Jingjing nodded, yet soon shook her head in disagreement. Although that may be the case, have you not noticed something peculiar about Xiaoshan? Peculiar? Fan Tong turned to observe Xiaoshan, scrutinizing her closely, eventually pausing at her slightly more pronounced curves, blinking in surprise. There is nothing peculiar. She is merely a little rounder, perhaps a tad larger, and slightly more perky. Bah, you lecher. Wang Jingjing chastised Fan Tong with a sharp rap on the head, indignantly exclaiming, Am I lacking in any way? She puffed out her chest defiantly but quickly realized her folly, exclaiming in exasperation, I meant for you to observe her ability attributes. Ability attributes? Fan Tong prompted Xiaoshan to demonstrate slightly, and soon, comprehension dawned upon him. Are you suggesting that achieving a level 3 ability grants one some sort of special attribute? While that statement held some truth, it was more accurate to say that one must perceive a certain attribute to ascend to a level 3 ability. Wang Jingjing slowly elucidated the necessary conditions for becoming a level 3 ability user. First, during the promotion, one must wait until the internal energy storage reaches the peak state of a level 2 ability, at which point no further absorption is possible. Second, one must sense their own ability attributes. Thirdly, one must transmute their extraordinary abilities into the attributes they sense. For it is this transformation that renders one a true wielder of such powers. Of course, one may opt not to transform these attributes, however. Their offensive capabilities may suffer significantly as a result. After listening to Wang Jingjing's words, Fan Tong grasped the concept, reminiscent of the spiritual roots described in certain novels. With this understanding, he resolved to absorb the energy cores and amass his extraordinary powers. Filled with confidence, Fan Tong believed that once he had sufficiently gathered these energies, he would effortlessly discern the attributes of his powers. The four of them quickly established a temporary abode on the spot. After sorting the energy cores, Fan Tong gazed at the pile before him with unwavering assurance. One by one, he consumed the energy cores, occasionally transforming them into snacks to vary the flavor. Images of himself wielding his transformed powers and wreaking havoc danced vividly in his mind. However, as time passed, a grave expression began to cloud Fan Tong's features. And Wang Jingjing and the others looked on with concern. Wang Xiaoma gulped nervously and incredulously inquired, "Tong Go, you must have consumed at least over 1,000 energy cores by now. Are you still not satiated?" In response, Fan Tong merely shook his head, silently continuing his consumption. Within his perception, his extraordinary powers seemed to be continually ascending, and the hue of these powers began to shift from a light blue to a deep blue. Yet, upon reaching a certain threshold, his powers unexpectedly transformed into a transparent state, rendering them indiscernible to the naked eye. "Look," Fan Tong declared, extending his hand. Where a sphere of extraordinary energy materialized, its potency significantly greater than before. "What are you looking at? There is nothing here." Wang Xiaoma glanced at Fan Tong's palm, and then at Fan Tong himself, feeling as though her mind was insufficiently sharp. "Your ability seems somewhat peculiar." Wang Jingjing pondered for a long while before finally uttering two words. In her understanding, she had never encountered a situation quite like Fan Tong's. "Sister Jingjing, what kind of ability does Tong Gu possess? I have never heard of such a thing." Although Xiao Shan could not see, she could distinctly sense the power in Fan Tong's hands and the almost imperceptible aura of a level 3 ability user emanating from him. "I am unsure, but it appears he is on the verge of becoming a level 3 ability user." Wang Jingjing shook her head, her brows furrowing in concern. "However, an ordinary person only needs to absorb 1 or 200 energy cores to achieve completeness and thus comprehend their ability attribute. Fan Tong has absorbed nearly several times that amount, yet he still does not seem complete. This exceeds my understanding. Perhaps humanity has yet to hear of the emergence of a new ability." "Oh, does that mean I am truly a prodigious talent?" the glutton remarked with a hint of pride. "Do not rejoice too soon. Abilities that have never been heard of can possess both advantages and disadvantages." Wang Jingjing retorted bluntly. "The emergence of a new ability, which has never been documented in human history, may signify the advent of an entirely new system of abilities. Isn't that wonderful? The emergence of a new ability system would only serve to strengthen humanity." Wang Xiaoma observed Fan Tong with a spark of excitement in her eyes. "To my astonishment, Wang Xiaoma, find myself witnessing the rise of a remarkable individual who is pioneering a new system of extraordinary abilities. The esteemed figure requests support." "Ah, such words. We are brothers. After all, what does it matter about support? We must cultivate our talents discreetly." Although Fan Tong waved her hand in refusal, her face was beaming with joy, and then her tone shifted. Chapter 19. The Puzzlement of Huang Fifan. "How about this? From now on, you shall call me father, and I shall call you son." Fan Tong chuckled mischievously. Wang Xiaoma responded, "Oh, then let it be," pouting his lips and shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Could you two allow me to finish speaking first?" Wang Jingjing, exasperated, stepped forward and gave each of them a light tap on the head, the sharp sound resonating like two unripe melons, instantly dispelling their fanciful thoughts. Furthermore, this implies that the uncharted path ahead must be navigated solely through one's own exploration. Wang Jingjing's voice grew increasingly grave, her gaze revealing a hint of concern. She paused momentarily before continuing. "Throughout the journey of growth, history is replete with accounts of predecessors who, in establishing systems of extraordinary abilities, faced complete disintegration." "My goodness, is it truly that severe?" Fan Tong swallowed hard, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of being obliterated by his own powers. The scene was too horrifying. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, he perceived it as an experiment and a challenge, akin to the trials he faced in his previous life. During experiments, failure, though daunting, only intensified his yearning for success. "In light of this, I shall take a leap of faith. Should I succeed, I shall be deemed a genius. If I fail, please remember to find me a place by the sea and set me adrift." With newfound determination, Fan Tong once again entered a frenzied state of absorption. akin to a famished beast devouring energy nuclei as though they were mere sweets. Gradually, Fan Tong felt his body becoming extraordinarily light, as if he were a feather, ready to take flight at any moment. An otherworldly power began to surge from his mouth and nose, yet despite this, a sense of completeness eluded him. The body's yearning for power resembled an insatiable abyss, an endless void that could never be filled. "Brother Tong, please don't do this. I'm terrified," Wang Xiaoma stammered, swallowing hard as he involuntarily stepped back. Watching as Fan Tong's form swelled, he resembled a bomb on the verge of detonation. Witnessing this, Wang Jingjing felt a surge of urgency, desperate to intervene and halt Fan Tong's reckless resolve. However, she was taken aback to find that an energy barrier had inexplicably formed around Fan Tong, firmly isolating the three of them from him. How could this be? Wang Jingjing pressed against the energy barrier, her hands pounding frantically, but no matter how she struck or hammered, it proved futile. At that moment, Fan Tong seemed to be lost in the realm of his powers, utterly oblivious to the world outside. He felt enveloped in a warm sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring, and the world around him appeared as if viewed through a kaleidoscope of colors after consuming a hallucinogenic mushroom. Vibrant and within arm's reach. How delightful, Fan Tong mused, perceiving that he could arrange and combine his powers at will, conjuring forth an array of delectable creations. As a yellow third-level energy core was swallowed, a sense of satisfaction washed over, prompting a gradual cessation of the consuming action. Meanwhile, Huang Fifan, who had been waiting patiently, found that his injuries had fully healed. He stretched his limbs, the joints cracking audibly. Finally restored, he thought. Now I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. A cold glint flickered in Huang Fifan's eyes. Have you located their hiding place? His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of cruelty. Upon hearing this, Hong Yin hurried forward, presenting the marked wristwatch back to Huang Fifan. A glance revealed it to be a mere 5 kilometers from their current position. Excellent. Once we are out, I shall enhance your resources by 10%. At this, Hong Yin beamed with delight, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Thank you, elder brother. His voice dripped with honeyed flattery. As for you, if you assist me in eliminating that mongrel, I may consider sparing your sister. Huang Fifan glanced at Wang Lei, whose demeanor remained impassive, yet his words stirred a flicker of emotion within the previously stoic expression. Without a trace of hesitation, Wang Lei asserted resolutely, I shall give my utmost effort, and I trust you will honor your promise. Haha, naturally. Huang Fifan replied with a smile full of significance as they set off towards the marked location. Before long, the trio sensed the fluctuations of supernatural abilities emanating from Fan Tong and his 3 companions, but among them was one presence that felt distinctly peculiar. It was an inexplicable power, one they had never encountered before, leaving them baffled and intrigued. Upon approaching, Huang Fifan surveyed the scene, noticing that the other 3 were all gazing intently at one of the men. Eldest brother, that Sudan appears to be their leader. A level 2 medhuman currently augmenting his abilities, his combat prowess uncertain. The 2 women are a level 3 lightning medhuman with moderate combat skills, and a level 2 medhuman with average fighting ability. And that Knoll is a bestial type, with negligible combat strength. Hong Yin delineated the quartet one by one. Much to Huang Fifan's delight, he regarded Fan Tong and his companions with the predatory gaze one reserves for lambs ripe for slaughter. As he listened, a sardonic smile played upon Huang Fifan's lips. Baseborn remains baseborn, even if they ascend to level 3 medhuman status. He then pointed menacingly at Fan Tong, snarling. This one is mine. The rest are yours to deal with. I intend to thoroughly torment this cur, who not only dared to pilfer from me but also besmirched my reputation. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding sand stirred and swirled into a frenzied tempest. The distinct and familiar emanation of power jolted Wang Jingjing and the others back to reality. It's you, Wang Jingjing exclaimed, her countenance shifting as she turned, ushering Wang Xiaoma and Xiaoshan to shield Fan Tong. You will all stand aside. I will dispatch Sudan first. As for you, they will entertain you quite nicely. Huang Fifan bellowed with laughter, as the sandstorm coalesced into a colossal vortex, buffeting Wang Jingjing and her companions, obscuring their vision and whipping their hair wildly. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted from the heart of the tempest, materializing abruptly into view. Beware! With a thunderous shout, Wang Jingjing's urgent voice startled Wang Xiaoma into instinctively leaping up. Accompanied by a resounding boom, the ground turned ashen black. What the hell? An ambush? You infuriate me to no end. Startled by the sudden fright, Wang Xiaoma instantly transformed into a colossal canine form, resembling a small vehicle, baring its teeth and growling ominously. "Oh woo. Taste my bite." The massive dog charged directly into the storm. "Don't go." Just as Wang Jingjing attempted to intervene, she found herself obstructed by Huang Fifin's avatar standing before her. With a thud, the sand avatar swung its fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Its force compelling Wang Jingjing to barely defend herself. "Sister Jingjing, I'm here to assist you." Xiao Shan, surrounded by electric currents, gathered a bolt of lightning in her hands. A silver serpent shot forth. Sheila. It sliced through the sandstorm like a shooting star. Suddenly, a purple arc of electricity emerged from the distance, colliding with it. Chapter 20. Huang Fifin's misfortune. Again, with a resounding crash, the two lightning powers clashed and simultaneously dissipated. "Your opponent is me." Wang Lei emerged calmly from the swirling storm. "Sharing the same lightning abilities, I am most curious to see if your lightning can surpass mine." As she gazed at the man before her, Xiao Shan's expression turned grave. She sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, far beyond what she, a newly minted level 3 ability user, could contend with. It seemed her only option was to stall him. "Please wake up, Tong." Xiao Shan steeled herself internally, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. How infuriating. Beholding Huang Fifin's inexorable approach, Wang Jingjing found herself impotent, her gaze fraught with trepidation and ire. "Awaken, Fan Tong," she cried out, her voice imbued with anguish. Yet it was mercilessly drowned out by the tempestuous sandstorm. "A futile struggle," Huang Fifin scoffed, casting a contemptuous glance upon the trio. "I have forewarned you. My possessions are not to be pilfered with such impunity." With these words, he advanced towards Fan Tong, his gaze fixated upon the Nok Hong bottle nestled beside him. Yet, as Huang Fifin traversed the sandy vortex, intent on reaching Fan Tong, he was taken aback to discover that Fan Tong appeared utterly impervious to the effects of the sandstorm. On the contrary, a look of utter contentment adorned Fan Tong's visage, and murmurs of how pleasurable escaped his lips, igniting a sense of disdain within Huang Fifin's breast. "Insolent cur." Incensed, Huang Fifin abruptly raised his hand, and in a fleeting moment, conjured 4 stone spears, aiming them at Fan Tong's extremities. Swish, swish. "No!" Wang Jingjing shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation as she watched the stone spears hurtle forth, yet she remained powerless to intervene. "Ah ha ha ha. You shall bear witness to his agonizing demise at my hands." Such is the fate of thieves. However, just as Huang Fifin believed his triumph was at hand, he beheld the stone spears seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier. The anticipated scene of blood splattering never materialized. "What transpires?" Huang Fifin queried, perplexed. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to probe the air before him. Suddenly, his palm recoiled as if scorched by fire or jolted by electricity, accompanied by a potent counterforce that sent him staggering backward, his arm throbbing with pain and tingling with numbness. What manner of sorcery is this? A profound sense of unease surged within him. He had never encountered such a peculiar method of ascending to the 3rd tier of abilities. Steadying himself, he once again focused his powers, this time orchestrating a dance of his hands to conjure dozens of sturdier stone spears, all aimed menacingly at Fan Tong. "Die!" Huang Fifin bellowed, unleashing control over all the spears, which surged forth with the might to shatter stone, hurtling towards Fan Tong. However, at the very moment the spears were about to make contact with Fan Tong, the ability barrier erupted in a dazzling radiance. Within this brilliance, the spears were disassembled and reformed, transforming into crystalline javelins that plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Jingjing, Wang Xiaoma, and Xiao Shan found themselves in an intense confrontation with Hong Yan, Wang Lei, and Huang Fifin's sand avatar. Wang Xiaoma, amidst the swirling sandstorm, charged recklessly. Although merely a 2nd-tier ability wielder, his extraordinary speed enabled him to momentarily hinder the 3rd-tier ability user, Hong Yan. Yet, while Hong Yan's fireballs rarely found their mark, those that did inflicted excruciating pain upon Wang Xiaoma, leaving several charred wounds upon his body. The battle between Wang Jingjing and the Sand Avatar also reached a stalemate. The Sand Avatar appeared relentless, launching wave after wave of assaults. Unbeknownst to her, the injuries she sustained accumulated, and she sensed that, as a 2nd-tier ability wielder, the Sand Avatar could easily extinguish her life, yet it chose instead to torment her slowly. Meanwhile, the lightning duel between Xiao Shan and Wang Lei raged on, with both continuously unleashing potent electrical powers, filling the air with the acrid scent of singed matter. Her body gradually began to feel the strain, and the lightning abilities she emitted dimmed slightly. In contrast, Wang Lei remained stoic, his purple lightning as radiant as it had been from the outset. She could not afford to lose like this. Xiaoshan hastily grabbed a handful of energy core snacks and popped them into her mouth. Instantly, she sensed a slight restoration of her powers, which took her by surprise. She had merely approached it with a mindset of experimentation, not expecting the energy core snacks to genuinely replenish her strength. She shouted to share her discovery with Wang Jingjing and Wang Xiaoma, who promptly followed suit, eagerly consuming their own handfuls of energy core snacks and crunching away. Before long, they indeed felt their powers rejuvenating, and their injuries seemed to be healing as well. Observing Xiao Shan's distraction during their battle, Wang Lei felt a flicker of displeasure. It was best to resolve this quickly. As he spoke, his energy began to coalesce. And Xiao Shan noticed his movements, her heart tightening. She stuffed another handful of energy core snacks into her mouth, then concentrated, mobilizing all her internal powers. With her hands raised high, electric arcs swirled around her, forming a colossal sphere of lightning. The sphere spun rapidly, emitting a hissing sound, akin to a miniature sun on the verge of eruption. With a mighty shout, Xiao Shan propelled the spherical lightning through the swirling dust storm, hurtling towards Wang Lei. Upon witnessing the approaching lightning sphere, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Lei's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. His own hands had also finished gathering energy, and from his joined palms erupted an even thicker bolt of purple lightning. Boom! Two formidable forces collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the entire dust storm, akin to the final nuclear detonation ignited by a little girl selling atomic bombs before her demise. The tremendous shockwave dispersed the surrounding dust. Xiao Shan and Wang Lei were both thrust backwards several meters by this force. Xiao Shan's face turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, while Wang Lei gasped lightly. A look of grave concern etched on his face. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Huang Feifan desperately sought a way to breach Fan Tong's ability barrier. Suddenly, he conceived a brilliant idea: to gather the surrounding dust into a colossal sandball, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, resembling a gigantic meteorite. He controlled the sandball, launching it forcefully against Fan Tong's ability barrier. "Let us see if you can withstand this." Huang Feifan cackled maniacally, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The sandball, propelled by immense inertia, collided violently with the barrier, producing a deep, resounding thud that made the ground tremble. However, to Huang Feifan's despair, although the ability barrier trembled violently in the air, it remained unbroken. At that moment, Fan Tong, within the confines of the barrier, seemed to sense the fierce battle outside. He slowly opened his eyes, absorbing all abilities into his body, causing the barrier to dissipate. The instant his eyes widened, he was confronted by the sight of the massive sandball plummeting rapidly, startling him. What the hell? Where did such a gigantic dung ball come from? Instinctively raising his hand, a transparent ability struck the sandball, instantly transforming it into a crystal sphere that rebounded sharply. No, this is impossible. Huang Feifan gazed in terror at the approaching crystal ball, sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying force emanating from it. Chapter 21. The Fusion of Abilities. At that moment, he could not have anticipated that Fan Tong would suddenly awaken. He had just expended most of his powers to assault that invisible barrier. There was no strength left to obstruct it, and it was already too late to evade. No. In a desperate cry, just as he was about to be crushed by the crystal ball, he suddenly recalled his final trump card. He swiftly retrieved a peculiar energy sphere from his pocket, which seemed to be a blend of various abilities, exuding an aura of danger. He hurled it towards the crystal ball, and upon contact, a tremendous explosion erupted. As the dust gradually settled, the four onlookers were astonished to find that Huang Feifan had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. He fled. Wang Jingjing glanced at Fan Tong in confusion. What transpired? Fan Tong, still somewhat dazed, only began to comprehend the situation after hearing Wang Jingjing's account. It was Huang Feifan who had come with two subordinates to find the four of them. So they had fled. So be it. Are you all right? Turning to Wang Jingjing and the others, he assessed their injuries. We are fine, merely sustaining minor wounds, thanks to the energy snacks you provided. Wang Jingjing forced a smile through the pain. It's my fault. Had I awakened sooner, you probably wouldn't have been injured. The underachiever felt a pang of guilt. Brother Tong, this is not your fault. You were striving to enhance your strength. Wang Xiaoma, transformed back into human form, grinned widely. Indeed. If it weren't for your remarkable strength, Tong, which allowed you to repel Huang Feifan, we might not have been able to escape very far. Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Xiaoma's words. Let us move to another location. Given the commotion earlier, it is likely that a considerable number of people will be drawn here. Fan Tong surveyed the surroundings and realized that this place was no longer suitable for rest, leading the group of three away swiftly. Shortly thereafter, as Fan Tong had surmised, several examination candidates soon surrounded the vicinity, many of whom appeared quite aggressive, clearly harboring ill intentions. This surge of extraordinary abilities, it must be Huang Fifan, Li Zi, Fang Jian, and others also gathered in the area. It seems they have encountered someone as well, and neither side has gained the upper hand. Fang Jian leisurely sipped his drink, yet his mind remained exceptionally alert. With just a glance, he deduced that both parties were evenly matched. Oh? Are you suggesting that members of other families have entered to participate in the assessment with us? Li Zi regarded Fang Jian, his eyes reflecting curiosity. I cannot say for certain. It is a possibility indeed. After all, not everyone possesses the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Huang Fifan. Fang Jian cast a meaningful glance at the crystallized spears, having distanced themselves from the heart of the battlefield. Fan Tong and the others found a more concealed refuge to rest. During this respite, Fan Tong began to explore the attributes of his extraordinary abilities. He discovered that his extraordinary ability was far more complex than merely creating food. He could also absorb various attribute cores and merge and transform the absorbed powers to produce even more delectable dishes. Moreover, the success rate escalated dramatically, almost whenever he concentrated. He could successfully conjure the food he envisioned. However, this manifestation seemed to be bound by certain constraints, such as the fact that the cores could only transform into candy. While Fan Tong was deep in thought, images of various powers merging suddenly materialized in his mind. He realized he could blend different abilities. Yet he currently lacked the attribute cores. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the meat of the iron-armored chapter beast along with a core, hoping for success. Silently, he contemplated as he held the meat and the core in each hand, accompanied by a faint white glow. The meat and core began to merge slowly. Sister, look quickly, Wang Shama exclaimed, tugging at Wang Jingjing's arm, utterly astonished. Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan were equally bewildered upon witnessing the scene. Before them, after the fusion, a dish materialized in Fan Tong's hand. A genuine dish, stir-fried squid. The flavors instantly elevated. Fan Tong savored the aroma of the squid, mingling with Sichuan pepper and chili. Crafted to perfection akin to a 5-star chef's creation. Brother Tong, what dish is this? Can we eat it? Wang Shama asked, his nose irresistibly drawn towards the enticing scent. Come, let us taste it. Fan Tong handed over the delicacy, and under the eager gazes of the three, Wang Shama cautiously pinched a piece of squid flesh and placed it in his mouth. At the moment it touched his tongue, a rich sauce flooded his palate, followed by a tingling sensation of spiciness. With another chew, the delightful and springy texture left Wang Shama utterly captivated. Moreover, as he swallowed, the latent energy from the third-level corpse beast began to heal his injuries at an astonishing rate. Could it truly rival rapid regeneration? Wang Shama was taken aback by the speed of his recovery. Tong, you are indeed my savior, he exclaimed, yearning for another bite. Only to be firmly restrained by Fan Tong. Just one taste is sufficient. Now it's the lady's turn. Oh, fine. Wang Shama reluctantly turned back to gaze longingly at the plate of squid. Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan, witnessing Wang Shama's exaggerated reaction, were initially incredulous. Yet, the alluring aroma ignited their appetites, and soon they disregarded their images, devouring the dish voraciously. The moment they swallowed, astonishment filled their eyes as they exchanged glances with Fan Tong. To their disbelief, the dish indeed possessed rapid regenerative properties. Wang Jingjing felt her pain dissipating swiftly, indicating her injuries were healing at an extraordinary pace, and it seemed effective even for third-level abilities. Xiao Shan experienced a similar sensation. Is it really that incredible? Fan Tong observed the trio, savoring a piece himself. The flavor was indeed delightful, but it appeared devoid of any regenerative effects for him. Could it be that my lack of injuries renders me unable to perceive it? After indulging in a few more pieces, the craving for food was momentarily satisfied. Yet the desired effect remained elusive. Consequently, the stir-fried squid was surrendered to the three companions for their consumption. Subsequently, Fan Tong attempted several times, only to discover that the dishes he prepared consistently bore this peculiar effect. However, when his body was uninjured, he felt nothing. Upon merging the energy core with other ingredients, he found that none exhibited the same rapid regeneration properties. It became evident that this extraordinary regeneration seemed to be an inheritance of the abilities from the level 3 iron-armored beast. He pondered what the outcome would be if he utilized the flesh of other corpse beasts. At present, Fan Tong lacked sufficient food materials, compelling him to abandon further experimentation. Meanwhile, On the opposite side of the battlefield, Huang Fifan, along with Hong Yin and Wang Lei, appeared in a state of disarray amidst the ruins. Chapter 22. Bounty. Huang Fifan, battered by the violent explosion, appeared in tatters, resembling a beggar. His body bore numerous wounds, some embedded with tiny shards of crystal, inflicting excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he painstakingly extracted the crystal fragments from his body. Both Hong Yin and Wang Lei were also adversely affected by the fierce explosion. Hong Yin lay prostrate nearby, her crimson hair in disarray, her eyes filled with terror. Wang Lei knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Huang Fifan's face contorted in agony. At this moment, he had irrevocably placed Su Dan on his list of targets to eliminate. Find those assessment candidates deceived by Su Dan, he commanded, and inform them that the young master of the Huang family invites them to join forces in vanquishing that scoundrel who has wronged them. Relay the message that anyone capable of eliminating that squad will be appointed as the captain of my Huang family's guard, with threefold resources allocated for their cultivation over 3 years. Elder brother, isn't that excessive? Hong Yin furrowed her brow, as this offer nearly matched the resources stipulated in their agreement, causing her some discomfort. She recalled how she and Wang Lei were coerced into joining Huang Fifan's team, which led to the so-called cooperation agreement. Now, Huang Fifan, in a fit of pique, was casually extending such preferential treatment to others. Am I the captain, or are you? Huang Fifan cast a sidelong glance at Hong Yin, immediately causing her to lower her head, avoiding his gaze. You are. I'll disseminate the news at once. With that, Hong Yin hastily departed, joining Wang Lei in spreading the word. Once Hong Yin and Wang Lei had left, Huang Fifan sat alone amidst the ruins, his heart filled with resentment, his hands clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Su Dan, I don't care who sent you to disrupt the Huang family's plans. I'll ensure your demise. Meanwhile, Fan Tong and the others recuperated from their injuries, reflecting on the recent battle and contemplating Huang Fifan's next move. Given Huang Fifan's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek retribution by any means necessary. Brother Tong, what should we do? Wang Shama asked, his face etched with worry. Fan Tong looked up towards the horizon, his eyes gleaming with resolve. We certainly cannot afford to sit idly by. Focus on enhancing your strength. With only 1 day remaining, we simply need to weather this final storm. Wang Jingjing approached and handed Fan Tong a bottle of water. While it was acceptable to delay, one must remain vigilant against any tricks he might employ. Accepting the water, Fan Tong took a sip and nodded thoughtfully. I suspect he will seek out those assessment candidates we have deceived, inciting them to unite against us. Upon hearing Fan Tong's words, Shashan could not help but furrow her brow. What if those candidates discover the truth and truly align with him against us? What shall we do? Wang Jingjing regarded Fan Tong with an air of calmness and a confident smile, quickly realizing the implications. It seems you already have a strategy in mind, she remarked. Indeed, Jingjing understands my intentions well. Fan Tong replied with a mischievous grin, prompting an eye roll from Wang Jingjing. Just wait and see. If they dare to come at us, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Meanwhile, as Fan Tong and her companions deliberated their tactics, Hong Yin and Wang Lei, leveraging the influence of the Huang family, promptly located several assessment candidates. Is anyone among you deceived into betting on the assessment? Hong Yin stepped forward, donning a congenial smile. I am the villain of the Huang family. Young Master Huang Fifan has sent us to seek you out. Upon hearing that they were from Huang Fifan, the candidates instinctively considered taking action, yet restrained themselves due to the Huang family's formidable reputation. Some of the candidates, filled with suspicion, inquired, what does Huang Fifan want with us? Could it be that he is fearful, or perhaps has had a change of heart, wishing to return what was deceitfully taken from us? Instantly, a flurry of discussion erupted among the candidates. Advancing forward, Wang Lei emanated the aura of a level 3 ability user, instantaneously silencing the crowd. Hearken to me, everyone, he declared. I have ascertained the facts. The individual in question is named Su Dan, merely a level 2 ability user. In truth, he has deceived you all. Our young Master Huang is not acquainted with him, and the spatial artifact was pilfered by him. Young Master Huang has resolved to assist you in eradicating them. However, owing to the cunning nature of their team, he seeks to enlist your aid in capturing them. A bounty has been established, detailed as follows. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, the students commenced a flurry of discussion. So that is the truth of the matter. I surmise that young Master Huang had no need for our meager energy course. Why else would he abscond? In that case, I am willing to enlist in the punitive expedition. I shall accompany you as well. A student with a dubious countenance eagerly stepped forward. Even if it were not for young Master Huang's patronage, Su Duan deserves to perish. Upon hearing such brazen words, some curled their lips in disdain. If you desire it, simply admit it. There is no need for such sanctimonious pretexts. Well, I am purely motivated by assisting the victimized students. After all, we are all struggling. This elicited a chorus of jeers from the surrounding crowd. Of course, you are welcome, Wang Lei responded. Young Master Huang has declared that whosoever slays Su Duan shall receive substantial cultivation from the Huang family. Observing the students taking the bait, Hong Yin and Wang Lei secretly reveled in their success, as more and more assessment students joined. A punitive expedition of over 100 individuals was swiftly assembled to target Su Duan. Meanwhile, Fan Tong and his companions sensed an ominous atmosphere pervading the air. If you have beheld Wang Shama in person, venture forth and scout the situation. Indeed, Wang Shama responded without hesitation, departing from their sanctuary, only to swiftly return. Calamity! A multitude advances in our direction. It is rumored that a bounty has been placed upon us. Have they discovered our whereabouts so expeditiously? Mused. Taken aback by the disparity between reality and expectation, abruptly, as if struck by a revelation, pointed towards the opponent's person. Huang Fifan must have affixed a locator to this, thus facilitating our swift discovery. Scrutinized the intently, finally understanding why, despite the expansive nature of the assessment grounds, they invariably encountered Huang Fifan. It seemed this vessel was indeed undesirable. In that case, let us return it to its rightful owner, declared with a profound smile. He resolved to take the initiative to confront the assessment participants and offer an explanation. Emerging from their refuge, he swiftly encountered the punitive expedition, only to be met with a barrage of hostile gazes. You dare present yourself willingly to meet your demise. One of the students bellowed furiously. Su Duan, you charlatan. Today, I shall claim your life. However, with a flourish of his hand, a multitude of crystallized cores materialized before the assembly, leaving them momentarily bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 23. Huang Fifan's frustration. The once clamorous scene descended into a state of tranquility. This sudden turn of events left Huang Fifan and his companions, who were observing from a distance, utterly perplexed. They could not fathom why the initially fervent crowd had fallen into silence. At that moment, before the assembly of examination candidates, Fan Tong raised her hand to signal for calm. Please, let us not act impulsively. Allow me to explain. The truth is, it is Huang Fifan who has deceived you all. These energy cores are merely a ploy he forced upon me to orchestrate this ruse. If I did not comply with his demands, he threatened to kill me. Reluctantly, I acquiesced. When I intended to hand over the energy cores to him, I was shocked to discover he sought to silence me permanently. In a desperate bid, I managed to reclaim the empty bottle of energy cores and have since been evading capture. As she spoke, Fan Tong forced tears from her eyes, her expression a poignant portrayal of anguish. However, since we are all here now, let this serve as a testament. I have gathered all the energy cores into this bottle, and you may distribute them as you see fit. With that, she collected a towering heap of energy cores into the empty bottle and began to stash an assortment of energy snacks into her backpack. As the crowd of candidates began to waver in their belief, Fan Tong seized the moment to further her narrative. Look at that scoundrel Huang Fifan. He is brazen and overbearing in his daily demeanor, yet now he dares not face us, for he fears exposure. Outside the throng, as Huang Fifan approached, he overheard Fan Tong's vitriolic insults, branding him a scoundrel, inciting a furious rage within him. How dare you insult me? You seek death, he bellowed, lunging forward. This sudden display of aggression sent Fan Tong into a tremor, and in a panic, she hurled the empty bottle away, repeatedly pleading, Do not kill me. Do not kill me. The energy cores are right here. Huang Fifan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, instinctively catching the empty bottle. As he glanced at Fan Tong's subservient posture, his confusion deepened. Before he could utter a word, the crowd around them began to stir. Could it be that what he said was true? The onlookers, witnessing Fan Tong pleading on the ground, were left uncertain about whom to believe. Humph, now you know fear. Huang Fifan coldly addressed Fan Tong. Su Duan, it seems you have some sense. However, you shall still meet your demise. With that, he began to conjure a stone spear, intent on striking Fan Tong down. Stop. Suddenly, a burly man with a thick beard leaped from the crowd, exuding a formidable aura characteristic of a level 3 supernatural being. It had long been rumored that a young master from the Huang family was arrogant and overbearing, and today, this rumor was confirmed. Who are you? Huang Fifan squinted, sensing that this man was equally formidable. You need not concern yourself with my identity. But your coercion of others to obtain energy cores followed by your intent to eliminate them is utterly reprehensible. I cannot fathom why anyone would be foolish enough to follow a person like you, Duan Yuan stated, slowly removing the massive sword from his back and driving it into the ground with a resounding thud, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Fifan and his companions. Dare to obstruct me, and you shall share the same fate. Huang Fifan, having lost all patience, summoned his yellow sand armor, unleashing his full power in an instant. Duan Yuan's expression turned serious, yet he refused to back down, raising his colossal sword to strike at Huang Fifan. However, upon mere contact, he immediately sensed the terrifying abilities of Huang Fifan, which sent a jolt of numbness through his hands, forcing him to retreat several paces before he could finally halt. In contrast, Huang Fifan merely stepped back 2 paces, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their strengths. Seeking death, with a cold snort, Huang Fifan called out, "Aren't the two of you going to make a move?" As the situation began to spiral into chaos, Fang Jian hurriedly arrived to observe the spectacle. It seemed to grow increasingly entertaining. He occasionally sipped from a small flask, treating the assessment as if it were an excursion for leisure. Not far away, Li Zi was also covertly observing. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him, for he harbored a peculiar illusion that the individual named Su Duan was not genuinely afraid. Rather, it appeared as though he were acting. Yes, acting. A sense of foreboding arose within Li Zi. Just then, a voice pierced through the crowd, shouting, "Run! Huang Fifan has set a trap here, intending to ensnare us all." What? The gathered assessment candidates turned towards the source of the cry. Yet they remained unaware of who had shouted it. However, just as those words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted. A dozen black skulls were hurled forth, and Huang Fifan's expression sharpened. With no time to explain, he swiftly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris erupted around them, clouding everyone's vision. "You possess extraordinary strength." "What? Your prowess?" Duan Yuan was perplexed, yet before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Fan Tong. "Thank you for your valiant intervention. Some matters shall be addressed once we are safe." At that moment, outside, trouble. Li Zi's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He turned and fled, closely pursued by 3 companions. Fang Jian, too, spewed forth his drink, showing no hesitation as he swiftly directed his flying sword towards the distance. Even further away, Jin Bao's lips curled in dismay, prompting him to make a hasty retreat, his corpulent form jiggling as he ran, yet surprisingly agile. He quickly covered a distance of 2 miles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Huang Fifan, at the epicenter of the explosion, was engulfed in sheer terror. With a cry of despair, his voice was instantly drowned out by the thunderous detonation, and an unprecedented power surged forth from his being, gradually vanishing amidst the ferocious blast. Numerous exam participants unleashed their hidden strengths to counter this terrifying explosion, but most were caught off guard, unable to react in time, ultimately meeting their demise alongside Huang Fifan in a cloud of ash. Fan Tong led Duan Yuan to a concealed cave, where Duan Yuan gazed at Fan Tong in astonishment, as if beholding a creature of legend. "Who exactly are you? Was that commotion you're doing? And your strength?" Duan Yuan bombarded him with questions. Fan Tong chuckled softly, brushing off the dust from his attire. "My dear friend, do not be in such haste. Listen to me carefully." After the explosion, within the hallowed halls of the 10th Submarine Dragon School, the examination room, a group of invigilating teachers suddenly noticed that numerous names of the assessment candidates were dimming. The solemn atmosphere of the examination room was abruptly shattered, plunging it into chaos. The chief instructor, Uli, gazed at the fading names, his heart brimming with anxiety and shock. His towering figure could not resist taking a few steps forward, as though attempting to reconfirm the situation. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 24. 2/3 report to the director. Nearly 2/3 of the assessment candidates are deceased. One young teacher's voice trembled, his complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as the recording device in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. Uli abruptly turned, his gaze piercing, directed at the surrounding teachers, and commanded with thunderous authority, "Quickly investigate. Ensure that we ascertain what transpired in the examination room within the hour." His voice resonated throughout the examination chamber, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Upon hearing his command, the teachers sprang into action, some swiftly retrieved communication devices, attempting to contact the specific overseers of the assessment venue, while others hurried towards the monitoring room, hoping to uncover clues from the surveillance footage. Uli remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed. Historically, A mortality rate of even 1/10 was considered alarmingly high. Now, shockingly, it has escalated to 2/3. If this situation is not handled with utmost care, it could not only tarnish the reputation of the institution but also trigger a cascade of repercussions. Should the school lose its qualification to assess students, those involved would be compelled to resign voluntarily. In the monitoring room of the assessment venue, the technical staff were frantically operating the equipment. They rapidly switched between surveillance feeds, only to discover that the monitors had been tampered with at some unknown point. For an extended duration, the footage had been stuck on a loop, and they failed to notice it. Once the signal was restored, the chaotic scene of the explosion came into view, shrouded in smoke and debris, rendering the specifics utterly unclear. What on earth is happening? Why is the footage so indistinct? One teacher anxiously pounded the control panel. How could this be? It seems our surveillance system has been compromised. After much hesitation, the teacher in charge of monitoring decided to disclose the suspicion of tampering. Tampered with? Could it be an attack? Is the death of the assessment students part of a conspiracy? Numerous teachers began to grasp the gravity of the situation, exchanging glances that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Regardless of the source of the problem, this was beyond their capacity to rectify. Just as panic began to envelop them, a teacher responsible for communications finally managed to reach the surviving students at the assessment site. He hurriedly handed the communication device to Uli, who seized it with urgency and inquired, "Hello? Classmates, what exactly transpired on your end?" A feeble voice emanated from the communicator. It's Huang Fifan. He laid a trap, planted numerous explosives. Many students didn't have time to react and, Huang Fifan, how dare he commit such an act? What's the situation on your end? Are there any other survivors? I sustained some impact. I'm currently all right. But the others, there aren't many left. Upon hearing this, Uli inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Take care of yourself first. The academy will dispatch a rescue team immediately. After terminating the communication, Uli swiftly made arrangements, organizing a group of seasoned instructors accompanied by medical personnel to promptly proceed to the examination site. Having learned that the surveillance system had also been tampered with, Uli understood that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared, necessitating his personal investigation. Simultaneously, he instructed other instructors to compile a list of the deceased students in preparation for notifying their families. Amidst the ruins of the examination site, Tong and his companions escorted Duan Yuan back to the vicinity of the explosion. Standing amidst the pervasive smoke and dust, Duan Yuan, even with his impaired vision, could surmise the dreadful state of affairs. After a moment of silence, he immediately interrogated Tong. Why didn't you inform them sooner? So many students have perished. Upon hearing this, Tong's countenance remained unchanged, as he nonchalantly stated, You witnessed Huang Fifan's intent to take my life. I had no choice but to act in this manner. Moreover, weren't many of those students after my life and the bounty? Since they intend to kill me, I see no reason to show mercy. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuan felt a twinge of shame. Initially, he had hoped to gain a share of the spoils. Yet, such is fate. Fate? Tong scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Mercy is the greatest insult to this world. Drawing from his extensive experience with countless novels, he understood that in an apocalyptic scenario, one either becomes prey or preys upon others. Even though humanity has managed to establish a semblance of stability, it remains contingent upon strength. Should one falter in power, they are destined to be oppressed to death. You seem to have a point. Duan Yuan found himself at a loss for words. His hands too had been stained with human blood, though his actions were born of necessity. If he lacked the requisite strength, it would indeed spell his own demise. I say, you are already a third-tier ability wielder. Do you not grasp this truth? Tong gazed at Duan Yuan with a hint of exasperation, yet an unexpected revelation from Duan Yuan shed light on his understanding. I have only just turned 18. My father urged me to venture out and broaden my horizons. Duan Yuan sheepishly scratched his head. Tong and the others looked at Duan Yuan in astonishment, taking in his robust physique and the beard adorning his face. You truly appear quite youthful. Tong chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Do you know why I chose to save you? Duan Yuan shook his head. Because you stepped forward, regardless of your motives. I cannot be ungrateful and allow you to perish without cause. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuan was once again taken aback, perceiving it as an act of benevolence. Gazing at Tong's receding figure, Duan Yuan was enveloped in confusion. If not benevolent, then why was I rescued? Observing Duan Yuan's perplexity, Tong offered a smile, refraining from any explanation. As the five individuals conversed, the dust gradually settled, revealing the aftermath of the explosion, a veritable charnel house of mangled remains. Dismembered limbs and pools of viscera were strewn about. Overwhelmed, Wang Xiaoma and the others, despite their consumption of zombified sustenance, felt their stomachs churn. Duan Yuan, in contrast, displayed no outward distress, merely furrowing his brow. Sudan. A familiar voice pierced the air from afar. Fan Tong turned to see Wang Lei and Hong Yan approaching. Wang Lei was supporting Hong Yan, his own arm missing, while Hong Yan's legs were severed, rendering her unconscious. You're alive? Upon recognizing the face, Wang Lei confirmed that it was indeed Sudan, yet he regarded him with disbelief. How are you unscathed? No, this was all your scheme. Wang Lei suddenly realized the truth, his eyes widening with dread as he stared at Sudan. He involuntarily recoiled. But the searing pain from his severed arm caused him to gasp for breath. Though his legs remained intact, they were severely injured, impeding his ability to move swiftly. Panic seized him. He had to escape. He must. Observing their retreating figures, Fan Tong chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems you are not as naive as I thought." Then, turning to the three, it seemed as if she was reminding Duan Yuan, "Do you realize what the most crucial point is?" The four were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Fan Tong's words. It was that one must show no mercy towards enemies. Moreover, Duan Yuan, being with me, would undoubtedly be seen as part of the same faction, untouched and unharmed. Should they exit the examination arena, it would likely provoke retaliation from the Huang family. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuan's mind whirled, momentarily dazed, but soon comprehended Fan Tong's intent. Indeed, my father had also asserted that certain matters must be eradicated at their roots. Duan Yuan appeared to grasp the essence of the principles his father had repeatedly imparted to him during their treks through the apocalypse. Thus, he drew forth the colossal sword from behind, preparing to intercept the two. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind arose, and an unknown black mist enveloped the entire explosion zone. The mist was eerie and dense, imbued with the stench of blood and decay. In an instant, Fan Tong and the five were shrouded in this darkness. Their vision completely obscured, everything before them shrouded in pitch black. What on earth is this? Duan Yuan muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with anxiety and unease. Be cautious, do not stray too far apart, Fan Tong urged, instinctively sensing a looming danger. Wang Jingjing and the others quickly drew closer, tightly trailing behind. Sister, do you think this could be a special assessment from the school? Wang Xiaoma inquired, his eyes darting around, his nose twitching incessantly. Wang Jingjing shook her head, her expression grave. It shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of such a thing before, and there was no warning given at the start of the assessment. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead, unmistakably the voice of Wang Lei. Help! Help! Wang Lei limped frantically towards Fan Tong and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned and poised to act. Abruptly, a bizarre black-red gas emanated from Wang Lei's body, and they beheld in horror as his form rapidly withered before their very eyes, transforming into a lifeless husk. My goodness! Fan Tong's pupils constricted, a chill coursing through her veins. Such an eerie spectacle could only be witnessed in nightmares. The group immediately fell into a state of panic, retreating hastily. Wang Xiaoma was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. From the depths of the dark mist, anguish cries echoed, seemingly belonging to the surviving students, each one succumbing to some malevolent force lurking in the shadows. Retreat! Quickly! Fan Tong shouted, her abilities flaring to life as she conjured an invisible barrier. Something is coming. Duan Yuan tightened his grip on the colossal sword he wielded. Whoosh! Two beams of crimson light shot forth from the black mist with astonishing speed, carrying an aura of annihilation. With a resounding impact, the red light struck against the invisible barrier, the tremendous force jolting Fan Tong and causing a metallic taste to blossom in her mouth. We must withdraw from the range of the black mist. That entity is beyond our capacity to confront. In that fleeting moment of contact, Fan Tong sensed her powers depleting significantly from that single strike. The group swiftly retreated under her lead. Yet, the terrifying entity concealed within the shadows appeared unwilling to relinquish its pursuit of them. Eerie silhouettes flitted through the dark mist, akin to malevolent hands of specters, striving to ensnare them as they advanced relentlessly. Duan Yuan brandished his colossal sword, endeavoring to thwart the onslaught of these shadowy figures. The sword traced glimmers of cold light through the darkness and emitted a muffled thud upon colliding with the shadows. The shadows loomed ominously, and Wang Jingjing, Wang Xiaoma, and Xiao Shan united their extraordinary abilities to repel the encroaching darkness. However, their assaults proved to be of little consequence. as the shadows continued to surge forth unyieldingly. Dodge! Fan Tong shouted, simultaneously fortifying the barrier of their powers, which seemed to evoke a modicum of trepidation in the shadows, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Seizing this opportunity, the five surged forward, swiftly escaping the confines of the inky haze. Fortunately, they found themselves at the periphery of the explosion, allowing them to withdraw expeditiously. Unlike Wang Lei, who was relentlessly pursued, what on earth transpired? The five turned back, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. From an external vantage point, the dark mass resembled an enormous lid, enveloping the entire site of the explosion, with an increasing tendency to expand. The group retreated further, until they had distanced themselves by several miles, at which point they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Did you emerge from within that as well? A somewhat familiar voice resonated from the distance. Fan Tong turned to discern the source, revealing Li Ziyi and Fang Jian, whose teams had also just emerged from the depths of the dark mist. What exactly had transpired? At this moment, Fang Jian ceased his frivolous demeanor, stowing away his wine flask, and gazed gravely at the ominous mass of dark energy looming overhead. None of us comprehended its origin. It simply materialized as a sudden surge of black mist. Fan Tong shook his head, equally perplexed, having only vaguely perceived that the dark energy seemed to emanate from the epicenter of the explosion. I believe I have encountered something akin to this before. Jin Bao, out of nowhere, burst forth, his corpulent form swaying, his expression one of sheer terror. Do you know? The crowd turned towards the chubby Jin Bao, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, I seem to have forgotten the specifics. The assembly fell silent in disbelief. What is the current situation within that haze? Li Ziyi once again directed his gaze towards Fan Tong and the others. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Fan Tong felt there was little left to conceal. It appeared that within the dark mist lurked some form of monstrous entity, striking with remarkable swiftness, numerous in number, and possessing an attack capability surpassing that of a level 3 ability user, perhaps even greater. Furthermore, it had the unnerving ability to absorb human vitality. Upon hearing Fan Tong's account, a sense of unease settled among the group, many of whom had only recently attained level 3 status as ability users. If they were to encounter creatures more formidable than themselves, they would likely meet a dire fate. In light of this, we may need to unite our efforts. The now composed Jin Bao articulated his perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyi concurred with Jin Bao's suggestion. I agree, the dark mist continues to expand, and we cannot ascertain how many monsters may dwell within. Collaboration is our best course of action, otherwise, we risk annihilation. Then I shall join as well. Having retrieved his flask, Fang Jian imbibed a mouthful, as if to quell his trepidation. Both teams had already experienced the bizarre assaults of the creatures within, so uncanny that retaliation proved futile. With the alliance forged, Li Ziyi and his cohort turned their gaze towards Fan Tong's quintet, seemingly awaiting their verdict. As Fan Tong deliberated, from within the all-encompassing darkness, a crisp fracture reverberated, startling the assembly. Amidst the charred earth, a silver-black vial lay dormant, its orifice ceaselessly disgorging a viscous, fetid fluid of ebony hue. Chapter 26. The emergence of the resentful corpse spirit cadaverous remains, aspersed by this ichor, began to emanate a dark miasma, which burgeoned with increasing intensity. Accompanied by the cracking resonance, a minute fissure appeared on the vial's surface, swiftly proliferating into a network of fractures. At last, with a resounding shatter, the vessel imploded. A towering surge of tenebrous vapor erupted forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed like rolling tempest, resounding across the firmament. The eardrums of all present felt as though assailed by a mighty hammer, verging on rupture. An intangible dread instantaneously enveloped everyone in attendance. Dozens of kilometers away, the assembled faculty rescue contingent, composed of the more formidable instructors, instantly perceived a deathly beckoning emanating from afar. These educators, having weathered decades of post-apocalyptic hardship, possessed an acute sensitivity to peril, keenly aware of the ominous pall that had descended upon their hearts. Dire, Uli exclaimed, a sudden disquiet gripping his soul, as he urged his team to accelerate their advance. With an overwhelming aura of extraordinary powers unleashed, a cloud of dust swiftly emerged on the horizon. The nearby individuals, including Fan Tong and others, were engulfed in a palpable sense of terror. In the blink of an eye, a black hemispherical force field enveloping an area of several dozen miles appeared before them. The dark energy seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding incessantly, gradually increasing its coverage. The formidable presence contained within was rapidly surging, leaving Fan Tong and her companions feeling as if they were being scrutinized by some unseen entity, an unsettling sensation washing over them. Let us strike together, without hesitation, and give it our all. Li Ji instantly activated a three-layered combat energy, his fierce battle intent soaring. The three behind him similarly unleashed their extraordinary abilities as golden light entwined around Wan Air, simultaneously coating Li Ji, Li Ren, and Chun Pongzi in a golden sheen. In an instant, their momentum surged once more. Let us engage. Fang Jian, unwilling to be outdone, donned his shimmering armor anew. This time, it was even more dazzling than during his previous confrontation with Huang Fei Fan, as dozens of light swords materialized around him. Human mastery, triple swords. The three enchanting women behind him radiated with extraordinary powers, which then coalesced into tendrils of vapor, absorbed by the light swords, instantly bestowing them with a myriad of colors. Fan Tong sensed the energy within swell exponentially once again. It seemed that their allies were indeed formidable. A moment of contemplation led Fan Tong to clarity. What about us? Wang Xiaoma swallowed hard, her body trembling slightly. Fan Tong gazed at the unfolding phenomenon, despite being flanked by Li Ji, Fang Jian, and Jin Bao's three teams. An increasing sense of unease settled in her heart. Why the days, Sudan? At this moment, Jin Bao was also radiating golden light, a golden abacus materializing in his hand. Seeing all three teams poised to give their all, Fan Tong, however, shook his head, stating with composure, I surmise we should abscond. What? This pronouncement instantly bewildered the three teams. What are you implying? Are you suggesting that 4 teams, 10 level 3 ability users, are incapable of resolving the anomaly within this black miasma? Li Ren's distinctive voice dripped with derision as he addressed Fan Tong and his companions. Please. I only consented to cooperation. If you're intent on courting death, don't involve me. Fan Tong retorted, his lips curling into a dismissive sneer. As a transmigrator, he possessed a profound understanding of the significance of discreetly developing one's strength and avoiding reckless actions. However, observing these youths who had weathered the trials of the apocalypse, they appeared oblivious to the notion that survival was paramount to witnessing the dawn. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong immediately sensed the collective gaze of the three teams, now at full throttle, fixated upon him. Very well, proceed. I shall provide support. Fan Tong conceded, his tone laced with resignation. He was now cognizant that any attempt to flee would be futile, given the inevitability of interception by the three teams. He was thus compelled to reluctantly agree to assume a rearguard position. That's more like it. Humph. Li Ren sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Coward, in that case. Simply observe how we and my beloved Fang will utterly decimate that monster. The three beauties flanking Fang Jian also voiced their disdain for Fan Tong's conduct. Enough talk. Let's proceed. With these words, Fang Jian spearheaded the charge into the black miasma, Li Zi hot on his heels, while Jin Bao lingered behind. Casting a profound glance in Fan Tong's direction, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his gaze, and his figure vanished into the swirling darkness. At the heart of the dark vortex, a terrifying creature seemed to sense something, its furious roars echoing through the air. Suddenly, the tumultuous whirlpool came to an abrupt halt. A thunderous boom resounded as a cacophony of explosive sounds emanated from the black mist. Yet, the tumult was fleeting. Within mere breaths, the sounds of the abilities dissipated. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on the faces of Wang Jingjing and her companions. It seemed they had triumphed. Wang Xiaoma gazed eagerly into the dark haze, anticipating the emergence of Li Ziyi and the others. With so many present, the monster surely could not survive. Xiao Shan raised her fist in jubilation, exclaiming her delight. Wang Jingjing, too, looked ahead with joy, yet at that moment, Fan Tong's expression remained grave, her unease intensifying. Be cautious, they are about to emerge. Once they do, we must flee. What are you saying? Wang Jingjing asked, momentarily taken aback. Before she could utter another word, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the darkness. Then came a series of thuds. Several loud impacts erupted from the black mist, and in quick succession, figures shot forth from the shadows, blood spilling from their mouths. Simultaneously, 3 silhouettes were hurled through the air, crashing down with trails of dark vapor trailing behind them. Fan Tong extended her hand, using her abilities to catch the 3. How could this be? Wang Jingjing's face paled as she recognized the disheveled figures of Li Ziyi, Fang Jian, and Jin Bao. Quick, run. Scarcely had Li Ziyi uttered those words when a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Fang Jian's illusory armor lay shattered, his gaze unsteady, while Jin Bao appeared unscathed, albeit with an expression of utter disbelief. Upon witnessing the profound terror etched upon his plump countenance, as if beholding something beyond comprehension, Fan Tong overheard him murmuring, "A pall of darkness descends, devouring the very heavens and earth. Where the vengeful corpse treads, a wasteland of withered bodies remains. I know what that monstrosity is. I know what that monstrosity is. Disregarding Jin Bao's apparent mental disarray, Fan Tong, without the slightest hesitation, whirled around and, with a guttural cry, commanded, "Flee." He then led Li Zi and the other two in a swift and desperate retreat, followed closely by Yuaner and the other two teams, who clung to their heels, frantically escaping the encroaching darkness. Yet, the entity within the swirling black miasma seemed unwilling to relent, yearning to give chase. Enshrouded in the inky vapor, shadowy tendrils lashed out. Though their attacks proved futile, momentarily thwarted by Fan Tong's psionic barrier. Upon absorbing the brunt of the assault, Fan Tong once more disgorged a mouthful of blood. "Damn it! How much sustenance must I consume to replenish this loss?" he muttered, though this only spurred them to greater haste. Chapter 27. Once more, the peddling begins. Witnessing Fan Tong and his compatriots' rapid departure, the entity within the black miasma roared in frustration, yet refrained from immediate pursuit, gradually dissolving into the inky depths. Fan Tong and his company ran breathlessly until the colossal cloud of black vapor had dwindled to a mere speck on the horizon, at which point they finally halted. Thank heavens that creature did not emerge. Let us rest here for a moment. Fan Tong exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to gaze into the distant swirling black mist, resembling an enormous dark lid that enveloped the earth. His expression remained serene, as if lost in contemplation. Of course, if he were not gnawing on a chicken leg, he might appear more apprehensive. "Brother Tong, what are you looking at?" Wang Xiaoma, still haunted by his previous fears, squatted nearby, his tongue flicking in and out restlessly. "Oh, nothing. Just feeling a bit hungry," Fan Tong replied, taking another bite of his chicken leg, the savory aroma wafting through the air, the golden-brown skin mingling with cumin, tantalizing the senses. The others regarded the contented Fan Tong with incredulity, as if he were some otherworldly being. "Brother Su truly has a carefree spirit," Jin Bao remarked, speechless. His small eyes fixed on Fan Tong as he devoured his meal, saliva barely contained. "What's wrong? If that monster were to slay us, we might as well go out with a full belly." Fan Tong grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. As he spoke, he offered a bounty of food to several companions, an array of delectable dishes. "So much food? Brother Su, this is quite generous." Fong Jian inhaled the fragrant aroma of roast duck, the scent tantalizingly piercing his nostrils, awakening his appetite. Unable to resist, he took a sip of wine, only to find it lacked the soul and flavor it once held. Faced with such culinary delights, one must indulge. Before he could finish his thought, Fong Jian was already feasting on the roast duck, alternating between meat and wine. Delightful. Life should be lived this way, indulging in hearty feasts and fine drinks. Upon witnessing Fong Jian's adeptness, Fan Tong couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Turning to address the others, she cheerfully urged, "Do not be shy. One must eat to gather strength for battle, is that not so?" She patted her stomach, seemingly having entirely forgotten the perils they had just faced. "Isn't that right, Su Xiong? Indeed, let us all indulge." With that, she began to encourage the members of the three teams to partake in the feast. As the group reveled in their meal, seemingly oblivious to their recent escape from danger, Fan Tong suddenly inquired, "How does everyone find the taste of these dishes?" Absolutely delicious. I recall my first taste from childhood. I haven't enjoyed such fare since the apocalypse." Fong Jian continued to stuff his mouth with various delicacies, while Li Ji and Jin Bao also feasted heartily. It appeared that everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Since that is the case, please direct your attention here. With that, Fan Tong produced a menu from an unknown source, which displayed the following items: chicken leg, 5 energy cores, pig trotter, 15 energy cores, roast duck, 30 energy cores, a treasure porridge, 10 energy cores. Ahem. Su Xiong, did you not say you would treat us? Jin Bao, nearly choking on a piece of grilled fish, was startled by Fan Tong's sudden announcement, almost falling victim to a fishbone. "What do you mean by that? I never said I would treat." Fan Tong wore a sly grin, as if relishing in a merchant's triumph. The three teams exchanged bewildered glances, yet upon reflection, none had actually heard Fan Tong mention treating anyone. Moreover, the sumptuous food seemed to be offered at an astonishingly reasonable price. With this in mind, they decided to embrace the opportunity for friendship. Jin Bao, with his squinty eyes, beamed like a little Methre Yabuda and casually handed a card to Fan Tong, urging, "Here, use this card." "What?" Fan Tong was taken aback. "You see, I've already converted my credits into points. Why not just redeem the points directly?" Fan Tong, wide-eyed in disbelief, soon grasped Jin Bao's mischievous glint and swiftly waved his hand, saying, "I apologize, but I run a modest business and only accept cash. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain expenditure, special dishes will be available." As he spoke, Fan Tong feigned an air of mystery and produced a plate of food from behind him, which appeared to be mapo tofu. Jin Bao exclaimed, "Where did you conjure this dish from?" Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the spicy and fragrant dish stirred something within, awakening his latent abilities. "How is this possible?" The others gasped in unison. It was evident that their powers were responding as well. "You can sample a piece for free," Fan Tong declared, producing a crystal spoon and offering it to Jin Bao, who was nearest, signaling him to taste. With a hint of skepticism, Jin Bao accepted the spoon, scooping out a piece and inhaling its delightful fragrance. Driven by an insatiable craving, he slowly brought it to his mouth. As he took a gentle bite, the rich aroma of the tofu mingled with the spicy heat, causing Jin Bao's eyes to shine with astonishment. In that moment, he felt a warm surge coursing through him, his powers surging, as if he were brimming with untapped strength. However, the sensation vanished within 3 seconds after consumption. How intriguing! Fan Tong observed Jin Bao's reaction and smiled with satisfaction. Truly delicious. Moreover, suddenly, Jin Bao cast a wary glance at Li Ji and Fong Jian. "Su brothers, how many energy cores does this cost? I shall cover it all." Lowering his voice, Jin Bao maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Fan Tong. From his perspective, the value of this dish transcended mere sustenance. There is no need for formality. This dish is complimentary for everyone to sample. Upon witnessing Jin Bao's expression, Fan Tong instantly realized that he was a connoisseur. Yet understanding the value did not equate to monopolizing it. Soon, after tasting, both Li Ji and Fong Jian's eyes lit up, nearly wishing to devour the mapo tofu whole. "Su brothers." Just as Li Ji and Fong Jian were about to speak, they were interrupted by Fan Tong. "All right, tasting time is over. For a purchase of 1,000 energy cores, a dish will be provided free of charge." As her words resonated, the crowd fell into silence, only to erupt into fervor moments later. "Count me in. I need nothing else. Here's 1,000 energy cores. Just bring me a serving of mapo tofu." Chen Pongzi was the first to exclaim, equally enamored with culinary delights. From his experience of constant snacking, he believed this dish could replenish nearly 3 days' worth of energy expenditure. "I'll offer 1,002 energy cores. Serve me first." Fong Jian astonishingly began to outbid. "I am the same. As long as I can have that dish, I care not for anything else. I have plenty of energy cores." Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed from afar, catching Fong Jian off guard as he was about to speak, his expression instantly darkening. "Oh, Fong, I didn't know you were here. I've missed you so much." As a burly figure approached, the atmosphere grew noticeably dim, prompting the crowd to part ways. "Fong, don't worry. I'll buy you something to eat right away." The onlookers turned their gaze towards the newcomer, a woman adorned in a corpse-beast skirt, her face blooming with a flirtatious smile directed at Fong Jian. In an instant, they grasped the situation and regarded Fong Jian with curious eyes. "You, what are you doing here?" Fong Jian glared at Tuoba Yu, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chapter 28, The Mutated Zombie? Fong Jian glared at Tuoba Yu. Tuoba Yu's face, adorned with a beard, flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I just wanted to see you. I was hoping you might have changed your mind." The crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if they had just stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. "Shut your mouth." Fong Jian's face turned crimson, and he felt an impulse to draw his sword against Tuoba Yu. Now is not the time to waste energy, Li Zi cautioned. At his words, Fong Jian huffed dismissively and turned away, ignoring Tuoba Yu's persistent advances. "All right, everyone, no need to rush. There is enough for each of you." At some point, Fan Tong had already arranged plates of mapo tofu neatly on the table. Come, form a line." After the crowd had their fill, they suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, gradually approaching. "Something is coming. Everyone be cautious." Instinctively, Tuoba Yu grasped a bone staff, rising to observe the distant dust cloud. Could it be that a monster is pursuing us? Fan Tong gazed into the distance, her innate powers surging within her, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Similarly, Li Zi, Fong Jian, and Jin Bao's trio rose to prepare for combat, each radiating an even more terrifying aura than before. Unexpectedly, Brother Su's food seems to enhance combat capabilities. "I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me," Li Zi remarked, sensing the layered battle energy within him hinting at a transcendent quality. "You flatter me." Fan Tong's dark complexion was adorned with an innocent smile. "I wonder what Brother Su is contemplating? If he would sell me the formula, I, representing the Jin family, would gladly offer you a 30% share of the profits. Jin Bao confidently regarded Fan Tong, firmly believing that no one had ever refused a proposal from the Jin family. However, observing Fan Tong's hesitant expression left him feeling somewhat uncertain. I shall ponder it further. Fan Tong did not immediately acquiesce, as she was somewhat aware of Jin Bao's background. As the third family of the 10th sanctuary, the Jin family had maintained a neutral stance, managing an auction house and possessing substantial assets in various industries. Thus, their offer was likely to be far more generous than this. Therefore, she did not intend to reveal her hand too soon. For her most significant asset was not merely the formula but her unique abilities. In her perspective, such extraordinary powers were exceedingly rare in this world of scarcity, and thus, she resolved not to disclose them lightly. By the way, Brother Jin, just as we were making our escape, I heard you mention that you seem to have some insight into the nature of that creature. Could you share your thoughts with us? And perhaps we might discover a solution? Fan Tong skillfully diverted the conversation, and upon hearing this, Li Ziyi and the others turned their attention toward Jin Bao. This momentarily slipped my mind. Jin Bao scratched his head in embarrassment. The crowd. Oh, let us first address the immediate situation. Fang Jian, wielding an ancient sword, emitted a faint glow, seemingly sensing the impending danger. In the distance, amidst the swirling dust, they could already hear the inhuman roars. The deep, guttural growls echoed like those of a bloodthirsty beast, sending chills down their spines. Figures began to emerge from the haze, and as they beheld the creatures, the group collectively gasped in horror. Most of these beings were former examination candidates, and to their shock, some of those who had seemingly met a gruesome end now reappeared before them. That squad. I distinctly saw them perish. Why have they resurfaced? Chimpanzee from Li Ziyi's team drew in a sharp breath. According to common knowledge, those who had been utterly dismembered could not rise as zombies, yet at this moment, they appeared to have returned to life, lunging towards them. Though astonished, the group showed no mercy in their counterattacks. Boom. Various supernatural abilities surged forth, bombarding the approaching undead candidates in a desperate attempt to halt their advance. Li Ziyi's hands danced swiftly, conjuring beams of extraordinary energy that shot towards the zombies. Fang Jian wielded an ancient longsword, slicing through the air and leaving trails of shimmering sword shadows, each stroke resonating with a harmonious chime. Jin Bao's golden keyboard flew up and down, occasionally sending a zombie crashing away. Yet, no matter the ferocity of their assaults, once the smoke cleared, the relentless horde continued to charge towards them, unscathed. How infuriating! Disgusting creatures. I am Fang Jian's ally. Keep your distance from me. With a furious roar, Tuobayu swung his bone club with all his might, sweeping away the approaching zombies with an overwhelming force. He initially believed he could obliterate these zombies with his strike. But to his astonishment, he felt the sensation of striking iron as he hit one of the flung zombies. Clang, clang. Likewise, the less sharp weapons of the others produced a metallic clanging sound upon impact with these zombies. Are they mutated zombies? Jin Bao's expression darkened. He sensed that these zombies were akin to Iron Men, and without formidable weapons, he could only knock them aside. In contrast, Fang Jian and Li Ziyi, with the former wielding an ancient longsword, dispatched nearly one zombie with each strike, while Li Ziyi, unbeknownst to Wen, had enveloped her hands in a layer of bone spikes. With a single punch, she could shatter the heads of the mutated zombies, her movements clean and precise, embodying the aesthetic of violence. The headless mutated zombies finally ceased their advance, slowly collapsing into a heap of decaying flesh. Fan Tong gazed at these mutated zombies, seemingly recalling something, but quickly dismissed the thought. Surely not. This world cannot possibly harbor such monstrous beings. Swallowing hard, Fan Tong felt an unsettling sense of trepidation. Her gaze clouded with confusion and concern. Su, what are you pondering? Do you have a brilliant strategy? Jin Bao, standing a short distance from Fan Tong, observed her murmuring to herself and inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious of those creatures. Fan Tong snapped back to reality, her expression composed. Yet a flicker of contemplation danced in her eyes. Oh, I see. Jin Bao replied, ready to turn and resume his assault. However, in that moment of distraction, several mutated zombies charged forth. In an instant, they encircled Jin Bao, their intentions clearly a ravenous desire to devour his ample frame. What the hell? Jin Bao gasped, alarmed as two mutated zombies lunged at him with gaping, bloody maws. He instinctively stepped back, only to find his retreat blocked. Without hesitation, he thrust his golden keyboard forward, producing a resounding clang. The two mutated zombies clamped down on the keyboard, their dark claws frantically clawing at it. Hiss, hiss. Jin Bao's attire instantly transformed into a beggar chic, fringe design. Su, help me. With more mutated zombies advancing, and the keyboard firmly ensnared by the two zombies. He had no choice but to cry out for assistance. Observing this dire scene, Fan Tong's expression grew grave as she unleashed her powers. An invisible force surged forth, gradually manifesting as a radiant white light. Chapter 29. Spicy Mapo Tofu packs a punch. Roar. The afflicted mutant zombies howled, seemingly stricken by the sudden assault. They involuntarily relinquished their fangs. Their forms instantly propelled backward, dissolving into black ash before even hitting the ground. Mused, taken aback by the potency of his abilities. Brother Su, unleash a few more. Quickly, shoot them. I can scarcely hold on. S plump face nearly coalesced into a mass, resembling a bunched-up dumpling. Hearing the urgent, panting plea, S face darkened. Halt. Cease your senseless cries. Why the urgency? Two more bolts of energy discharged, striking two mutant zombies squarely in the head. Roar 2's astonishment. The zombies' heads vanished instantly, the point of severance emitting a scorched odor, their bodies collapsing rigidly as control was lost. Finally sighed in relief, his frame swaying, narrowly avoiding collapsing onto the ground. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. How is it these monsters possess even greater strength than Type 3 zombies? Fatty, have you managed to recall what these creatures are? Inquired, all the while continuing his assault. Hurry up and think, you corpulent oaf. Also began to grumble. His abilities already significantly depleted. Despite the unparalleled sharpness of his ancient sword, the expenditure of his energy was amplified exponentially. Beads of perspiration were gradually surfacing on his forehead. I know. Patience. Allow me to observe for a moment. Brother Su, I must trouble you to provide cover. Jibao rose and surveyed his surroundings with keen attention. Fan Tong effortlessly obliterated a clawing, mutated zombie, exclaiming, no problem, swiftly positioning himself beside Jinbao. His abilities coalescing into a protective barrier to shield him from the onslaught of mutated zombies. As the grotesque creatures surged forth, some were repelled by the barrier before Fan Tong could strike them down. Witnessing this, the group gradually converged, encircling Fan Tong and Jinbao, creating a sanctuary. Those fatigued could retreat into Fan Tong's barrier to recuperate, though this took a toll on him, as sustaining the barrier demanded considerable energy. Reluctantly, he retrieved the previously prepared Mapo tofu and consumed it all in one go. Oh yeah, here we go, Fan Tong bellowed, feeling a surge of vitality as the barrier unexpectedly expanded by a third. Observing this transformation, Li Ziyi and the others followed suit, devouring the remaining portions of Mapo tofu, instantly revitalizing their strength. Su Xiong's culinary creations were indeed both delectable and empowering. Li Ziyi, savoring the lingering taste, felt his combat energy envelop him once more, the tingling flavor igniting his fervor. Delicious. Truly invigorating. Fang Jian also gave a thumbs up, noting that his once ancient sword now emitted a faint crimson glow, as if enchanted. With a single strike, the mutated zombies he felled bore scorched wounds. Bolstered by the Mapo tofu, the number of surrounding mutated zombies began to dwindle. Yet Jinbao's expression grew increasingly grim. I have a faint recollection. Suddenly, Jinbao struggled to articulate a phrase, which instantly filled the crowd with joy. However, his next utterance extinguished their hopes of discovering the weaknesses of the mutated zombies. They must be the legendary wraith corpses, a creature even more terrifying than zombies. Wraith corpses? How could that be? Were they not eradicated long ago by the united efforts of the three great races? Li Ziyi furrowed his brow. He had also heard tales of the wraith corpses, but quickly dismissed Jinbao's claim, shaking his head with a look of bewilderment. Beside him, Fang Jian gazed incredulously at the distant swirling mass of dark energy and remarked, I have seen records mentioning them as well. It was said that after a powerful wraith corpse was vanquished, its lingering malice was not dispelled, and it was sealed away by the 5 sacred grounds. I thought that was merely a myth. But how could such a horrifying creature appear here? Observing the lingering skepticism among the crowd, Jinbao's expression grew increasingly urgent as he continued. What you have seen is merely a cursory account of history. From what I understand, these wraith corpses are immensely powerful. The memoirs of the enlightened war god state that the strongest of these wraith corpses can consume flesh and blood, exhibiting even more exaggerated capabilities than zombies. With a single mouthful, they can devour all living beings within a 100-mile radius. What? Living beings within 100 miles? The astonished gaze of Yuaner was fixed upon Jinbao. After regaining his composure, Jinbao continued. Moreover, they can grow at an astonishing rate, and their bodies are virtually indestructible. Typically, it presents a visage of ghastly features. Upon hearing this, Li Zi turned to Fan Tong and the others, inquiring, "Have you encountered the true form of that creature amidst the black mist? Is it as he described?" We saw nothing but a wisp of black vapor that transformed individuals into desiccated corpses. At this, Jin Bao's expression grew even more grave. This is indeed the most evident characteristic of the creature's aftermath. Wherever the vengeful specter roams, desiccated bodies lie strewn about. These mutated zombies are merely low-level wraiths under the creature's control, akin to mere half-finished products. I say, Fatty, do not instill fear in others. These monsters, in my view, are nothing more than slightly sturdier and stronger. Otherwise, they're unremarkable. The three enchanting ladies behind Fang Jian remained skeptical. However, upon hearing Jin Bao's account, combined with the scene she had just witnessed, Fan Tong seemed to comprehend the essence of that black mist. If that truly is the case, then we are in deep trouble. Having observed Fan Tong closely, Li Zi suddenly inquired, "This esteemed brother, Su Duan, is it? Hey, Tong Gu, he is calling you." Wang Xiaoma, noticing Fan Tong lost in thought, interjected, Yes, that's me. What is it?" Fan Tong turned to Li Zi, puzzled by his intent. "Just now, I believe I heard you mention that thing. Could it be that you know what lies within that black mist?" "Oh, I am uncertain. I am merely speculating." Fan Tong responded with a smile, waving his hand. "Please, share your thoughts. It would aid us in our preparations." As Fan Tong found herself in a quandary, she realized that if she truly guessed correctly, the situation would not be easily resolved. It seemed that even if she and a dozen others banded together, they would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. "The kind of creature you described, I believe I have encountered before. Is it truly so?" The crowd looked at Fan Tong with a glimmer of excitement, while Li Ji, Fang Jian, and Jin Bao exchanged glances filled with an inexplicable light. The man before them, Su Duan, not only had the ability to craft delectable dishes but also possessed knowledge of certain family power records. "Su Duan, there should not be any family with the surname Su in our 10th city, correct?" Li Ji and Fang Jian shared a look, each detecting a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Observing the curiosity etched on everyone's faces and given the urgency of the situation, Fan Tong felt compelled to divulge what she knew. Chapter 30. The Vengeful Corpse. Just as Fan Tong was grappling with her thoughts, the distant mass of black mist suddenly began to churn violently, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The group immediately found it difficult to breathe, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats. The colossal swirling cloud of darkness in the distance began to take the shape of a massive funnel. As if something within was rapidly consuming the black mist, a surge of alarm coursed through Fan Tong, and she promptly recounted to the others the depictions she had seen in the films of her past life. "As far as I know, there exists a legendary creature with exceedingly stringent conditions for its birth. Once it emerges, it sustains itself by consuming blood. Unlike zombies, this newly born monster possesses a body that rivals steel, and its teeth are capable of shattering gold and stone." Wang Xiaoma and Wang Jingjing were somewhat astonished, as they had never before encountered tales of such a creature. Is there truly a monster as terrifying as this in the world? Although filled with trepidation, Wang Xiaoma curiously inquired, "What is this creature called?" Seeing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, Fan Tong gazed towards the swirling mass of dark energy in the distance and slowly replied, "This creature does not belong to the 5 elements. It has transcended the 6 realms. People commonly refer to it as zombie." "Zombie?" The group exchanged bewildered glances. "So it is the vengeful corpse that Jin Bao spoke of." Fan Tong elucidated further. "How, then, can we eliminate this vengeful corpse?" Fan Tong shook his head and replied, "Typically, a regular zombie can be dispatched by human strength. But creatures of this nature," he glanced at the towering dark energy in the distance and continued, "are beyond our capability to confront. Are we to simply await our demise here?" Wang Xiaoma howled in despair. "Surely there will be a rescue, with such a commotion in the examination grounds. The instructors must be aware." Meanwhile, Chen Pongzi was busily calculating something, continually swiping across the screen. "Moreover, I have just once again sent a distress signal to the school. Though I am uncertain as to why the reception has been rather poor, with interruptions occurring intermittently. Perhaps it is due to that." Fan Tong's eyes were filled with shock and gravity as she observed the dark mass gradually contracting, within which a tall silhouette began to emerge. The crowd followed her gaze, and from a distance, they beheld a dark figure hovering in the air, its skin a deep shade of blue-black, with hands resembling vicious claws and 2 ghastly white teeth bared, creating a strikingly unsettling sight. It was unclear who swallowed nervously, But as if awakened, a distant vengeful spirit suddenly opened its eyes, both glowing a blood-red hue. "This is bad," Fan Tong shouted, and in an instant, her innate abilities erupted in a brilliant white light, conjuring a white skull that appeared before her. Bang! The radiance was so intense that it blinded those present. Roar! The approaching vengeful spirit let out a chilling howl, a thick cloud of black mist billowing forth from its mouth, gradually suppressing the light as if it were consuming it. This creature's speed was astonishing, at least comparable to a fifth-level supernatural being. Li Ji's fighting spirit was bubbling with anticipation. Yet the terrifying pressure emanating from the vengeful spirit rendered him sluggish. Clad in a full-body bone armor, he charged towards the spirit with a roar. Clang! His fist struck the spirit's body, producing a sound akin to steel clashing, and the recoil sent tremors through Li Ji's arm. Such impenetrable flesh! His expression graved. Li Ji once again gathered strength for another attack, only to find that the vengeful spirit's figure had inexplicably vanished. "Watch out behind you." In Jinbao's eyes, a golden light surged, as if perpetually observing the vengeful spirit. However, it was too late for him to speak. The vengeful spirit opened its foul, dark mouth. Its sharp teeth seemingly capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, swiftly advancing towards Li Ji. "It's over," Jinbao sighed. But Fan Tong patted his shoulder and said, "No need to curse at it." "What?" Jinbao was taken aback. Turning his gaze back to Li Ji, he noticed that he appeared dazed, standing there in a stupor until the vengeful spirit collided with an invisible barrier, at which point he snapped back to reality. "What on earth?" Jinbao looked incredulously at Li Ji and then at Fan Tong. Previously, when besieged by the vengeful spirits, no one had paid much attention, merely assuming that Fan Tong possessed the strength to easily fend off those spirits. Now, it seemed he could also assist others in resisting such terrifying creatures. Having regained his senses, Li Ji quickly retreated, casting a wary glance at Fan Tong. "Thank you. No problem, we're all in this together now. You're in the front line. You can't just die like this." Fan Tong replied with a wave and a smile. "In the front line?" Li Ji was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and bitterly smiled. "Its speed is too formidable. I can't keep up." Yet, Fang Jian remained undeterred. "Quick? I refuse to believe it can outpace my sword. For Extreme's dominion, come forth." Fang Jian's eyes glimmered with a hint of madness as 4 beams of light emanated from his body, sinking into his ancient longsword. In an instant, a towering sword shadow rose above the heads of the gathered crowd, its tip turning to point directly at the vengeful spirit. I wielding my blade, originally intended to sweep through the 10th city in the final battle, aspiring to become the premier prodigy. Yet, that ambition now seems trivial. Vanquishing you, this monstrous entity, is the ultimate testament. It appears that the sharp glint of the sword has stirred the previously stunned vengeful spirit, intensifying the crimson glow in its eyes. Suddenly, the sword's projection vanishes. It reappears right before the specter. The tip of the sword gradually turns crimson, seemingly imbued with immense power and sharpness, as if poised to pierce the spirit through and through. However, the spirit's red light flickers, appearing utterly unmoved. Fan Tong comprehends this. Such an assault is utterly incapable of harming it. How is this possible? Brother Fang's strike has previously felled a level 4 ability user. Indeed. Dare you underestimate Brother Fang's swordsmanship? Once we eliminate that creature, he shall impart a proper lesson. The 3 enchanting women gazed at Fan Tong with indignation, deeply displeased with his dismissal of Brother Fang's prowess. Fan Tong merely scoffed. Just wait, your Brother Fang is about to falter. Do you believe it? 3 mere beauties, stunning yet lacking in substance and intellect. You. The 3 women exchanged glances at their own bosoms, on the verge of retaliation. Look over there. Suddenly, Duan Yuan bellowed, redirecting everyone's attention back to the battle ahead. Fang Jian's countenance was flushed, and the sword's projection now radiated a blood-red hue. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirit continued to regard the sword's silhouette with a vacant stare, seemingly perplexed by this apparition, as if it appeared familiar yet evoked a sense of trepidation. I can no longer endure. As Fang Jian barely uttered these words, blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. With a crash, the sword shadows in the air shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. This is dire. We are truly finished. Jinbao's face turned ashen, completely devoid of the composure he had displayed while discussing collaboration with Fan Tong. It seems that this esteemed leader must take action. Chapter 31. Extraordinary abilities. Fan Tong approached with a grave expression, determination etched on his features. I can temporarily hold it off. You all must retreat. His voice was resolute and steady, as his aura began to surge, his extraordinary powers gathering momentum. Tong, Su Ge. Wang Xiaoma gazed at Fan Tong's fearless silhouette, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His ears drooped unconsciously. However, Wang Jingjing remained remarkably composed, a slight frown creasing her brow as she observed Fan Tong's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Over the past few days, she had discerned that while Fan Tong was audacious, he would never recklessly court death. With this thought, Wang Jingjing's heart stirred, as if she had begun to unravel a hidden truth. Let us depart. Without further ado, she turned and walked away. Yet, Wang Xiaoma wished to voice something, his gaze oscillating between Fan Tong and Wang Jingjing, seemingly torn between the desire to stay and desist. Nevertheless, Wang Jingjing merely tilted her head slightly, casting a meaningful glance that spoke volumes. At this moment, Wang Xiaoma seemed to grasp something, looking at Fan Tong with a hint of confusion. Soon, however, his gaze transformed into a sly smile as he wagged his tail and closely followed Wang Jingjing, his figure gradually fading from view. Are you all just leaving like this? Aren't you going to stop him? No wonder he's so formidable, Duan Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, observing Wang Jingjing and the other two. He had expected them to intervene. Yet they departed even more decisively than the other teams. Let us go. Wang Xiaoma approached Duan Yuan, gently nudging him with his paw to urge him to hurry. Duan Yuan appeared bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. Don't worry, my elder brother has a way to survive, Wang Xiaoma whispered, instantly enlightening Duan Yuan. After all, the four had previously seemed very united, and their current calmness was almost eerie, suggesting an unspeakable secret and understanding among them. Feeling reassured, he swiftly followed the three as they departed. Brother, your teammates are quite unreliable, Jin Bao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the departing four, as if to imply they were merely cowards afraid of death. In a world of apocalypse, such individuals might survive, but they could never become true powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Fan Tong merely nodded, saying nothing further. Her calm demeanor was enigmatic. Su, I will stay back to help you. Li Ji stepped forward, eager to give it another try. Even if he couldn't defeat the vengeful spirit, he refused to be a coward in battle, as that was the pride of the Li family. I'm with you, Su. Fang Jian, pale-faced and supported by three women, weakly sat on the ground. Unbeknownst to many, one might mistakenly believe he had been drained by some enchanting beauty, yet his eyes blazed with a fervent determination. And me, Jin Bao exclaimed, thumping his massive chest, causing the three ladies to lower their heads in a moment of embarrassment. Well then, I extend my gratitude to all. Fan Tong observed the trio with a hint of surprise, and, without further ado, presented each of them with a serving of mapo tofu to aid in their recovery. You hold him off. Perhaps I can discern his weakness. Understood. Without hesitation, the three immediately instructed their teammates to unleash their extraordinary abilities. In an instant, a tapestry of luminous powers intertwined, illuminating the dimly lit area. Though it may seem lengthy, merely a few seconds passed, as the spectral figure's shadow shattered. A surge of dark energy enveloped it, akin to black flames, its aura intensifying. It appeared that this vengeful spirit was not at its peak strength. It seemed to be in the process of recuperation. A golden light flickered anew in Jin Bao's eyes, piquing Fan Tong's curiosity. Yet she refrained from inquiry and addressed the group. Please, do your utmost to restrain the vengeful spirit. No problem. Jin Bao's gaze sparkled as he swiftly approached the spirit from the right with his companions, while Fang Jian encircled it from the left with the three ladies. Li Ji stood as a bulwark against damage, his bone armor vibrating at a certain frequency, his form swelling once more. Brotherly, I shall unleash my powers to ensure your safety. Feel free to attack with abandon, Fan Tong called out, having gradually realized through multiple encounters with the vengeful spirit that her abilities seemed to exert a significant restraining influence over it. This is also the reason he has the confidence to remain and confront the vengeful spirits. However, he has yet to determine how to effectively wield his extraordinary abilities in battle. Thus far, he can merely unleash his powers for simple bombardments or create barriers to fend off attacks, perhaps adding a burst of explosive energy at most. Beyond these three skills, he possesses no flamboyant, formidable offensive capabilities. After witnessing Li Ji's formidable defensive bone armor, Fang Jian's awe-inspiring swordplay, and Jin Bao's unique dual pupils, a spark ignited within him to create his own skills. Once this thought emerged, it became an unstoppable force. Since his abilities are indeed unique, with no precedents to follow, then let him forge his own path. A peculiar brilliance radiated from Fan Tong's eyes, as if she were piercing through the dark mist emitted by the vengeful spirits. Let us initiate a ranged attack skill. With a whispered incantation, a transparent manifestation of his powers appeared in Fan Tong's hand, swirling like a mass of crystalline jelly, formless and weightless. She then closed her eyes, meticulously recalling Fang Jian's previous assault. Meanwhile, Li Ji and the other three from their team had already established a pincer formation, encircling the vengeful spirits. They could not allow it to continue. Jin Bao's eyes flickered, and with a loud shout, he hurled a golden keyboard, which struck the body of the vengeful spirit with a resounding clang. Yet, even Jin Bao's full force strike merely caused the spirit's body to tremble slightly. Allow me. Although Fang Jian was unsure of what the vengeful spirit was planning, he could distinctly sense that its power was steadily intensifying, simultaneously launching an assault. Li Zi materialized sharp osseous spurs from his hands, aiming directly for the Revenant's eyes. Buzz. As if sensing the impending attack, the Revenant abruptly sealed its gaping maw, ceasing the emanation of its inky miasma. With a snap, its eyes shut tight, and a metallic clink echoed as Li Zi's bone spurs shattered upon impact. Conversely, Fang Jian's antiquated longsword managed to pierce the Revenant's corporeal form, albeit superficially, akin to a mere prick to a mortal's finger. Yet, this minute wound seemed to enrage the Revenant. Roar! A terrifying sonic wave, incessant and deafening, instantly propelled the trio backward, causing a momentary spray of blood. Fortunately, their comrades swiftly intercepted them, though each member bore a pallid countenance. They, too, had been affected by the sonic assault, experiencing dizziness and a ringing in their ears. Damn it, is there truly no recourse? Jin Bao spat, digging at his nearly deafened ears, his voice laced with desperation. Look out! Li Zi suddenly lunged in front of Jin Bao. Thud! A muffled, resounding crash, like the impact of a weighty hammer, sent Li Zi reeling from his spectral, shadowy blow. His figure traced an arc through the air, resembling a kicked football. With tremendous velocity, he was violently launched, crashing into a dilapidated ruin. Bricks scattered, and dust billowed, instantly obscuring his form. Boss! Yuaner and the others cried out in alarm, attempting to intervene, but the trio, acting in concert, were struck by crimson beams emanating from the Revenant's eyes, sending them staggering backward, coughing up blood, courting death. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zi swiftly emerged from the ruins, unscathed. It seemed that what Su had said was indeed true. At last, Li Zi felt a profound sense of relief. A new layer of bone armor enveloped his form, reminiscent of a polished surface that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Now I shall unleash my full power, Li Zi proclaimed, his feet ablur as he dashed toward the vengeful corpse. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle, Fan Tong had already succumbed to reminiscence. Images of Fang Jian, wielding his sword with unparalleled grace, flooded her mind, accompanied by the fierce aura of his swordsmanship, as if everything were unfolding before her eyes. Gradually, an extraordinary swordsman materialized within Fan Tong's consciousness, his long sword seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and severing all that exists with a mere flick. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, her own figure began to align with that of the swordsman. In tandem, her unique abilities surged, manifesting into two ethereal blades that shimmered with a soft luminescence. Yet, it was insufficient. The sharpness she sought eluded her grasp. With her eyes closed and brow furrowed in concentration, a hint of confusion crossed her features. She could distinctly sense the transformation of her abilities, a force pulsating and straining to break free from unseen constraints. However, no matter how it evolved, it could not fully replicate the lethal sharpness capable of severing all things. Gazing at the sword in her hand, it appeared so fragile. Resolutely, she dissipated her abilities and returned to her memories, replaying every detail of Fang Jian's strikes in her mind. Focusing intently, Fan Tong took a deep breath, holding his breath and concentrating all his attention on the unparalleled swordsman in his mind. Suddenly, the scene unfolded as if played in slow motion, slowed down many times over. Everything around him fell silent, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world. No, even he began to fade slowly. Ah, Brother Fang. Suddenly, a beautiful woman let out a piercing scream, pointing incredulously towards the back. What are you shouting about? You almost disrupted my powers, grumbled the other two women, turning to look, their expressions equally stunned. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Fang Jian frowned, fully focused and preparing for the next round of attack, yet puzzled by the unusual behavior of the three women beside him. Following their gaze, he froze instantly, his expression shifting rapidly, culminating in disbelief as he murmured, "Could it be that he is my father's illegitimate child?" In the city, at the Fang residence, A refined middle-aged man was leisurely feeding fish when he suddenly sneezed, followed by another. Fong Tu glanced at the sky. Perplexed, could someone be cursing me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jin Bao also sensed something, his sharp eyes catching sight of Fan Tong, who appeared to be meditating, instantly transforming his expression into one of shock, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Fan Tong found herself surrounded by a chaotic aura, yet imbued with an immense power, as if she were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Li Ji, who stood resolutely in front, fending off the onslaught of vengeful corpses, suddenly felt a sharp, piercing sensation emanating from behind, as if a deadly blade were aimed directly at his back. Instinctively, he yearned to turn and investigate. But the relentless attacks from the vengeful corpses demanded his full attention. Just as the focus of the crowd intensified, an enormous sword began to materialize above them. As the colossal blade took shape, Fan Tong's extraordinary abilities gradually transformed into a pure, radiant white, continuously emanating light with increasing brilliance. It resembled a blazing sun rising in the twilight. Its fierce and tempestuous sword aura, akin to a ferocious beast awakening, recklessly unleashed its might, rending the ground with deep fissures. "This is impossible." Fong Jian could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock, akin to a helpless woman subjected to indignity. How could my father have imparted this ancestral sword technique to her? How infuriating. It seems even more formidable than my own. Am I to be considered the lesser one? Fong Jian's eyes burned with indignation, unable to come to terms with this reality. In his heart, the family's ancestral sword technique was unparalleled and meant to be kept secret. Now that Fan Tong had manifested it, there could only be one conclusion. In the city, Fong Tuesday. Achu. Achu. How strange. Who could that rascal be? Could it be those scoundrels from the corpse domain? Damn it, it matters not. Those who dare to insult me shall find my sword no less lethal. With a silent curse, he shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds toward a region suffused with the stench of death. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat echoing for hundreds of miles. You dare, Mad Butcher. A burly man erupted from the depths, greenish miasma swirling from his mouth, his face contorted with rage as he charged toward the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of scattered thoughts, the vengeful corpse suddenly tilted its head back, its gaping maw slowly opening. An invisible force emanated from its mouth, growing stronger, akin to a miniature black hole. This sobering realization jolted the onlookers, their expressions turning grave. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Jin Bao cried out, "Not good. Stop him." However, his warning barely roused the crowd. They had no time to react, let alone intervene. Red blood droplets began to rise from the ground, as if drawn by an unseen hand, swiftly swallowed by the vengeful corpse. Moreover, the spectators felt an unsettling itch at their wounds, as though countless tiny creatures writhed beneath their skin. An irresistible force tugged at their very blood, pulling it towards the vengeful entity. Retreat! Retreat! Panic-stricken, the crowd hurriedly retreated, desperate to evade this bizarre suction. Yet the force was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their feet as heavy as lead. Moving even an inch became an arduous task. Li Ji, standing closest to the source, realized escape was futile. His feet suddenly took root, transforming into bone-like tendrils that burrowed deeply into the earth. Yet, even this could not withstand the pull. As time passed, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed as though the extraordinary powers within his body had been completely siphoned away. Jin Bao lay on the ground, a golden hand materializing around him, steadfastly sheltering him within its grasp. "Su Gu, please awaken," Jin Bao called out, unable to restrain his voice as he desperately sought to rouse Fan Tong, who remained with eyes firmly shut. At that moment, Fan Tong's body was being inexorably drawn towards the vengeful corpse by a terrifying force. In Chapter 33, the thrill of the moment intensified. Yet, Fan Tong remained unresponsive, indifferent to the pull of the malevolent energy. Fan Tong, Wang Jingjing, hiding at a distance, felt her heart twist in anguish. Unable to contain herself any longer, she rushed forward, her hands glowing with a radiant blue light. Chains shot forth from her palms, binding themselves tightly around Fan Tong's waist. "Sister, I am here to assist you. Count me in." Wang Xiaoma and Duan Yuan also surged from behind, gripping the icy chains with all their might. "Tong Ge, please wake up." Xiao Shan felt a surge of urgency within her, an overwhelming impulse to unleash her electric energy to revive Fan Tong. Fong Jian, observing Fan Tong, was filled with confusion and anger. Yet he understood that the immediate priority was to unite against the vengeful corpse. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his turbulent thoughts and wielded his ancient sword. for he alone possessed the ability to breach the defenses of the malevolent entity. Focusing all his extraordinary power into the sword, he leaped with immense force, propelled by the suction, aiming to pierce the vengeful corpse's throat. Meanwhile, Jin Bao swiftly gathered his own powers, ever ready to rescue Feng Jian. Just as Feng Jian was about to drive the ancient sword into the throat of the vengeful corpse, suddenly, the vengeful corpse stirred, slowly raising its darkened hand, then extending a single finger. In the midst of the crowd's terror-stricken gazes, the ancient longsword was firmly held at bay by that solitary finger. No matter how forcefully Feng Jian exerted himself, he could not press forward. A chilling, raspy voice emanated from the corpse, sounding as though it were uttered by someone with their throat constricted and obstructed by phlegm. To his astonishment, Feng Jian realized it could speak. His face drained of color, expressing sheer horror. Jin Bao, too, was taken aback, yet reacted swiftly. Golden walls materialized abruptly, separating Feng Jian from the vengeful entity. With this disturbance, the pull of the corpse diminished considerably, allowing Feng Jian to retreat quickly behind the walls. However, the vengeful corpse appeared unyielding, surging forward with alarming speed, as golden walls emerged in an attempt to impede its advance. Yet, the earthen barriers crumbled before the vengeful figure as if they were mere paper, disintegrating instantaneously. The terrifying silhouette of the corpse loomed larger in Feng Jian's vision. Just as despair enveloped the onlookers, Fan Tong suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was devoid of emotion, prompting Jin Bao to feel as if Fan Tong had transformed entirely. That apathetic expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce brilliance as he bellowed, "Slash!" The colossal sword, imbued with boundless might, swept towards the vengeful corpse, tearing through the air with a deafening crack. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pull dissipated abruptly, and the corpse, its red eyes fixated intently on the massive sword, spread its arms wide. Dark mist coalesced around it, forming enormous hands in a desperate attempt to counter the impending strike of the giant blade. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the colossal sword collided fiercely with the massive hand. A clash of light and darkness unleashing a terrifying shockwave from their point of impact. Exclamations of dismay escaped the lips of Jin Bao, Li Ji, and Feng Jian as they rallied their comrades, exerting every ounce of strength to shield themselves from the explosive force. Arcane barriers manifested before them, yet all efforts proved futile as the shields shattered and figures were hurled through the air. The icy blue chains also disintegrated, sending Wang Jingjing careening backward. Sister, Wang Xiaoma, in his formidable canine form, was unable to catch Wang Jingjing in time, and she tumbled to the ground. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene. A figure gracefully enveloped Wang Jingjing's slender waist, gently descending to the earth. "You." Wang Jingjing gazed at Fan Tong in astonishment, who at that moment appeared almost divine, emanating a faint luminescence. "Are you all right?" Fan Tong's deep voice resonated, tinged with a hint of pain. "I'm fine, but you?" Wang Jingjing reached out to touch Fan Tong's back, only to find her hand smeared with blood. "That's good. I'm fine too." Fan Tong appeared unfazed, casually retrieving an object capable of being swallowed whole as his numerous wounds began to mend. His gaze remained solemn, fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, where a sense of impending danger still loomed in his heart. "You are exceptional," a spectral voice suddenly echoed in his ear, leaving Fan Tong utterly astounded. He never anticipated that this zombie had developed a semblance of intelligence. It is already quite troublesome to encounter a flying zombie, not to mention one that can speak. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a creature. The vengeful spirit struggled to articulate once more. "Continue?" Fan Tong was perplexed, yet he chose to respect it. Another colossal sword materialized, accompanied by an array of smaller swords that could be swallowed whole. Soon, a massive sword emerged, even larger than the previous one. "Die, you wretched thing." He commanded the giant sword to strike again. Sensing that the vengeful spirit remained impervious to destruction, Fan Tong continued to fill his mouth with energy cores while muttering, "Taste my triple strike." Before the attack could conclude, yet another enormous sword appeared in the air, leading to a series of 3 consecutive strikes. Boom, boom, boom. What is that commotion? At that moment, Uli, accompanied by a rescue team of teachers, was still en route. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted, giving rise to mushroom-shaped clouds in the distance. Though small, they contained tremendous power. As a peak-level 5th-tier ability user, his senses were remarkably acute. He promptly instructed the teachers behind him to hasten their pace, while he charged ahead with fervor. The 3 colossal swords not only drained Fan Tong's stamina, but also rendered Li Zi, Feng Jian, and Jinbao's teams unconscious, helpless against the relentless force of the shockwaves. However, at this moment, Fan Tong sensed that the aura of the vengeful spirit was gradually waning, indicating its impending demise. Not dead yet? Without granting the vengeful corpse a moment's respite, Fan Tong once again consumed several energy orbs, conjuring two massive swords that gradually transformed into rhythmic strikes. Since it had not perished, it was time to relish the art of relentless assault. Fan Tong growled softly, deftly manipulating the two strikes to batter the vengeful spirit back and forth through the air, akin to a game of badminton. This maneuver caused the spirit's aura to wane at an accelerated pace, as Fan Tong's extraordinary ability continued to surge forth. The essence of the vengeful being was gradually diminished to the flickering glow of a candle in the wind. With one final strike, a hint of a smile graced Fan Tong's lips as another colossal sword took shape. Yet, in the next instant, fissures began to mar the surface of the sword. With a sudden spurt, Fan Tong coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could this be? In disbelief, he gazed at the vengeful corpse, which had transformed from its original dark, mottled hue to a pallid complexion. Just moments ago, it had been thoroughly subdued. The once fragmented speech of the spirit now flowed with remarkable clarity, its raspy voice evolving into that of a distinctly human tone. Now, it appears to be my turn. The blood-red eyes of the vengeful corpse gleamed with a predatory light, slowly withdrawing the hand that had penetrated Fan Tong's body. Its jagged teeth licked the blood that stained its palm. You are quite extraordinary. Chapter 34. The evolution of the vengeful spirit. Watching the vengeful spirit savoring his own blood, its face awash with ecstasy and intoxication, filled Fan Tong with dread. How could this monster have grown stronger? It defied all logic. Fan Tong instinctively lowered his gaze to inspect the grotesque wound upon his chest. 5 gaping holes resembling dark abysses, yet he felt no pain. However, he understood that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. He forced himself to regain composure. Once his emotions settled, he distinctly sensed that, under the stimulation of nuclear energy, his wounds were gradually healing, albeit at a sluggish pace, which brought him some relief. Yet, that was insufficient, for the vengeful corpse loomed before him, making him feel like prey, vulnerable and at its mercy. Would he withstand this ordeal? Fan Tong observed the vengeful spirit, still enraptured in its trance, as his own unique powers swiftly enveloped him in a protective cocoon. Ah, is this your spiritual energy? The vengeful corpse suddenly opened its eyes, blood-red orbs scrutinizing Fan Tong with keen interest. This energy evokes a profound sense of desire within me, yet simultaneously instills a feeling of repulsion. Why is this so? The corpse was perplexed. Its instincts had always driven it to consume blood. Yet now it experienced this conflicting sensation. Extending a pale hand, it gently grazed the unique energy enveloping Fan Tong. As Fan Tong beheld the approaching hand, his heart raced to his throat. No turning back now. He shut his eyes, unleashing his powers to encase himself completely. The moment the vengeful spirit's hand made contact with his energy, a sudden hissing sound echoed. The corpse's hand turned a fiery red from the searing heat. Yet in the blink of an eye, the burned flesh rapidly regenerated. This is quite intriguing. Your supernatural abilities appear to be exceedingly unique. The vengeful corpse's gaze gradually brightened, as if it began to comprehend why, despite being gravely injured and just breaking free from its seal, its physical potential seemed to advance further. My strength has yet to be restored, yet you have enabled my corporeal form to ascend to new heights. I truly owe you my gratitude. The vengeful corpse chuckled, its laughter eerily unsettling. Now, it is time for me to indulge in some amusement. As soon as the words left its lips, the vengeful corpse unleashed a powerful punch. In the astonished gaze of Fan Tong, it launched him skyward like a cannonball. Soaring over 100 meters into the air, the vengeful corpse followed closely behind, shadowing him as they embarked on a brutal game, volleyball. Of course, it had no understanding of the sport. It merely mirrored the demonstration Fan Tong had provided moments earlier, with the roles now reversed and Fan Tong becoming the target. In that instant, the two figures danced chaotically through the air. One figure was incessantly cursing, while the other erupted into boisterous laughter. Ah, delightful. The vengeful corpse guffawed, reveling in the moment, yet Fan Tong found himself in dire straits, feeling as though a tempest raged within him, akin to the sensation of motion sickness, threatening to expel his stomach's contents. You monster. If you have the ability, release me, he retched, suppressing the urge to vomit. Release you? Certainly. The vengeful corpse replied with a wicked smile, clasping its hands together and aiming them at the descending Fan Tong, delivering a fierce downward strike. Enveloped in supernatural energy, Fan Tong plummeted to the earth like a falling star. With a thunderous crash, he plunged into the earth. A soft puff escaped his lips, just a single strike, and Fan Tong spewed forth blood, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. The vengeful spirit had indeed been toying with him. What do you truly desire? Shaking his body, Fan Tong struggled to rise. Having already dissipated his abilities, it was imperative. His powers had shattered in that instant, as if the vengeful spirit had meticulously calculated its attack, breaking through his protective barrier without endangering his life. Oh, you were rather astute. The once rigid visage of the vengeful spirit now bore a semblance of appreciation. Your strength is formidable, yet you have refrained from ending my life. There must be a reason behind it. Fan Tong regarded the spirit with a cold smirk. I admire your audacity, but do you truly believe I lack the resolve to kill you? The spirit, previously intrigued by Fan Tong, suddenly adopted a menacing glare, vanishing from his sight. With a swift motion, elongated fingers transformed into a claw, sharp nails poised perilously close to Fan Tong's forehead, mere moments away from piercing his skull. Yet they halted just short. You, very well, you are the second man I have encountered who fears not for his life. The spirit managed a strained smile, though its jagged teeth rendered the expression chilling. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Tong had scarcely perceived his movements and had no intention of evading. However, upon hearing the spirit's words, Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback, blurted out, "Then who is the first?" "Humph. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." The expression of the vengeful corpse suddenly darkened, sending a wave of panic through Fan Tong, whose heart raced uncontrollably. "Fine, if you want to answer. Then what is it that you truly desire? Why do you refrain from killing me?" Fan Tong was bewildered. This zombie had evidently cultivated to an extraordinary level, possessing the power to effortlessly end his life, yet it chose not to do so, leaving him utterly perplexed. After all, he had assumed that this vengeful corpse would surely unleash a merciless slaughter. "I have no desire to entertain such foolish inquiries." The vengeful corpse responded coldly, turning its gaze toward the distance. "Powerful beings approach. It seems this place is not suitable for lingering. Kid, come along with me." At this, Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, why would I follow you? Who are you?" "My parents warned me from a young age never to accompany strangers." He retreated slowly, his eyes darting around in apprehension. Enough with the nonsense. The vengeful corpse seemed to see through Fan Tong's little ruse, reaching out to grasp the collar of his clothing, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Let me go?" Fan Tong struggled desperately, only to realize that his abilities were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the grip of the vengeful corpse. Even the thought of devouring a core was too late. At that moment, Uli and the others finally arrived. Gazing at the chaotic battlefield before them, they were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, Uli seemed to sense something, looking up to see two figures rapidly retreating into the sky. One of the figures appeared to be shouting for help, repeatedly calling out for Yamiadi. In a moment of bewilderment, a dog suddenly dashed towards me, exclaiming, "Master, please save the child. My leader has been captured by a monster." "What? Are you saying that figure in the sky is one of our students?" Uli furrowed his brow, then promptly instructed the other teachers. "You all tend to the injured students here. I shall pursue that." The other instructors nodded in agreement, swiftly commencing their rescue efforts, while Uli soared into the air, rapidly chasing after the silhouette above. Chapter 35, The News of Huang Fifen's Demise. Bang. A sudden crash echoed at the entrance of the 10th Extraordinary Abilities Academy. This was followed by a commotion among the surrounding crowd, who gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Sir, this is the Qianlong Extraordinary Abilities Academy. I implore you to conduct yourself appropriately." Several security personnel clad in green uniforms, their expressions vigilant and grave, quickly obstructed a middle-aged man with partially graying hair. Weapons in hand, they held a stance ready for immediate action. "Humph. Bring out your Weisstein. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Huang Stian was in a state of acute anxiety. He had felt an unsettling premonition over the past 2 days, and today, the very essence of Huang Fifen's life had inexplicably faded, further intensifying his profound sense of dread. "I apologize, but our Weisstein is currently in seclusion, enhancing his abilities, and is unable to meet with anyone at this time." The chief of security responded with a solemn expression, maintaining a demeanor that was both respectful and firm. His gaze was exceptionally sharp, instantly discerning that the individual before him was no ordinary person, exuding an aura that set him apart from the common folk. Moreover, the audacity to demand an audience with the vice principal of their institution was telling. Yet, they were equally wary of incurring any animosity. Having survived the apocalyptic trials for years, they were well-versed in reading the subtleties of human behavior. The person before them possessed formidable abilities, and though his attire appeared understated, it whispered of opulence in every detail. They could not afford to offend him. As guardians of the school, their duty was paramount. It was not only a matter of the institution's reputation but also of their own lives. Outside the city, anything was conceivable, but within its confines, reputation was the bedrock of survival. Breaching promises equated to a lack of trustworthiness, and once credibility was lost, even the lord of the city could not maintain his position. After all, no one wished to stake their life on the whims of a protector who could abandon them at any moment. Should doubt take root in the hearts of the people, the already fragile bonds would shatter instantaneously, plunging the entire city into chaos, leaving it desolate. For those of lower-tier abilities, the situation was even more dire. Without the protection of a powerful entity, they would soon be regarded as untrustworthy individuals, and ultimately, even their demise would go unnoticed. I give you 3 minutes to summon Ed. Huang Xian could no longer contain his frustration, his emotions erupting like a volcano. His voice resonating with undeniable authority and urgency, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating that he had reached the limits of his patience. Who was causing such a commotion at the school gate? A voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, drifted from within the school, like a gentle breeze that swiftly calmed the agitated atmosphere surrounding them. Following the sound, the silver-haired Ed arrived like a shadow. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of confusion crossed Ed's eyes, but it quickly vanished. It was none other than Brother Huang. What brings you here today? Please, do come in. Ed, ever the epitome of politeness, turned and welcomed Huang Xian inside. Once Huang Xian departed, the security personnel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, do you think our principal might be overly courteous towards this individual? Shoo, speak not of things best left unsaid. Take care of your neck. With that, the security captain made a gesture for silence, silencing the discussions among the team. Ed, I demand an explanation. Upon entering the vice principal's office, Huang Xian audaciously took a seat opposite Ed, exuding an air that suggested he was prepared to resort to force should he not receive satisfactory answers. What could have transpired to incite such anger within you? Ed inquired curiously while pouring tea for Huang Xian. Humph, spare me your pretense. My son participated in your school's assessment, yet he has now gone missing. Huang Xian's expression darkened significantly. He had only this one son, though he had always wished for more children. Regrettably, his fertility had diminished long ago. Brother Huang, please do not rush. Allow me to inquire about the situation. With that, Ed promptly connected to the examination venue's communication line. You had best be quick about it. Huang Xian reiterated, awaiting a response with bated breath. Soon, the voice of the supervising teacher came through the line. Hello? Who is this? I am Ed. Where's Uli? Why hasn't he responded to the communication? Teacher Uli has stepped out for a matter. Stepped out for a matter? At this moment, Ed sensed something amiss, as he perceived a hint of panic in the teacher's tone initially, which was quickly masked by a semblance of normalcy. What on earth is happening? The teacher on the other end began to stammer. Speak quickly. Ed rose to his feet, his demeanor grave. It is like this. What? How could this be? Ed finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Huang Xian's concerns were not unfounded. Quickly, inquire about my son. Unable to contain himself, Huang Xian shouted into the communicator. Seeing Huang Xian's distressed expression, Ed pressed for further information, yet the revelation left him momentarily speechless. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. Your son, Huang Fifan, has passed away. Passed away? Huang Xian gazed at Ed in disbelief. My son is dead. Over a mere school assessment. How could it be? You must have your subordinates search for him immediately. Strangely, Huang Xian's countenance seemed to regain an eerie calm. Even if he is indeed deceased, I must uncover the circumstances of his death and identify the perpetrator. With that, Huang Xian turned to leave, but before departing, he uttered a phrase that made Ed's expression darken. Someone. Ed suddenly bellowed. Vice Principal, do you require assistance? Lu Dong, the deputy director who had been waiting outside, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Go and find Uli for me. I must ascertain what transpired at the assessment site. How could so many students have perished? Anger etched on Ed's face rendered Lu Dong hesitant to delay. Yes, I shall do so immediately. But it is alarming that Uli failed to notify you at the first instance of such a calamity. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Hurry and leave. At that moment, Ed was in no mood to entertain Lu Dong's ramblings, a formidable aura erupting from him. Yes, of course. Lu Dong's face turned pale as he hastily fled from the vice principal's office. Observing Lu Dong's disarray, Ed's heart remained tumultuous. No, I must go myself. In the assessment area, Uli sensed an ominous presence ahead, accelerating his pace, nearly closing the distance to the vengeful spirit. He shouted, "Release the student." "Huh. Insects." The vengeful spirit disdainfully glanced back at Uli, raising a hand as dark energy surged forth, transforming into a colossal hand. How infuriating! Uli cursed, golden light flickering around him as yellow armor enveloped his form, with two massive fireballs appearing in his hands. The terrifying heat warped the air surrounding them. "Monster, dare not flee." With a thrust of his palms, two blazing beams shot forth from his hands. Impressive strength, but alas. Chapter 36. Covering fire, the vengeful spirit bore a bloodthirsty grin. Boom. Two columns of fire surged toward the vengeful spirit, and the ensuing scene left Uli utterly astounded. Merely by opening its maw, the revenant corpse devoured the two searing beams of light. "Impossible!" Uli exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him. As a level 5 Apex Esper, his full-force strike was something even a level 7 Esper would hesitate to confront head-on, yet this monstrosity had simply swallowed it. An eye for an eye? The revenant corpse's mouth, which had been closed, suddenly reopened, this time spewing forth a beam of light even more intense than Yuli's attack. Uli, unable to evade in time, had his armor shattered instantly, his body scorched, his eyes rolled back, and he was barely breathing. Abruptly, the revenant corpse felt a lightness in its grasp and glanced down to see Tong, who had silently used the firelight from the earlier eruption to incinerate his own garments. Tong was now plummeting rapidly. How utterly puerile! The revenant corpse scoffed, its form flickering as it descended to seize Tong once more. Just then, a yellow radiance flickered before the revenant corpse, and yellow stones, with a hardness akin to diamonds, inexplicably appeared on its body, gradually spreading. Swiftly, as if by freezing, they solidified its form, binding it securely and transforming it into a colossal sphere that plummeted from the sky. Uli, who had been stunned earlier, had regained his senses and swiftly flew towards Tong, catching him securely before turning and hurrying back towards the school. "Are you all right, classmate?" Uli inquired, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead, knowing that the monster was no simple foe. Upon approaching it earlier, he had distinctly sensed an aura of death, and thus had to rely on the molten lava pillar to buy himself some time. As long as that monster is confined, Tong can be rescued. Indeed, his plan was flawless, and he successfully saved Tong. "I'm fine," Tong exclaimed, relieved to be caught by someone. Looking up, he noticed that the person appeared to be a teacher from the school, radiating an aura of formidable strength. However, crack, a sound of shattering echoed, causing Yuli's expression to change dramatically. How is this possible? My King's prison should have been able to delay a level 6 ability user for at least half a minute, and only a few seconds have passed. Uli dared not turn around. Based on his years of experience escaping death, he realized that the monster had exceeded his expectations. "What is your name?" Tong. "What is the origin of this monster? How did it appear in the examination arena?" Sensing the threat behind him, Uli immediately inquired about the monster, hoping to extract some useful information, preferably its weaknesses. "I don't know," Tong replied helplessly, unable to discern the exact strength and vulnerabilities of the vengeful corpse. After all, he initially believed his abilities could restrain the vengeful corpse, only to find that it had instead undergone a mutation, or perhaps an evolution. This is troublesome. Uli had heard of the vengeful corpse, but this was his first time witnessing it in person. With a thunderous explosion, the King's prison shattered, and the vengeful corpse surged forth, flying directly toward Uli and Tong. "And stare to toy with me." The vengeful corpse roared, its voice laced with a strange resonance. "This is bad." Uli's heart sank as he sensed the presence of an entity behind him, a being of no less than level 6 in its abilities, its true power an unfathomable enigma. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively darted left and right, plunging into the ruins below in a desperate attempt to momentarily obstruct the vengeful spirit. Accompanied by Tong, Uli sought to navigate through the debris, aiming to hinder the spirit's trajectory. However, to his utter astonishment, the creature disregarded all obstacles and barreled straight through the crumbling structure, moving with a swiftness that surpassed their own. "This is bad. There is no time. Go!" Uli suddenly shouted, hurling Tong away towards the distance. Tong soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing securely atop a dilapidated building. "Run, kid. I'll hold it off." The unexpected turn of events left Fan Tong momentarily stunned, yet he heeded Yuli's command and sprinted away with fervor. As Fan Tong retreated, the vengeful spirit merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction, unfazed by his escape. "Leave now, and I shall spare your life," the spirit uttered coldly. "Humph, you're talking nonsense," Uli retorted angrily, as his armor materialized, shimmering with enigmatic patterns, while a wave of searing heat began to emanate. The once yellow armor now pulsed with veins resembling molten lava. "This is my newly refined lava battle armor. Let us see how it fares against a monster like you," Uli declared, his face brimming with confidence. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him caved in as his formidable figure vanished from sight. "Ignorant fool," the spirit hissed, its crimson eyes flickering, hands morphing into claws. With a series of thuds, it met Yuli's advancing fist with its own. "Come again!" Uli let out a thunderous roar, pivoting to deliver an elbow strike imbued with unparalleled force, as if capable of shattering anything in its path. However, with a resounding clang reminiscent of stone colliding with metal. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display. A sharp intake of breath escaped Uli as he felt a numbing tremor coursing through his arm. His gaze fell upon the vengeful specter, struck at the neck, seemingly impervious to the impact, sending a chill down his spine. The apparition slowly adjusted its neck, prompting Uli to hastily retreat. "Excellent. Just when I was lamenting the lack of someone to stretch my muscles." The specter's eyes gleamed with a fervor as it swayed its neck, producing a series of ominous cracks, as though it were merely limbering up. Uli, witnessing the specter's resilience against his earlier blow, was transported back to the early days of the apocalypse when he had battled the second-tier zombies. In those moments, he had felt equally frail and engulfed by dread. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his tingling arm, reminiscent of the time he had crashed into mutated ironwood, his feet retreating slowly, lost in thought. A decade has passed. Suddenly, Uli halted, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, as he sensed he was on the verge of forgetting the essence of life and death combat. "Come forth, monster. This time I shall engage you in a thrilling clash," Uli bellowed, his veins surging, his armor glowing crimson. With a swift motion, his fists moved in a whirlwind, generating a terrifying speed that shattered the air with explosive sounds. The specter, with a mocking smile, met Yuli's onslaught head-on, deftly maneuvering its palms to deflect every blow with uncanny precision. The air crackled with explosive sounds as the two figures weaved and darted through the battlefield, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that surpassed 1,000 strikes within mere seconds. The earth trembled, and the remnants of buildings crumbled under the weight of this overwhelming force, transforming into shattered debris. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the vengeful spirit delivered a powerful slap to Yuli's head, shattering his diamond-like helmet. In an instant, Uli felt the world spin around him, staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. "Is this all the strength you possess?" The vengeful spirit looked down disdainfully at Uli, whose forehead was now a crimson cascade. A bloodthirsty impulse surged within it, causing the corners of its mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 37. The Reverse Servant. The uncontrollable thirst for blood ignited an unusual red glow in the spirit's eyes. With a primal roar, it lunged at Uli. Dazed, Uli wiped the blood from his blurred vision, faintly perceiving a shadow rushing towards him. In an instinctive reaction, a warhammer materialized in his hand as he rose, taking a deep breath before charging at the vengeful spirit with a fierce shout. "Oh, are you still unwilling to concede?" The spirit regarded Uli coldly, its hands morphing into claws as they clashed with Uli's iron hammer. In that moment, sparks erupted, and the warhammer shattered, sending fragments flying. The tremendous force drove the splintered pieces deep into the surrounding earth and walls. The vengeful spirit vanished once more and reappeared behind Uli. Acting on instinct, he attempted to pivot and launch another attack, but it was already too late. A resounding crash ensued. Once again, a heavy strike resonated, followed by countless shadowy figures ruthlessly battering Uli's body. It was not until Uli had completely lost consciousness that the vengeful spirit sent him flying with a single palm strike. In an instant, Uli's form was sent soaring like a tattered sack, his molten armor shattering into fragments, utterly reduced to dust. Subsequently, the spirit inhaled deeply, drawing forth a torrent of blood from the surrounding earth, all flowing eagerly into its mouth. Indeed, the stronger the energy, the more exquisite the blood. However, it still paled in comparison to that cunning man. Glancing at the unconscious Uli, the vengeful spirit paid him no further heed, lifting him effortlessly and turning to pursue the fleeing Fan Tong. Looking back at the distant black dot on the horizon, Fan Tong could not help but curse under his breath. What the hell? How did it catch up again? "Is that Teacher Uli?" Catching sight of the unconscious Uli, Fan Tong feared he had met his demise. "I'm so sorry. I've dragged you down." A wave of sorrow washed over Fan Tong, mingled with the melancholy of his slow progress and strength. Yet, if this sentiment were to be revealed to the talented youths of the prominent families, he would likely face a brutal beating, even if he survived the vengeful spirit's wrath. Achieving the status of a level 3 psychic in less than a week while withstanding attacks from level 5 or even stronger vengeful spirits was a feat that even the unconsciously Z and others could not accomplish. "Don't run. You can't escape." The vengeful spirit soared through the air, leisurely observing the frantic Fan Tong below, akin to an eagle hunting a chick. He toted Uli along, periodically imbibing a mouthful of blood, as if it were mere juice. "Why are you so persistent in pursuing me?" Fan Tong exclaimed, exerting himself to flee. "Why?" The wraith paused, then chuckled. "Because I am so inclined." "Damn it, you may be inclined to chase, but I am not inclined to be chased," Fan Tong retorted, incensed. "You had best cease your resistance and surrender, lest you suffer when I apprehend you." The wraith's voice, tinged with a hint of contentment, echoed in Fan Tong's mind. "Inane drivel," Fan Tong cursed, seizing another handful of energy core snacks and stuffing them into his mouth. Observing Fan Tong consuming the energy core snacks, the wraith's gaze betrayed a hint of perplexity, as if it detected a peculiar aroma. As a wraith, it only experienced gustatory sensations, or rather tactile sensations of the flesh, when imbibing blood. Yet, the object Fan Tong held seemed to evoke such a sensation. Observing Fan Tong's unwavering resolve, the wraith flung the unconscious Uli towards him. Thud. Fan Tong nearly succumbed to the impact, spewing several mouthfuls of blood, reopening the internal wounds he had painstakingly healed. Cough, cough. Fan Tong reluctantly rose to his feet, abandoning his struggle. Observing Yuli's feeble state, he cautiously ascertained the presence of breath, relieved to find him still alive. He then extracted an energy core snack and inserted it into Yuli's mouth, but the effect appeared negligible. "Permit me to examine the object you administered to him earlier." The vengeful spirit descended slowly from the sky, extending its hand with an air of arrogance that suggested it would resort to violence if not appeased. Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the spirit's intentions. However, under the oppressive presence of the specter, he reluctantly retrieved a handful of energy snacks, his mind swirling with confusion. The spirit seized the snacks, inhaling their aroma with newfound interest, and suddenly its eyes sparkled with delight. It tossed one of the snacks into its mouth, crunching down with a satisfying crispness. The energy snacks seemed to harbor a certain power, which the spirit's body eagerly absorbed, reminiscent of the sensations it experienced when Fan Tong had previously struck it. The cycle of destruction and rebirth continued to transform its form. Without hesitation, the spirit devoured all the remaining snacks, closing its eyes in sheer ecstasy. Could it be that this vengeful spirit relished the food I created? A thought flickered in Fan Tong's mind. Delicious. I have never tasted anything beyond blood before. Once the spirit had finished savoring the snacks, it opened its eyes with a sudden intensity, the previous ferocity replaced by a clarity of expression. "How many of these do you possess?" Seeing the spirit's anxious demeanor, Fan Tong understood that his initial assumptions were correct. "I have none left. What you just consumed was the very last of it." "What?" The spirit paused, momentarily bewildered, suspecting that Fan Tong was deceiving it, a fierce glint returning to its gaze. "Stop. Stop." Seeing the change in the spirit's expression, Fan Tong's heart raced, and he quickly raised his hand to interject. "Can you not let me finish speaking?" "Then speak," the spirit demanded. "How did you come by those snacks?" "Just a moment." Fan Tong gestured for the vengeful corpse to remain calm, then produced a core of energy from her person. "This is that kind of food." "You tricked me again." The vengeful corpse expressed disbelief. "Do not fret." Fan Tong feigned mystery by closing her palm, only to reveal that the core had transformed into a delightful energy snack. The vengeful corpse, impatient, hastily stuffed it into its mouth, savoring the flavor. Continue," it urged. "It's all gone." Fan Tong spread her hands in exasperation. "I assure you, it's truly finished. You witnessed the absence of the core, leaving me incapable of creating that food." She lamented. "Now I shall assist you in eliminating zombies. You must provide it for me." As she spoke, the vengeful corpse began to search for zombies. "Wait," Fan Tong called out, suppressing a smile. "Did you know that you could actually have it every day?" "What do you mean?" the vengeful corpse queried, puzzled. "As long as you can ensure my personal safety for 3 years. During this time, I can supply you with that food daily. What do you say?" Upon hearing Fan Tong's proposal, the vengeful corpse pondered before responding. "Your reasoning is sound. Just as it was about to say more, its gaze shifted towards the school. Powerful humans are approaching. Without hesitation, the vengeful corpse seized Fan Tong and soared into the air once more. Hey, what are you doing? I instructed you to protect my personal safety. Why are you grabbing me again? Unexpectedly, the vengeful corpse looked at Fan Tong with an odd expression and remarked, Did you not say to ensure your personal safety? To have you by my side, with you responsible for preparing my meals daily, and I, in turn, ensuring your protection, a mutually beneficial arrangement. It would be akin to acquiring a personal attendant, a rather agreeable prospect. Upon uttering these words, a hint of longing surfaced on the revenant's lips, as if envisioning a delightful existence filled with daily sustenance of nuclear delicacies. However, this revelation brought dismay to Fan Tong, who silently cursed, I'm done for. I sought to employ you as a bodyguard, yet you aspire to have me as a bed warmer. Nay, as a thrall. Chapter 38. The pursuit. The vexed Fan Tong was left with no choice but to allow the revenant to carry him, his face betraying an elated countenance that he could not express. On the rescue front, the instructor had already assembled Li Ziyi and the remaining assessment participants, awaiting Yuli's return to the academy. Wang Jingjing, along with her companions, and Duan Yuan had all regained consciousness, their injuries having been fully mended. Fan Tong, are you still alive? Wang Jingjing murmured absently. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiaoma inquired with curiosity, Sister, what are you muttering about? It's nothing. I was merely contemplating Fan Tong. Thinking of Brother Tong? Surely not. Sister, could it be that you? Observing the astonished look in Wang Xiaoma's eyes, a blush crept across Wang Jingjing's face. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Wang Xiaoma sigh, Alas. Sister, I implore you, do not torment Brother Tong. I wager my Brother Tong would never harbor affection for a tigress such as yourself. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Jingjing swiftly covered her mouth, glaring fiercely at Wang Xiaoma and demanding, Do you dare to say that again? Wan. Xia. Ma. Wang Xiaoma whimpered, tears welling in her eyes, as she sought assistance from Xiaoshan and Duan Yuan. However, both tactfully averted their gaze. Duan Yuan, do you see someone over there who might need help? Let's go assist them. With that, Xiaoshan hurriedly dragged Duan Yuan away, leaving Wang Xiaoma in a state of utter despair. Li Ziyi and others, their bodies wrapped in bandages, struggled to suppress laughter, their mouths twitching in pain. After a few pitiful cries, Wang Xiaoma lay on the ground like a defeated animal. I was merely pondering whether Fan Tong is safe at this moment. How could I be thinking of him? Wang Jingjing's face flushed crimson, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment. You should have mentioned it earlier, sister. Wang Xiaoma sobbed. Humph. Who told you to be so mouthy? Wang Jingjing sulked to the side, continuing her wait. Time passed, and from the direction of the school, two figures, one slender and one stout, approached rapidly. Upon seeing the newcomers, numerous teachers stepped aside, paying their respects. Among them, the thin, white-haired elder exuded an aura of immense authority, scanning the surroundings until his brow furrowed in disappointment upon failing to locate the person he sought. Where's Director Wooly? It is Vice Dean Ed. The instructor's initial worry transformed into joy upon recognizing him. One of the instructors hurriedly responded, Director Wooly has gone to confront the monster. Monster? Utter nonsense. What kind of monster could possibly exist in the assessment arena? Lu Dong, rotund and adjusting his spectacles, rebuked the instructor, who claims there is none. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. Wang Xiaoma immediately rose to protest. Who is spreading such fabrications? Lu Dong squinted, surveying everyone present. He speaks the truth. We have all been harmed by that creature. Li Ziyi stood up, his upper body swathed in bandages, obscuring his features. And who might you be? Lu Dong fixed his gaze upon Li Ziyi, as if attempting to penetrate the layers of gauze concealing his visage. Director. This is the son of the head of the Li family. The Li family? Upon hearing this, Lu Dong's expression shifted dramatically, swiftly replaced by a sycophantic smile. So it is young Master Li. Might I inquire what manner of creature it is? And where it currently resides? It dares to harm you. I shall not let it escape unscathed. Li Ziyi gazed into the distance, shaking his head in dismay. That creature appears to be the legendary vengeful corpse, and its whereabouts are now unknown. Furthermore, it has also taken away Su Din. Vengeful corpse. At the utterance of those words, Ade's white beard trembled violently. How could such a monstrosity manifest in our 10th city? His piercing gaze darted towards Lu Dong, who trembled in fear. Vice Dean. I am equally perplexed. I meticulously cleaned the assessment arena, leaving only creatures of around level 3. The strongest could not exceed level 4. How could such a being possibly emerge? Humph. You better be telling the truth. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Ed summoned a ribbon of white light that soared upward, carried by the wind. Upon reaching a certain height, the luminous ribbon erupted like fireworks, transforming into a myriad of twinkling lights that lingered in the air. Suddenly, all the glimmers drifted toward a single direction. He found them. A radiant glow emanated from Ed's eyes, as if penetrating boundless distances, instantly locking onto Uli and Fan Tong. Ludong, take them and retreat first. I shall return shortly. As for your matters, the department heads will discuss them later. Before his words faded, Ed's figure shimmered with a veil of light, then dissolved into countless specks of luminescence. Understood, Ludong replied respectfully. Yet unease flickered across his plump face as he surveyed the remaining rescue instructors and the few dozen assessment students. Let us go. You all heard the vice principal's orders. As he turned to leave, a melodious voice interrupted him. Deputy Director Liu, we wish to stay. Turning toward the source, he saw Wang Jingjing speaking, accompanied by several assessment students, all seemingly eager to remain. Stay? Ludong was perplexed, his brows furrowing as anger welled within him. I care not for your reasons. The vice principal has instructed that you all must leave, and you shall obey. Deputy Director Liu, we wish to wait for the vice principal's return. Li Ji and Fang Jian stood together, with Jin Bao lying behind them. Seeing their determination to stay, Ludong's expression softened. Are there others who wish to remain? Upon observing that no one wished to remain, he hastily instructed a few mentors to stay behind for supervision before departing with the others. Ed transformed into a shimmering light, his form seemingly concealed within the fabric of space, moving with the swiftness of a meteor racing across the night sky. Upon encountering the vengeful corpse, his brow furrowed. He noted a significant discrepancy between this figure and what he had previously understood. Another old fellow had appeared. It was an endless cycle. The vengeful corpse, speaking with an air of palpable irritation, momentarily stunned Ed. Are you the newly appointed king of corpses in this domain? What nonsense about a king of corpses? I have never heard of such a thing. Despite its evident impatience, the corpse refrained from making any rash movements. Sensing the immense power residing within the elder before it, power formidable enough to suppress its peak self, let alone its current state. Yet, it remained unfazed. Even if it could not prevail, it could easily escape unharmed. However, the vengeful corpse's gaze lingered on Fan Tong, its only attachment, for this being was its loyal servant. To abandon or to retain, that was indeed a dilemma. Nevertheless, Fan Tong interjected, Senior, please exercise caution. This vengeful corpse possesses formidable strength. Silence. The corpse roared, causing Fan Tong to promptly close his mouth. The vengeful corpse. Ed scrutinized the figure before him, though he could not ascertain whether it was indeed the same vengeful corpse he had previously encountered, and he casually remarked, could it be a new breed? Chapter 39. The Mark You Old Fool. Who are you calling an old thing? Sensing Ed's nonchalant tone, which seemed wholly dismissive of its terrifying presence, the vengeful corpse was instantly incensed. Perish, you antiquated codger. A voice seethed with youthful malice. Pray, why does this juvenile corpse king exhibit such insolence? Were you raised without parental guidance? Evidently incensed by the revenant's repeated epithets, Aiden's fury ignited. A surge of luminescence emanated from his hands, instantly enveloping both the revenant and Fan Tong. In that fleeting moment, the very atmosphere seemed to congeal, as though the air had been compressed into a solid mass. An unimaginable force of constriction, akin to a pair of invisible hands, relentlessly imprisoned the revenant. Curious, Aiden mused, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. How remarkably resilient is this diminutive corpse king? He found himself unable to vanquish the undead monarch with a single blow, igniting a spark of intrigue within him. Release. The revenant roared, its form wreathed in tendrils of ebony miasma. A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted forth, sending Fan Tong hurtling through the air. Such impudence from a mere zombie king. Aiden retorted, his voice laced with disdain. Yet, your unbidden arrival within our academy's hallowed testing grounds, coupled with the slaughter of so many students, merits your demise. With a swift, decisive gesture, Aiden clenched his hand. The force of his will directed at the revenant across the distance. The very air ruptured in protest, and before Fan Tong's astonished gaze, the revenant was crushed into a grotesque mass by an unseen force. Yet, this act did not deliver the coup de GRC. Instead, the revenant's bones emitted a cacophony of sickening cracks and groans, as though an inexhaustible reservoir of power was resisting Aiden's assault. The sound sent tremors of shock through Aiden's very core. He had already unleashed 30% of his power, yet he remained unable to obliterate the corpse king. It became undeniably clear that this particular undead monarch was far from ordinary. Mark my words, you old relic. The revenant snarled, its voice dripping with malice. And you as well. I shall return to seek you out. Suppressed by a formidable force, the vengeful spirit let out a furious howl. Upon hearing its words, Fan Tong suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead, a trickle of blood dripping from the tip of her nose. I have already marked you. No matter when or where, I shall ultimately find you. The corners of the spirit's mouth curled into a frenzied smile. Then, with a resounding bang, the spirit erupted, releasing an overwhelming cloud of darkness, which swiftly dissipated into the air. Is this a self-detonation? Ed, puzzled, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a while, but ultimately detected nothing suspicious before reopening them. Meanwhile, within Fan Tong's mind, she felt as though she had been inserted into something, a fleeting silhouette. An immediate chill ran down her spine. Could that being's words hold truth? Could it truly return to seek me out? With a mindset of cautious belief, she felt a surge of unease. Rest assured, that creature does not dare to return for the time being. Let us depart. Sensing Fan Tong's apprehension, Ed spoke soothingly. Very well, senior, Fan Tong replied, composedly turning to carry Uli away. Ah, what an intriguing little one. Ed observed Fan Tong's poised demeanor with a hint of satisfaction. I am Ed, the vice principal of Qianlong High School. May I ask your name? Upon hearing Ed's words, Fan Tong felt a surge of surprise within, though she chose not to display it overtly, as Ed, seemingly effortlessly capable of catching up to the vengeful spirit and subduing it with one hand, observed the impressive strength of the elderly figure before him. It became evident that this individual held a significant status, meriting a call for assistance. I am Fan Tong, a participant in this year's assessment. In the presence of such a formidable figure, Fan Tong contemplated the wisdom of revealing his true self. Indeed, let us proceed. Ed nodded at Fan Tong, then gestured, causing both Fan Tong and Uli to uncontrollably levitate. As a flash of white light enveloped them, they reappeared moments later, alongside Wang Jingjing and others. Why are you still here? Ed inquired, puzzled upon seeing them. We apologize, Vice Principal Ed. We requested to remain here, awaiting your return to leave together. Li Ziyi and the others stepped forward to clarify. This explanation eased Ed's expression considerably. In that case, let us return together. With another wave of his hand, Ed enveloped the group, transporting them back to the school. At the entrance of Qianlong High School, a throng of individuals confronted the security team, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of the ancient Three Clans War. What is happening here? As Lu Dong approached with teachers and assessment participants, they were immediately surrounded. Among the crowd were numerous journalists, wielding cameras and incessantly snapping photographs. Deputy Director Lu, your arrival is timely. Why does this year's student assessment at your school exhibit such a high mortality rate? Is it due to inadequate supervision? May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? The unexpected predicament left Lu Dong somewhat overwhelmed. Yet he could only muster the courage to respond. This matter requires further investigation. I kindly ask everyone to exercise patience. Our institution shall provide a reasonable explanation. Make way. Make way. We have injured students who need to enter. As the situation appeared increasingly dire, the security team hurriedly interposed themselves to shield Lu Dong from the throng of journalists, affording him a brief moment to breathe as he swiftly navigated through the crowd alongside his fellow educators and students. Upon entering the school, Lu Dong finally exhaled in relief. However, the chaotic scene outside ignited a flicker of irritation within him. How did these reporters gain access to this information so swiftly? With a sense of perplexity, Lu Dong summoned the head of the security team, Zhang Qing, to inquire who has permitted their presence. Zhang Qing shook his head, responding, I am equally in the dark. They appeared without any forewarning. Perhaps, Lu Dong prompted, sensing Zhang Qing's hesitation. Perhaps the parents have become aware and have united to exert pressure on the school. Additionally, there exists the possibility that someone is orchestrating an attempt to incite a public uproar. A glimmer of insight crossed Zhang Qing's eyes, and this notion sparked a realization within Lu Dong, leading him to ponder a certain individual. Could it truly be him? Yet, what advantage would such actions confer upon him? Deputy Director Lu, Zhang Qing softly called out as he noticed Lu Dong lost in thought. Do you possess any knowledge regarding this matter? Should we inform the journalists and parents to temporarily placate them? Lu Dong regained his composure and gestured with his hand, saying, for now, let's hold them off. We need to clarify this matter thoroughly. Understood. Zhang Qing immediately grasped the various reasons involved. Perhaps it was not appropriate to voice them at this moment, but he knew how best to proceed. At that moment, a teacher approached and inquired, Deputy Director Lu, Shall we take the students to tend to their wounds? Yes. Go ahead. Lu Dong waved his hand impatiently, signaling the teacher to leave promptly. He then pondered as he returned to his office. Chapter 40. The Storm of Public Opinion 1. It has been reported that, to date, Qianlong School has yet to provide a direct response regarding the incident with a mortality rate exceeding 70% during enrollment. We will continue to follow this story closely. Upon seeing the news and the communication, Aida maintained a calm demeanor. With Uli still recuperating, you will be responsible for organizing the upcoming enrollment ceremony. The date will proceed as scheduled. Suddenly, an aged voice shattered the silence in the office. That seems inappropriate. Lu Dong was perplexed as to why Aida insisted on holding the ceremony as planned. To him, it seemed prudent to delay until the truth was ascertained. Not to worry. I will address any ensuing matters. Aida asserted firmly, his tone resolute and indisputable. All right, I understand. Lu Dong nodded slightly and swiftly departed, beginning preparations for the various aspects of the enrollment ceremony. As Lu Dong's figure faded from the doorway, Ed slowly made his way to the window, gazing out at the blazing sun, lost in contemplation. In his hand, a few fragments reflected a soft silver light. Meanwhile, in the school dormitory, Fan Tong had just awakened, stretching languidly as his joints emitted a series of satisfying cracks. Squinting at the bright daylight, he noticed the sun perched high among the branches, its rays streaming through the window, enveloping the room in a warm embrace. Taking a deep breath, he savored the tranquility and serenity in the air, and couldn't help but reflect that this was the most restful night he had experienced since arriving in this world. The events of the past few days, along with the life-and-death moment from yesterday, made it all feel like a dream. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the stillness of the room. Tong. The familiar voice of Wang Xiaoma echoed from outside, having already awakened and now impatiently rapping on the door. Coming. No need to rush. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Fan Tong rose to open the door, revealing a jubilant Wang Xiaoma. Let us go, Tong. Let us explore. We've finally entered the school. We must familiarize ourselves. What is the hurry? There will be plenty of time ahead. Fan Tong confidently replied, certain that their admission to the school was a foregone conclusion. However, just as Fan Tong and Wang Xiaoma were about to step out of the dormitory, the communication device within the room suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. With a slight frown, Fan Tong turned back, pressing the answer button on the device. Hello? A hint of perplexity laced Fan Tong's voice. Hello, Fan Tong. I am Lu Dong, the vice principal of the school. Please come to the admissions office immediately. There is a matter of great importance to discuss. A serious tone resonated from the communication device. All right, we will be there shortly, Fan Tong replied, disconnecting the call. Turning to Wang Xiaoma, the ease that once graced her features had vanished, replaced by a somber expression. What is wrong, Tong? Wang Xiaoma inquired, sensing Fan Tong's unease. Vice Principal Lu Dong has summoned us, mentioning there is something significant to address. As she spoke, Fan Tong began to organize her belongings. Let us go and see what this is about. Wang Xiaoma nodded, and the two swiftly departed the dormitory, heading towards the admissions office. Along the way, silence enveloped them, an inexplicable tension permeating the air between them. Arriving simultaneously were Wang Jingjing and Xiao Shan. The four exchanged glances, a shared sense of foreboding settling within. Upon entering the office, they discovered Li Zi, Fang Jian, Jin Bao, and others had already gathered. Confusion and concern etched on everyone's faces. It was evident that none were privy to the reason behind the school's sudden summons. Now that everyone is here, Lu Dong began as he noticed Fan Tong and the others enter. You may have heard that a significant casualty incident occurred during the recent admissions assessment, and currently, the external pressure from public opinion is immense. Lu Dong's words cast a pall over the room, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on all present. As assessors of students, you are undoubtedly aware of the admission mortality rates from previous years, which seldom exceed 5%. Any occurrence beyond that threshold typically constitutes significant news. In that instant, several individuals grasped the gravity of the current situation. Nevertheless, after careful deliberation, the school has resolved to proceed with the enrollment ceremony, scheduled for 2 days hence. At that time, those of you who have exhibited exceptional performance during the assessments will receive the school's focus training. Upon hearing this, the group felt an immediate uplift in spirits, while Fan Tong and her companions discreetly exhaled in relief. Lu Dong continued, however, before that, I must caution you. Accepting this training signifies you will be confronted with greater pressure and responsibility. Deputy Director, do you mean? Li Zi could not help but interject. The school anticipates your diligent training in the days to come, enhancing your capabilities. Simultaneously, you must collaborate with the institution to navigate the external scrutiny and public opinion. The matter of the vengeful spirits must remain strictly confidential. Do you understand? Lu Dong's gaze swept over each individual. Moreover, you must demonstrate to the outside world that our school possesses the ability to cultivate outstanding individuals with extraordinary abilities. This incident is merely an unfortunate anomaly. The greater the peril you endure while emerging unscathed, the more it signifies your vast potential. Upon hearing their teacher's words, the students fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the implicit warning against frivolous discourse. Teacher, we are willing to comply with the school's directives. Li Zi and others were the first to speak. Their gazes calm and indifferent, as they were unperturbed by such matters. They understood precisely what to say and what to withhold. Very well, since that is the case. The enrollment ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. Do not be late. Lu Dong nodded in satisfaction. Now, you may return. After Fan Tong and her companions, including Duan Yuan, exited the office, they did not head straight to their dormitory but instead meandered leisurely around the campus. Before long, they found themselves at Doomsday Plaza, where a towering sculpture stood majestically. Inscribed upon it were the words, Principal of the 10th Qianlong Supernatural Academy, Fu Long. How grand. Standing before the statue, Fan Tong finally grasped the enormity of the sculpture, which soared to a height of 49 meters. By the way, have you ever seen the principal? Suddenly, Fan Tong seemed to recall something. Throughout their time at the school, despite the myriad of happenings, it appeared none had beheld the principal's presence. Rumor had it that the principal was always elusive, shrouded in mystery. Wang Jingjing gazed at the statue, her eyes filled with admiration and longing. She too fantasized about one day becoming such a formidable individual. The principal's enigmatic demeanor. Could it signify great strength? Fan Tong, puzzled, fixated on the statue, gradually locking eyes with it, and before she knew it, she had slipped into a reverie. Suddenly, Fan Tong felt a sharp pain in her eyes, a trickle of blood seeping from her brow. Chapter 41. The turmoil of public opinion too. In an instant, she was grasping her forehead in agony, crying out in distress, collapsing to the ground. Fan Tong, what has happened to you? Observing Fan Tong suddenly rolling on the ground, Wang Jingjing and the others hurriedly rushed over to assess the situation. However, no matter what they did, Fan Tong continued to suffer from an excruciating headache. Gradually, the shadow of a vengeful spirit emerged in her mind, only to vanish moments later. As it dissipated, Fan Tong ceased her rolling. Yet a trace of blood appeared on her forehead. How could this be? Could it be that the ghost truly was not dead? The familiar voice of the vengeful spirit seemed to echo in her ears, plunging her into a state of deep melancholy. What is it? Wang Jingjing furrowed her brows, intrigued by Fan Tong's muttering. Fan Tong shook her head, replying, It's nothing, just a bit of a headache. Perhaps my injury from yesterday hasn't healed yet. As she spoke, she wiped away a bead of blood from her forehead, and the trace vanished. Did you notice anything unusual about the sculpture? Unusual? What could possibly be unusual? Tong, are you hallucinating due to your head injury? Is your brain malfunctioning? Wang Xiaoma's eyes were filled with confusion. Shut up. Fan Tong snapped, kicking Wang Xiaoma in the backside. Hee, I was just saying it casually. Wang Xiaoma agilely dodged and grinned mischievously. Since your injury isn't healed yet, you should return and rest, Wang Jingjing said, her expression tinged with concern, though her demeanor remained slightly haughty. Older sister, you seem quite anxious. Get lost. Wang Jingjing glared, raising her hand to swat at Wang Xiaoma, who quickly scurried behind Fan Tong in fright. Upon witnessing the scene, Fan Tong silently shook her head and pouted. When it comes to provoking a woman's ire with just a few words, no one does it quite like Dog Brother. His tongue is far too sharp. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Duan? Huh, what? Duan Yuan, bewildered, stared blankly as Fan Tong realized he was merely 18. Oh well, there's no way to explain it to you. Let us head to the cafeteria for a bite. The quality of a school can really be assessed by its cuisine. With a smile, Fan Tong briskly made her way to the cafeteria, a group of them chattering and laughing, and after a leisurely 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a place aptly named First Cafeteria, a rather down-to-earth name. One could only wonder about the quality of the food. Fan Tong reminisced about her own school days. The flavors were simply beyond description. Often, she would sneak off with her 3 roommates to the neighboring school for a meal. As the 5 entered the cafeteria, an intriguing aroma wafted through the air, instantly lifting their spirits. Wang Xiaoma eagerly dashed towards the counter to peruse the dishes available. While these delicacies were of a caliber one could seldom find outside the school, Wang Xiaoma, salivating, scrutinized the exquisite and appetizing offerings before her. However, upon glancing at the price tags, she let out a startled shriek. What? 1,000 for a single dish? Do you take me for a rich second generation? Stop shouting. A middle-aged woman leisurely wielding a spoon cast a disdainful look at Wang Xiaoma. If you can't afford it, then go for the cheaper options over there. Wang Xiaoma's face flushed crimson at the comment, and onlookers began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Who do you think you're looking down on? You old hag? I want all of these. Oh? The middle-aged woman finally cast a serious glance at Wang Xiaoma, then began to serve. Clatter, clatter. After placing the meager portion on a plate, she handed it to Wang Xiaoma. This is hardly sufficient. It's not enough to satiate my hunger. Please. A bit more. Wang Xiaoma frowned at the pitiful amount of food, barely enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. I'm sorry, but a serving is precisely this quantity. You may choose to eat or not. Faced with such an attitude, Wang Xiaoma could no longer contain his frustration and was on the verge of an outburst, only to be restrained by a hand. Hey, I say, Andy, you are being rather unfair to us newcomers. And who might you be? The middle-aged woman scrutinized Fan Tong, noting her complete lack of equipment, and her expression returned to one of disdain. I am Sudian. Oh, I've never heard of you. The middle-aged woman replied, momentarily taken aback. After years in the field, she had encountered many renowned talents, yet the name Sudian was utterly unfamiliar. Among the crowd, two figures suddenly recognized the name and turned curiously. Upon seeing Fan Tong's face, one of them felt a surge of joy and quickly departed, while the other remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. You may not have heard of me before, but now that you have, I expect an apology and the provision of adequate food, without any shortages. Fan Tong coldly addressed the middle-aged woman. What are you? Neither a genius nor a leader, demanding an apology from a mere novice? On what grounds? On what grounds? Fan Tong let out a cold laugh and shouted, Come, come, everyone, gather around. As her voice echoed, more and more students converged around her. Take a look at the produce this vendor is selling. Do you think the prices are exorbitant? With such lofty prices, we receive so little in return. Do you not think she is attempting to jeopardize our lives as students? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's expression changed, and she retorted angrily, You little brat. I sell goods at prices that are entirely reasonable. How dare you accuse me of endangering students' lives? I have not poisoned anything. Humph. Your prices are excessively high, and the portions are pitifully small, leaving many students to spend a fortune yet still leave hungry. Are you aware of the consequences this could cause? Are you willing to bear the burden? Fan Tong replied, her gaze fixed coldly on the middle-aged woman. The woman, brimming with arrogance, only incited further murmurs among the surrounding students who had similarly fallen victim to her schemes but had previously swallowed their grievances, opting for peace rather than confrontation. However, witnessing her brazen audacity today ignited their suppressed anger. Seeing their reaction, Fan Tong continued, Spending so much yet still leaving unsatisfied compels us to spend even more to procure food. This, in turn, adversely affects our ability to cultivate our abilities, elongating the time required for our training day by day. Is this not a grave consequence? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding students were struck with realization. It was no wonder they felt their cultivation of extraordinary abilities had become insufficient. A careful reflection revealed that the root cause lay in the cafeteria's exorbitant prices. Nonsense! Exclaimed one middle-aged woman, her face flushed with indignation. What does this have to do with the prices of dishes? It is their own folly. They lack talent. If they possessed any, gathering energy cores would be a trivial matter, and they would not be concerned with such paltry resources. Her hand trembled as she clutched the spatula. Fan Tong cleared her throat and continued, Stop. I have yet to finish. Chapter 42. The Turmoil of Public Opinion. 3. As graduation approached. They missed the optimal window to enhance their extraordinary abilities, resulting in progressively sluggish advancements. They would fail to reach their true potential, thereby diminishing the overall combat prowess of the school. Moreover, considering the institution as the primary source of combatants with extraordinary abilities, a decline in its strength would lead to a corresponding decrease in the city's combat capacity, ultimately preventing the emergence of high-level extraordinary combatants in the entire city. In the end, they would find themselves reduced to mere prey beneath the claws of monstrous beings. And neither you nor your family would escape the fate of being devoured by these creatures. Upon concluding her statement, Fan Tong surveyed the students around her, noting their contemplative expressions that soon morphed into fear, which subsequently transformed into indignation directed at the middle-aged woman. However, the woman dismissed their sentiments with disdain, declaring, "You speak nonsense. My son is the deputy director of the school. He will surely take me to live in another city." This proclamation ignited a fervor akin to pouring oil on flames, sending ripples of unrest throughout the crowd. Infuriating. It has caused us immense suffering. It seeks to obliterate our cherished home. The family members charged at her. The older students could no longer hold back. They shattered the windows and stormed inside, commencing a frenzied assault on all the food and utensils. The chaotic scene brought an unexpected sense of satisfaction to Wang Xiaoma. After such a tumult, no one harbored intentions of continuing their meal in the cafeteria. "Why don't we eat outside? Let us see if there are any good restaurants nearby," Fan Tong suggested, and her proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Stepping outside the school, they followed the throng and arrived at a bustling street. The overall architecture, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland, starkly contrasted with the school, evoking a peculiar sensation in Fan Tong. Wang Xiaoma wrinkled her nose, sniffing the air intently, and suddenly her eyes sparkled as she pointed in a direction. "Tong, go. I can smell something. There seems to be a delightful restaurant over there. Let us go. You lead the way. We must try it." "Absolutely." With that, Wang Xiaoma swiftly maneuvered through the crowd toward the source of the enticing aroma. The five soon reached a restaurant adorned in resplendent decor. Just as they were about to enter, a figure abruptly blocked their path. "Excuse me, are you Sudun?" "Huh." Fan Tong, noticing the striking individual with purple hair, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. You are from that Shamate group, aren't you?" "Wait. Didn't you die?" "What Shamate?" Wang Lei was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended that it was undoubtedly not a pleasant remark, and his expression darkened instantly. "Enough with the nonsense. Follow me." As soon as the words left his mouth, two ability users appeared behind Wang Lei, rushing forward in an attempt to seize Fan Tong. "What if I refuse?" Fan Tong emanated a sharp aura, and the violent sword energy surrounding her caused the onlookers to halt in their tracks, casting curious glances while murmuring amongst themselves. Who is this person, daring enough to act so boldly in the city? A burly man, clearly entertained by the unfolding scene, wore an expression of intrigue. "Look, aren't those the guards of the Huang family?" Suddenly, someone recognized the two ability users accompanying Wang Lei. "Quickly disperse. Don't just stand there." People began to pull away hurriedly, their faces reflecting a sense of trepidation. "Fan Tong, do not engage." Wang Jingjing tugged at Fan Tong's sleeve. "Why not?" Fan Tong inquired, bewildered. "This is a rule of the city. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, there will be penalties, and in severe cases, one may be killed on the spot." Wang Jingjing frowned deeply, her gaze fixed on the approaching ability users, sensing that their presence was significantly stronger than that of their own third-level abilities, indicating they were at least at the fourth level. Clearly, they were not intimidated by the so-called city regulations. Fan Tong's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Wang Lei and the two accompanying individuals. Just as the two clad in the Huang family's standard combat gear were about to charge forward, a stout figure darted across their path, shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Tianshi Lu?" Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar silhouette of the newcomer. A few individuals exchanged glances, gazing at the person before them, and slowly turned away, their hearts brimming with delight. "Is it you?" "Ha, Brother Su. Long time no see." Jin Bao was the first to speak. Fan Tong scratched his head in confusion. "Didn't we see each other just yesterday?" Jin Bao responded, Oh. Forget I said that. By the way, what brings you here? Are you here to dine?" After a moment of silence, Fan Tong and his companions finally spoke. "Indeed. We are here to eat. However, it seems that those three do not wish for us to enjoy our meal. Oh, let me see who dares to cause a ruckus on my territory." Jin Bao's expression turned stern as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Lei and the two members of the guard. "Leave this place now, and I shall overlook this matter." Jin Bao's cold reprimand left them in a predicament. Are you truly going to protect them? Wang Lei had gathered information, discovering that Su Duan and his three companions bore no significant background. He assumed that as the heir of the Jin family, Jin Bao must have thoroughly investigated them. Thus, he could not fathom why Jin Bao was adopting such a protective stance. "Have you thought this through? Are you genuinely prepared to oppose the Huang family?" Wang Lei pressed. Oppose the Huang family? When has my Jin family ever not been at odds with the Huang family?" Jin Bao retorted defiantly. "If you wish to dine, I welcome you. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige." With that resolute declaration, Jin Bao turned away. cheerfully beckoning Fan Tong and his companions to enter the heavenly dining house. Damn it, that arrogant fatso, Wang Lei muttered in frustration. But he had no choice but to wave his hand and lead the two abilities users away in disgrace. As for the other onlookers, they had long since dispersed. Fan Tong gazed at Jin Bao, who had seemingly flaunted his wealth moments ago. With a hint of envy, he inquired, "Brother Jin, did I hear correctly? Is this entire building yours?" "Hee. I merely inherited a modest portion of my family's fortune," Jin Bao replied with a sheepish grin. "Indeed, you are quite affluent," Wang Xiaoma remarked, surveying the surroundings, occasionally taking bites here and there, before covering his mouth in astonishment. "Goodness, the extravagance is beyond comprehension. Black cloud stone combined with celestial meteorite iron and super gold has constructed such a grand edifice. What is the matter? Is it expensive?" Jin Bao looked at Wang Xiaoma in confusion, unable to grasp his meaning. "Is it expensive? Do you think it's expensive?" Wang Xiaoma responded, exasperated, as if the disparity in wealth was suffocating. "How exorbitant is it, you ask? Let me put it this way. Black cloud stone costs at least 100 energy cores per kilogram. Celestial meteorite iron is a minimum of 1,000 energy cores per kilogram. And as for super gold, it hovers around 100 energy cores for just a gram. Now, consider the size of this building." "What?" Fan Tong was left astounded, realizing just how distant his world was from that of the wealthy. Observing their astonishment, Jin Bao appeared unfazed, smiling as he said, "These are merely material possessions. By the way, weren't you all going to eat? It's on me today. Indulge yourselves." Chapter 43, The Master, Huang Family. In a secluded and opulent villa. The atmosphere was particularly heavy at this moment. Inside the room, Huang Xian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, coldly gazing at Wang Lei and Hong Yin, causing an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered them unable to raise their heads. "Are you certain that Su Duan is the true culprit behind Fanar's murder?" Huang Xian suddenly inquired, his tone remarkably calm, yet it was precisely this calmness that made the two realize he was at his most furious. "Yes, adoptive father. I will not mistake him. You can ask Hong Yin if you do not believe me," Wang Lei hastily replied, glancing at Hong Yin for affirmation. "Indeed, adoptive father. We are both absolutely certain." Hong Yin quickly nodded in agreement. "What exactly transpired at the assessment venue? Speak in detail." The tapping of his fingers abruptly ceased, leaving only the voices of the two reporting in the silent room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Tong and the others were eagerly awaiting the arrival of fine wine and delicacies. Sitting beside them, Jin Bao curiously asked, "Su, with your culinary skills, is there really any need for you to dine at our humble roadside eatery?" "Haha. Those are merely some traditional home-cooked dishes from my hometown. I have long grown weary of them. Now that I am living in a different place, I must naturally adapt to local customs." Fan Tong replied nonchalantly. "What? Are those merely home-cooked dishes?" Jin Bao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, still expressing astonishment. "Su, you are unaware that I have hardly ever tasted such exquisite food since childhood. It is truly a delicacy. Is that so?" Fan Tong expressed disbelief. "With such considerable wealth, how can you not afford delectable food?" Jin Bao sighed. "It's not that I cannot afford it. Rather, there is simply nothing to eat," he lamented. "From my childhood, the food I consumed was either bland or possessed peculiar flavors. It has left me quite famished." "What? You've actually grown thin from hunger?" Fan Tong and the others stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing Jin Bao's plump figure, which seemed to be almost uniformly round. "Hey, don't look at me like that. It's rather embarrassing." Jin Bao chuckled awkwardly. "Who would believe you?" Fan Tong rolled her eyes. "If you don't believe me, you might inquire with your friends." Upon hearing this, Fan Tong glanced at Wang Jingjing and the others, who promptly nodded in agreement. "How old are you all? Hasn't the apocalypse only lasted 10 years? Surely, you must have indulged in some delicacies during your childhood." "Ah, you are unaware of the truth." Jin Bao shook his head, seemingly drifting into nostalgia. At that moment, Huang Xian had just finished listening to Wang Lei and Hong Yin recount the tragic circumstances surrounding their son's demise, ensnared by treachery. "Since that person, Su Duan, dared to take my son's life, he shall face the wrath of the Huang family. To kill is to strike at the heart. I demand to witness his demise. You too, fetch those journalists for me. I have instructions to convey to them. Remember, this matter must be handled discreetly." "Journalists? Why do we need to involve journalists?" Wang Lei and Hong Yin exchanged puzzled glances. "Foster father, why don't we simply send more people to capture him directly? Why go through such elaborate measures?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xian let out a cold snort. You truly understand nothing. Do you think the rules in the city are mere decorations? It is crucial to comprehend that the regulations within Long City are a collectively accepted baseline. If any one family breaches these rules, the others will inevitably pounce upon you like vultures. If you were to act today, it is likely that our Huang family would face a collective assault by tomorrow. You are right, foster father. Upon hearing Huang Xian's words, Wang Lei broke into a cold sweat, thankful that he had refrained from acting impulsively. Initially, he had contemplated secretly abducting Fan Tong to hand over to Huang Xian, but he had not anticipated being interrupted by that insufferable fat man. Fortunately, his trepidation regarding Jin Bao's identity had held him back from taking action. Otherwise, his life would truly have been in jeopardy. With this thought, Wang Lei felt a wave of dread wash over him and immediately responded, I understand. Foster father. Good, it's wise to know this. In the future, do not act so rashly. Huang Xian sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Lei and Hong Yin promptly turned to leave. Once they had departed, Huang Xian took out a family portrait, caressing it repeatedly, murmuring, Fanner, I should have heeded the master's advice and kept you from going. It is all my fault. This departure has turned into an eternal farewell. Rest assured, I will avenge you. They will all join you soon. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization illuminated Huang Xian's eyes, as if he had recalled something significant. Indeed, I wonder if the master possesses any solutions. With that thought, he promptly rose and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, he arrived at a serene forest. As he approached, Huang Xian felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. The master's abode was truly remarkable, such a picturesque setting, so rare and exquisite, that merely inhaling the fresh air felt like a transcendental experience. Who dares to disturb? Echoed a resonant yet somewhat weathered voice from the depths of the woods. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian quickly responded, It is I, master. Huang Xian, the young one. Oh, it is you, little Huang, the master replied. Somewhat surprised by Huang Xian's sudden visit, yet he hastily composed himself. However, upon hearing the familiar canine-like nickname, Huang Xian's lips twitched, though he managed to suppress his reaction. The master then continued, his tone reminiscent of admonishment, Have I not previously cautioned you against seeking me unless in dire circumstances? As he spoke, the forest trembled, as if the mountain deity were incensed, emanating an indescribable aura that left Huang Xian in a cold sweat. Master, this is indeed the most critical moment. Huang Xian pressed on, steeling his resolve. Recently, my son participated in a school assessment, and I had anticipated everything would proceed smoothly. However, to my dismay, he has fallen victim to a treacherous scheme that led to his demise. Ah, so it is, the master replied, but I have already cautioned you. What has transpired is the will of fate. I am aware of your purpose here, yet I find myself powerless to assist you. It would be best for you to return. Upon hearing the master's words, Huang Xian could no longer contain himself and urgently replied, I know that the master possesses extraordinary powers and boundless energy. Surely you can resurrect my son. To revive a person is to defy the natural order, and even I must pay a considerable price. You should leave. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Huang Xian's previously anxious demeanor. So, you truly can save my son? I implore you, please help me. I am willing to pay any price. Oh, any price? The master's tone gradually revealed a hint of skepticism, along with an insatiable allure. Does this also include your life? Chapter 44. Fortunate customer inside the Heavenly Feast Pavilion. Several individuals stealthily approached a private room, occasionally leaning in to listen. And when they noticed a server approaching, they instantly feigned nonchalance. One of the servers, noticing this peculiar behavior, felt it warranted reporting to Jin Bao. Humph. Dare to engage in clandestine activities on my turf. Investigate this matter. Jin Bao quietly instructed the server, then resumed his conversation with Fan Tong and the others. Jin Bao, is there an urgent matter at hand? Fan Tong, having downed a cup of wine, sported a flushed visage, although the taste was not particularly pleasant. It possessed a unique flavor. Oh, no, nothing at all. Everyone, please continue dining. If it's not enough, I shall summon my subordinates to bring more dishes. Jin Bao replied with a cheerful smile, his round face equally rosy. Enough, enough. I can't consume any more. Fan Tong waved his hand and raised his wine glass, signaling everyone to drink together. The guests quickly responded, lifting their glasses and indulging in merriment. Before long, a waiter entered the private room, whispering a few words to Jin Bao. Jin Bao nodded, imparting some secretive instructions. Once the waiter departed, Jin Bao leaned in and whispered to Fan Tong, Su, there are 3 reporters outside, seemingly here for you. Reporters? Here for me? Perhaps they wish to conduct an exclusive interview because of my striking looks? Fan Tong replied, bewildered yet self-absorbed, leaving Jin Bao momentarily speechless. I fear their intentions may not be benign. Those who resort to such tactics for news are rarely of good character. So you must exercise caution. I have already instructed the waiter to manage them, to keep them occupied for now. As for how you wish to handle them, that is up to you, Sue. Handle them? Fan Tong's eyes flickered as he gazed at the delectable dishes on the table, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He then softly shared his plan with Jin Bao. The members are not privy to this. After listening, Jin Bao expressed skepticism, given their current demeanor. You still intend to treat them to a meal? Kiki, fear not. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since their intentions are dubious, we need not extend our kindness. A mischievous smile danced on Fan Tong's lips, as the revelry continued and the wine flowed. Fan Tong suddenly felt a sharp discomfort in his throat and hurriedly rushed to the wash basin. 3 individuals outside the door peered through the crack. Catching sight of Fan Tong rising, they exchanged a silent nod, confirming their target and prepared to act according to their plan. Suddenly, a waiter intercepted them, exclaiming, "Ah! Congratulations to the 3 of you for being our lucky customers today." Before they could react, the waiter ushered them into a special private room. Please wait a moment. Our boss will arrive shortly. With that, the door was firmly shut, and 2 waiters stood at the entrance like sentinels. What is happening? One of them wondered aloud. Although he had never visited before, he had never heard of any lucky customer activity at this establishment. A thin man with thick glasses glanced curiously at the message in his hand. Are you foolish? We must have been discovered. The seemingly gentle man beside him gave him a disapproving look. Now that we're blocked here, we need to devise an escape plan. The man standing behind them spoke, exuding a calm demeanor. Just as they were deliberating their escape, the door to the private room swung open. Esteemed guests, we apologize for the wait. Jin Bao entered the room with a smile, bowing slightly in greeting. You must be Jin Bao from the Jin family. The cultured man responded eagerly, his face alight with flattery. I didn't realize I was so well known. Jin Bao remarked, taken aback by the gentleman's enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. The reputation of the Jin family precedes them, and Jin Bao, the true authority of Tian Shilu, is someone we cannot possibly be unfamiliar with. Since we are already acquainted, I shall refrain from further introductions. Today, the 3 of you fortuitously qualify for our establishment's lucky customer reward, and I shall present to you the latest culinary delights for your tasting pleasure. We have some urgent matters to attend to, so it is quite unnecessary. The last man hastily rose to speak, and the refined gentleman and the bespectacled man immediately understood the implication, each wishing to politely decline. Is it possible that you 3 are unwilling to show me, Jin Bao, any regard, and even look down upon Tian Shilu? Observing Jin Bao's expression grow increasingly frosty, the trio's countenance shifted, yet they swiftly suppressed their trepidation, forcing smiles as they responded. We would not dare. We shall heed your wishes. Excellent. Witnessing the 3 sit obediently, Jin Bao nodded in satisfaction. With a few resounding claps, he called out, bring forth the dishes. Soon, a line of waitstaff entered, each pair carrying a cast iron pot. 5 tightly sealed pots were neatly arranged before the trio. Gentlemen, these 5 dishes are named Golden Gladiator, Starry Aspirations, White Striped in the Waves, Black Gold Agate, and Golden Lion Flower. Jin Bao cheerfully introduced the 5 dishes. Upon hearing such grandiose names, the 3 immediately felt intrigued, swallowing in anticipation. Hey, these 5 dishes are crafted from the finest ingredients we meticulously selected, prepared through a painstaking process of 49 culinary techniques. Moreover, each dish is bound to present you with unexpectedly extraordinary effects. As Jin Bao passionately described the culinary delights, the refined gentleman could no longer contain himself. Boss Jin, let us have a taste. Your words are simply tantalizing. Do not rush. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. With that, Jin Bao produced a pair of tongs and gently pinched his nose. When indulging in these dishes, one must calm their mind and close their nostrils, relying solely on their taste buds for a more exquisite experience. Very well. The 3 of them swallowed eagerly, though they yearned to inhale the aroma of the 5 dishes. Unfortunately, the lids were sealed too tightly, preventing any scent from escaping. Since they could not smell, they decided to follow Jin Bao's advice and clamped their nostrils shut with the tongs on the table. Now then, our servers will personally feed you for this tasting. Jin Bao waved his hand, and 3 attendants swiftly approached. Truly, at Tian Shilu, one can even be fed. Boss Jin, your service is exceedingly thoughtful. The trio chuckled. sitting upright in anticipation of their meal. Ha ha ha, do not hold back. Enjoy to your hardest content. A cunning smile crept across Jin Bao's face. Now, let us unveil the first dish, Golden Gladiator. The entrance is typically soft and silky. As Jin Bao introduces the first dish, it gradually unfolds. A golden light emerges from within. Once the brilliance dissipates, an intriguing aroma wafts through the air. Chapter 45, The Unusual Feast, the Golden Gladiator. Radiating with golden light, envelopes the three in a blissful sensation akin to being surrounded by a treasure trove of gold. The rich, yellow-green broth offers an unparalleled depth of flavor. Boss Jean, I am utterly captivated by the enchanting illusion this dish invokes, though I cannot discern its ingredients. Indeed, the heavenly food house lives up to its illustrious reputation. The trio lavishes praise, even before tasting the dish, as its presentation is enough to leave them in awe. You're too kind. Let us savor it slowly. Jin Bao responded, smiling, and cleverly deflected inquiries about the new dish's secret recipe. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Bao himself was unaware of the specific ingredients. This dish had been concocted from food scraps that Fan Tong had provided. Upon receiving the cue, 6 attendants approached from behind, placing their hands gently on the shoulders of the 3. Although this gesture puzzled them slightly, they said nothing, assuming it to be part of a massage service. At that moment, another attendant stepped forward, scooping a spoonful of the Golden Gladiator and delicately presenting it before the refined gentleman. At this moment, the refined gentleman finally discerned the face of the waiter, and his heart jolted. You are, The refined gentleman excitedly opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was abruptly silenced as Fan Tong forcefully stuffed a large spoonful of golden fighter into his mouth, effectively sealing it shut. In an instant, his complexion shifted from a rosy hue to a sickly green, just as he attempted to expel the contents. A waiter behind him gave him a sharp pat on the back. With a gulp, he was compelled to swallow it all. What on earth did you make me eat? The refined gentleman's face contorted in disgust. He could never have anticipated that this golden fighter, which appeared so dazzling, would taste bitter, astringent, and overwhelmingly rancid. It was reminiscent of a pair of socks worn by an octogenarian for a week, boiled in water for 3 days, and then infused with a barrel of refuse, culminating in a revolting stew. The moment it entered his mouth, the flavor detonated in his palate, leaving him feeling unclean, to the point where he felt tears welling in his eyes. Just as he attempted to rise and retch, he was forcibly restrained by 2 nearby waiters. It has been meticulously selected from the finest ingredients. It must not go to waste. A deep voice resonated, prompting the bespectacled man to suddenly turn his gaze toward the waiter, momentarily stunned. Then, his eyes widened as he sought to call out a name. With a splat, another hefty spoonful of golden fighter was thrust into his mouth. As he prepared to retch, he too was forcibly held down by the 2 waiters, compelled to swallow against his will. You damn scoundrel! The refined man erupted in a tirade, but immediately following his initial curse, he was seized by uncontrollable convulsions, his body thrashing erratically. Witnessing this spectacle, the last man finally grasped the gravity of their predicament, especially upon observing Fan Tong's demeanor. Damn it, we've been outmaneuvered. He desperately attempted to flee, but 2 waiters firmly restrained him. Cease your struggles, Jin Bao said with a disarming smile. These are my establishment's elite attendants, all possessing level 4 abilities. To the 2 men, Jin Bao's smile, mirrored by Fan Tong's, seemed demonic. Fan Tong relentlessly force-fed them spoonful after spoonful, administering 4 or 5 more doses. Under this torment, the refined man completely succumbed, pinned to his chair, his body flailing wildly. The bespectacled man, after enduring 7 spoonfuls, succumbed to the same involuntary dance. Wu Fan, Yiming, what's happening to you both? Xiao Hao asked anxiously, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. Heh, you're next, Fan Tong said with a grin as he approached Xiao Hao. Stay back. I warn you, I have connections, Xiao Hao exclaimed, losing his composure as he observed his companion's apparent descent into madness. Spare your cries. They cannot hear you, Fan Tong said calmly, setting down the spoon and turning his gaze to Xiao Hao. Now, tell me, who sent you to surveil me? Surveillance? What surveillance? Xiao Hao asked, feigning bewilderment and incomprehension. With a scoff, Jin Bao remarked on the impressive performance, admitting that had he not dispatched someone to investigate, he might have been deceived. He produced the surveillance footage, revealing 3 individuals sneaking into the Tianshi building, feigning casualness as they wandered about without ordering, merely toying with their cups while lingering near the private room occupied by Fan Tong and her companions. Among them, the bespectacled man, Yiming, and the refined gentleman. Wu Fan, stood at either end of the corridor, their shifty eyes betraying their intent to relay information. With your kind of stealth, do you truly consider yourselves paparazzi? Fan Tong mocked, pretending to offer a drink to Xiao Hao, who recoiled in fear, finding no escape. With a forced spoonful shoved into his mouth, his complexion oscillated between shades of green and red. Still pretending? No, I will never divulge anything. Xiao Hao, now pale, stubbornly asserted. It seems you have yet to encounter true ruthlessness. Fan Tong sneered, gradually unveiling the second dish aspirations of the starry sky. The dish, adorned with lifeless fish heads, stared back with vacant eyes, intermittently reflecting an unsettling glimmer. The crimson broth, complemented by a crisp layer of cheese, emanated an aura of despair that Xiao Hao could sense with a mere glance. I believe this dish will suit your palate perfectly. Fan Tong flashed a mischievous grin, deftly picking up a piece of the scarlet fish head. No, please, Yumiiti. Xiao Hao fervently shook his head, but two elegant waitstaff firmly restrained him, prying his mouth open. As he was filled to the brim, he suddenly ceased his struggle, casting a bewildered gaze at Fan Tong. The flavor of this fish head seems rather delightful. As he pondered, Xiao Hao continued to suck on the fish's mouth. Slurp, slurp. Fan Tong gazed at Xiao Hao, slightly bewildered. Is this right? Could it be that the fish tastes quite delectable? As she spoke, Fan Tong picked up a fish head herself and examined it closely. Suddenly, Xiao Hao violently spat out the fish head. Abba abba. In the blink of an eye, she witnessed Xiao Hao's mouth swelling visibly, transforming into two plump sausages. Tears and snot streamed down his face, saliva dripping, rendering him speechless. This is more like it. I knew my super spicy devil peppers couldn't have gone awry. Fan Tong hastily abandoned her desire to taste it. Xiao Hao, Huh? Not confessing? Very well. Fan Tong glanced at the gradually sobering Yiming and Wu Fan, pointing toward the starry sky with longing. What about you two? Will you speak? We will. The two, witnessing Xiao Hao's dire predicament, immediately felt too intimidated to pretend any longer. We were merely summoned to find someone named Su Din, which is you. As for everything else, we are actually unaware. Yiming, trembling with fear, concluded his statement, while Fan Tong looked at Wu Fan with skepticism, causing him to nod vigorously in a panic. So, you mean to say your family merely serves as his subordinates? Yes. The two exchanged a knowing glance, nodding furiously. As Xiao Hao observed how easily they had cast him aside, he could not help but let out a distressed wail. I'll woo. MMM. To his surprise, they appeared quite resolute. In the midst of this, Fan Tong's expression grew grave as she lifted the lid of the third pot. Chapter 46. The supremely disturbing delicacy and the annihilated family. The moment she unveiled it, tears welled in Fan Tong's eyes. It was not out of joy or sentiment, but because the stench of the fish was overwhelmingly pungent, assaulting her senses. The entire room felt as though it had been bombarded by a foul odor. Come. Ugh. Try this. With tears streaming down her face, Fan Tong picked up a piece of white fish, emanating the odor of rotten eggs mixed with decayed flesh, all laced with a hint of brine. Even pinching their noses could not spare the onlookers from their grimaces. Indeed, this was the foul fish that Fan Tong had painstakingly concocted from deceased marine creatures, blended with the essence of seaweed, creating a grotesque version of a herring in a can. As the white fish drew nearer, Xiao Hao could no longer endure the sight. I say, he managed to utter before suddenly rolling his eyes back and fainting. Was that all it took? How mundane. Fan Tong pouted, glancing at the remaining two delicacies, then turned her gaze towards Yiming and Wu Fan. Don't waste it. You two should share. What? No. Please, no. Amidst their agonizing wails, the two were forcibly fed until their bellies were rotund. The black gold jade marrow and golden lion powder, grotesque renditions of stinky tofu and loasafen respectively, were meticulously crafted by Fan Tong to exude an even more offensive odor upon consumption. Observing the two with eyes rolled back and frothing at the mouth, Fan Tong shook his head in resignation. They certainly can't withstand much torment. Brother Jean, I am truly indebted to you. This private room will likely be temporarily unavailable for public use. Jean Bao's lips twitched, though he remained indifferent. His curiosity was piqued as to who had dispatched the trio to surveil Fan Tong. Nevertheless, it was imperative to rouse him first and ascertain the identity of their instigator. Subsequently, two attendants directly doused Xiao Hao with a basin of cold water, jolting him awake, whereupon he immediately erupted into a dolorous lament. Xiao Hao, awoo. Fan Tong. What to do now? He's been transformed into a swollen-headed pig by the spiciness. Perhaps this will prove efficacious. A perfect opportunity for experimentation. With that, he produced a verdant energy core candy. Come now, consume this. Xiao Hao vehemently shook his head. Rest assured, it is not poisonous. Fan Tong declared with an earnest countenance. Xiao Hao was rendered speechless. As if I would believe you. Smack. An attendant nearby abruptly delivered a resounding slap, directly stunning Xiao Hao, causing him to salivate profusely. Then, with seamless motion, they pried open his mouth and deposited the energy core candy within. The fluid execution of the action left Fan Tong agape. Hiki. Jin Bao chuckled foolishly beside him, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. Upon consuming the sugar, Xiao Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if bracing himself for impending torment. Yet, he soon experienced a refreshing coolness in his mouth, alleviating the pain considerably. Now you may speak. Fan Tong regarded Xiao Hao with a frosty gaze. As Xiao Hao opened his mouth, he discovered he could indeed articulate normally. To be honest, I am unaware of those two individuals, but I did see them emerge from the Huang residence. Two individuals? Huang residence? Fan Tong pondered briefly, instantly conjuring images of the two, although uncertainty lingered. What was their purpose in having you surveil me? They did not specify, Xiao Hao responded. Merely instructing me to ascertain your background and to cultivate some negative public sentiment. The specifics were not divulged. Manufacturing public sentiment? Is that all? Fan Tong's expression turned peculiar. He had anticipated something far more sinister than mere propaganda. However, Jin Bao, standing nearby, wore a grave countenance. Brother Su, you must exercise caution. What do you mean? Fan Tong inquired with curiosity, his brow furrowing in confusion. Jin Bao elaborated. The city lord once established a decree prohibiting public disturbances and brawls. The prominent families dare not engage in such overt actions, yet they can employ covert methods to expel their adversaries from the city, ultimately leading to their demise. This may very well be their intention with you. Expel me from the city? Do these noble families possess such audacity? Surely they would resort to assassination, poisoning, or other nefarious acts. Fan Tong expressed his disbelief, feeling as though he were witnessing a child's play. Are you not aware of the events surrounding the annihilation of the two prominent families years ago? Jin Bao regarded Fan Tong with an expression akin to that of a fool. The eradication of two families? What relevance does that hold to the city regulations? Observing Fan Tong's demeanor, it did not appear to be an act. Thus, Jin Bao reluctantly continued. In the past, the Zhao and Wu families had only recently established themselves. The members of both families, emboldened by their newfound influence, acted with brazen arrogance, frequently engaging in nefarious deeds, leaving ordinary ability users too intimidated to voice their concerns. There came a time when it was rumored that members of the two families had set their sights on several women, intending to forcefully impose their desires. What do you mean by that? Fan Tong furrowed her brows in confusion. You know that. Jin Bao was at a loss for words until he noticed Fan Tong's knowing smile, which made him realize she was feigning innocence. Their intentions, however, did not come to fruition. Instead, they provoked the ire of the newly ascended city lord, who, seeking to instill fear among other families, unleashed an unknown ability that publicly revealed all the misdeeds they had committed within the city, without a shred of concealment. At last, the populace erupted in indignation, and the city lord, wielding his formidable authority, obliterated all who had transgressed the city's laws. Thus, the two families vanished without a trace. Some members survived, but they were relegated to joining ordinary exploration teams, forbidden from re-establishing familial power. So, your implication is that the city lord possesses the ability to monitor everyone? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Fan Tong as she scanned her surroundings, sensing that her current actions might be known to the city lord. Fear not. Such trivial matters will not invoke the lord's wrath. Jin Bao, witnessing Fan Tong finally developing a sense of reverence for the city regulations, gently patted him on the shoulder. Phew, that's a relief. You nearly gave my little heart a fright. Since it is the Huang family seeking to deal with me, they likely have but one motive, to avenge Huang Fei Fan. So, does this mean you truly caused Huang Fei Fan's demise? Xiao Hao hurriedly inquired. Ridiculous. I certainly did not. Do not speak such nonsense. I am merely an innocent bystander. Fan Tong rolled his eyes, fully aware that admitting to such a thing could render him a target for the Huang family. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that no one else had survived, having witnessed Wang Lei and Hong Yin perish before his very eyes. Yet, why had he encountered Wang Lei again just yesterday? It appeared there was something amiss. Perhaps they possessed a means to survive the assault of vengeful spirits. Noticing Fan Tong lost in contemplation, Jin Bao could not help but exclaim. Should we not vacate this private room? I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Oh, of course. Tong chuckled as he exited the room. However, as soon as he stepped out, an unpleasant odor began to emanate from him. Before long, nearly all the patrons of the Tianshi building had fled in haste, leaving Jean Bao feeling rather disheartened. Fear not, my brother Jean. How could I allow you to suffer loss? Once I prepare more delectable dishes for you to sell, I assure you, your business will flourish. Is that truly the case? Jean Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Tong, as if he were beholding a treasure trove come to life. Chapter 47. Where's my son? In the examination arena of Qianlong School. At this moment, Uli was drenched in blood, and the surrounding teachers were also gravely injured. Who dares to intrude upon the examination grounds of the school? Uli bellowed, desperately blocking a figure cloaked in black. Saint Ming is conducting business. Outsiders should steer clear. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The figure in black rasped, causing Uli to furrow his brow. He had never encountered or heard of this individual within the confines of the school. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Humph. Concealed and lurking, having injured so many teachers, and now you utter such words. Let me unmask you." As he spoke, Uli swung his molten blade, striking directly at the figure in black, and in an instant, a rain of fiery embers descended, whipping up a violent gust that caused the cloak to flutter ominously. Since you refuse to let me leave, do not blame me. The figure in black waved his dark purple cloak, his form flickering as he charged directly toward Uli, seemingly without any movement, and the molten blade shattered inch by inch before him, as if an incomparably solid force had forcibly fractured it. How is this possible? Ultimately, under Uli's astonished gaze, the figure in black struck him with a palm, rendering him sound asleep. At last, it is quiet. Were it not for the leader's command to spare innocent beings, you all would be dead. The figure clad in black murmured a complaint and began to search the surroundings, swiftly discovering an abundance of dark soil on the ground, interspersed with glimmering silver fragments. This aura, it must be it. The cloaked individual pinched some of the dark earth before his nose, inhaling deeply, and then retrieved a small vial, meticulously collecting all the black soil and silver debris. As he rose, the very fabric of space tore apart, revealing a fissure towering over 2 men in height, into which the black-clad figure stepped with deliberate grace. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Ed was preparing to take a respite when he suddenly sensed a disturbance, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he gazed towards the examination arena. This wave of energy? Could it be from the sanctum of the abyss? Odd. What could their purpose be? Just as Ed contemplated investigating further, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? It's me, Huang Xian. Upon hearing this, Ed furrowed his brow, puzzled by Huang Xian's unexpected arrival. Unbeknownst to Ed, Huang Xian had finally achieved his long-sought goal, receiving the master's consent to aid in the resurrection of Huang Fifan, albeit at a cost far greater than his own life. Resolute in his desperation, he intended to persuade Ed to grant him entry into the examination arena to retrieve his son. Huang Xian clutched a small jar in his hand, understanding from the master that placing this jar at the side of Huang Xian wore a stern expression, showing no deference to Ed as he strode inside. Indeed, he was here concerning the matter of his son. I wonder if you have uncovered the identity of the murderer who took my son's life. Upon hearing this, Ed found himself in a dilemma. Brother Huang, you are aware of the assessment rules. Within the academy, combat between students is permitted. Even if your son was slain by another, we, as the institution, cannot hand over a student to you for personal retribution. Humph, I anticipated this outcome. If that is the case, may I at least be allowed to retrieve my son's remains? Huang Xian replied coldly. Ed instantly grasped Huang Xian's intent. Of course. That is only fitting. You may proceed. I will inform Uli to welcome you. Very well, I shall go at once. There is no need for a reception. Just ensure they keep their distance from the site of my son's demise. I do not wish for them to trample upon him. Ed responded, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Understood. I will make sure to remind them. With a loud bang, Huang Xian slammed the door behind him, leaving Ed's expression increasingly grim. This Huang Xian was becoming increasingly intolerable. Were it not for that circumstance, I would have relished the opportunity to strike him down. To eliminate him would be quite simple. Suddenly, another voice echoed within the once solitary confines of Ed's office. Upon hearing these words, Ed displayed no surprise, but rather a look of deep frustration. I would relish the chance to kill him outright. Yet as long as that individual remains alive within the academy, these city regulations will persist. Once the Lord returns, we may all be doomed. Ultimately, it all boils down to dreading that individual. What a pathetic display. An audacious voice swelled in volume as Ed's shadow rippled like disturbed water, gradually giving rise to a youthful doppelganger. In stark contrast to Ed's composure, this younger iteration exuded an air of unbridled arrogance and conceit. If you lack the courage to act, I can assist you, provided you release me. Humph, I think not. Releasing you would only invite further calamity. Ed scoffed, and the youthful specter receded into the shadows. Guided by the directions, Huang Xian swiftly arrived at the assessment grounds, now sealed off due to the high-fatality student evaluation incident, with entry strictly prohibited. However, Huang Xian, driven by his desperation to resurrect his son, disregarded these restrictions. Upon reaching the vicinity of the incident, he discovered a multitude of instructors lying unconscious, seemingly in a profound slumber, particularly Uli. Weren't they investigating the anomalies here? How could they be incapacitated like this? Huang Xian mused, casting wary glances around, sensing something amiss. Despite repeated scrutiny, he detected no further irregularities. Strange, what exactly transpired? Never mind. I shall seize this opportunity to retrieve my son's remains while they are incapacitated. Subsequently, Huang Xian produced a small urn, a blade, and, after lacerating his palm, dripped a few drops of his blood into the urn, along with several strands of Huang Fifen's hair. As he sealed the lid, an eerie crimson glow emanated from the urn. Excellent. The collection will be complete in 3 minutes. Huang Xian gazed excitedly at the jar, yet, for the sake of caution, he began to establish a protective barrier around it with his supernatural abilities. It was imperative that no one interfered, otherwise, this hard-won opportunity would be lost forever. Reflecting on the treasured heirloom left by his father, a pang of regret washed over Huang Xian. However, he was helpless in the face of his inexplicable infertility, with only Huang Fifen as his sole heir. To ensure the continuation of his lineage, he had no choice but to trade the family heirloom with a master. With a heavy sigh, Huang Xian devoted himself to waiting for the jar to complete the collection ritual. After a prolonged period of anticipation, Huang Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. How could this be? Why was there no response? He scrutinized the jar, pondering if he had made an error. Was it perhaps due to the distance? With this thought in mind, Huang Xian began to traverse the examination grounds with the jar in hand. Yet after covering a substantial portion of the area, he still failed to collect Huang Fifen's blood. How could this happen? Where is my son? Where are you? Huang Xian could not contain his anguish and roared towards the heavens. Chapter 48. The Culinary Competition. The following day, in Qianlong City, a throng gathered outside the Tianshi building, bustling with excitement. The signboard of the Tianshi building proclaimed, in celebration of the 49th enrollment ceremony at Qianlong University, we are proudly introducing today delectable new dishes and unique exotic flavors, 2 exclusive culinary delights. We warmly welcome everyone to come and taste. The crowd erupted in lively discussion. Who would have thought that the Tianshi building would unveil new dishes so early this year? I wonder what the dishes will be. I am quite eager. Uncertain, I have never heard of it. Yet, some dismiss it with disdain. New dishes? What could possibly be new? Even if they do have flavor, they all taste the same. There's nothing truly delectable. Indeed, the dishes at Tianshi are rather expensive. I heard that 3 lunatics ran out of Tianshi yesterday. I wonder if they were conned into foolishness. Ahem. Greetings, everyone. Jin Bao cleared his throat, beaming as he stood at the steps of the entrance, addressing the multitude of customers. Welcome to Tianshi. I am the proprietor here. Today, we not only unveil 2 exclusive signature dishes, but we shall also host 2 competitions, the Gastronomic Challenge and the Audacious Flavor Trials. Each competition will take place twice daily over the span of 3 days. Upon hearing about the competitions, the crowd's interest was piqued even further, and curiosity sparked questions. Are there any requirements for participants? Yes, we still do not know what the prizes for the competitions are. Observing the crowd's intrigue, Jin Bao joyously clapped his hands and exclaimed, excellent questions. Each participant must pay a registration fee of 5 energy crystals. The first place winner of each competition will receive 10,000 energy crystals and a 3-day complimentary dining privilege. The second place will earn 1,000 energy crystals and a 1-day complimentary dining privilege. The third place shall receive 100 energy crystals. Meanwhile, the 4th to 10th places will be awarded consolation prizes of 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, and 30 energy crystals respectively. As for the other details, they will be announced later at noon, and the afternoon matches will officially commence. What if I were to secure first place in both competitions? Suddenly, a slightly tipsy and frivolous voice emerged from the crowd. Jin Bao turned towards the sound and saw the crowd parting slowly, revealing Fang Jian lounging leisurely on a flying sword, sipping on a drink, with three beautiful women nestled by his side. Haha. It turns out to be the young master of the Fang family. If one were to achieve first place in both competitions, a reward of 1 million energy cores and a lifetime dining privilege would be bestowed. 1 million. My goodness. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in excitement. Such generosity is quite unlike you. A resounding voice immediately drowned out the noise. Jin Bao carefully observed and realized it was Li Ji accompanied by Yuan Air and the portly Chun. Upon seeing them, Jin Bao nodded slightly and then smiled, stating, "Since I am bold enough to offer such a substantial reward, I naturally possess confidence. No one can emerge as the champion in both competitions. Each competition requires participation as an individual, and the victor of each match will compete in the finals on the fourth day. Only by becoming the overall champion can one claim this ultimate prize." The crowd, witnessing Jin Bao's self-assured demeanor, found their curiosity about the new dishes reaching its peak. Simultaneously, many began clamoring, "I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Yes, we must register. Not only can one enjoy a complimentary meal, but there are also profits to be gained. What's not to love?" In an instant, the throngs of people became increasingly agitated, observing the lively crowd below. Fan Tong's expression brightened. He had not anticipated that after merely exchanging a few words, the idea of hosting a culinary competition would materialize so swiftly, with all the arrangements already in place. Truly, a remarkable businessman. Brother Tong, why go to such lengths to collaborate with him? I believe it would be far better for us to open our own tavern. We would undoubtedly surpass his sales, Wang Xiaoma remarked, his eyes gleaming with envy as he beheld the gold coins piling up like mountains. One must consider that within a single city district, there are at least hundreds of thousands of individuals, and with the addition of other districts, the number of participants could easily reach several 100,000. Fan Tong chuckled and shook his head. You fail to grasp the situation. For him, it is a profit, and for me, it is as well. Moreover, it is a substantial profit. What do you mean? We only gain a 10% share of the profits, right? Wang Xiaoma scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, Wang Jingjing snapped back to reality. Are you suggesting that you intend to leverage his influence to promote your dishes? That is merely one aspect. Tian Shirlu, being one of the few esteemed restaurants in the city, certainly wields greater influence than my establishment. Fan Tong gazed at Wang Jingjing with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Is there anything else? Shashan inquired, puzzled. Of course, there is much more. Fan Tong replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. However, I shall refrain from revealing it now. Ponder it slowly. Who could have imagined that I would receive something for free? Free what? Wang Jingjing asked, bemused by Fan Tong's cryptic hints. Free a kiss from you. Fan Tong nonchalantly picked at his nose. Go to hell, who cares? Once the announcement concluded, Jin Bao strolled into Tian Shirlu, accompanied by Li Ji and Fang Jian, engaged in cheerful banter. I exclaimed, Fatty, what new dishes have you concocted? I can't wait to sample them. Fang Jian sipped his wine, seemingly enticed. Indeed, Jin brother, this is quite unorthodox. Li Ji added, teasingly. Fang Jian exaggeratedly continued, you have no idea. Ever since I tasted Suda and Esquizine, I've been utterly captivated. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Which is why I've come to your Tian Shirlu to see if there's anything that can quell this insatiable craving in my stomach. Ha ha, I apologize. But the competition has started yet, so I cannot reveal any secrets. Jin Bao chuckled, leaving everyone somewhat exasperated. However, he swiftly shifted the tone of the conversation, saying, but since you are all here today, allow me to introduce someone. Oh, introducing someone? Who might that be? Everyone expressed curiosity. You all know this person. We all know? Is it the Red Rose from the East District or the Iron Peony from the West District? Fang Jian raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing the understanding men have of one another. Get lost. I'm not as vulgar as you. Jin Bao retorted, scrunching his lips in disdain. Hey, that's not vulgarity. It's charm. I've wandered through the sea of flowers. You all know that. Fang Jian responded impatiently, then turned to the others, asking, Dante, you agree? Yes. The crowd shared disdainful glances. You all truly break my heart. Gulu, Fang Jian pretended to drink heavily, looking rather pitiful. Oh, let me see who it is that has caused Brother Fang such sorrow. A familiar voice echoed from the staircase, revealing a well-known figure before everyone. Trailing behind was a half-man, half-dog creature. Chapter 49. The Enrollment Ceremony. Fan Tong, accompanied by Wang Jingjing and the others, descended the staircase leisurely, smiling as they approached Li Ziyi and Fang Jian. So it's Brother Su. Fang Jian hurriedly stepped forward, scrutinizing the newcomer from head to toe, and swiftly moved closer, intending to tease Fan Tong, which made her hastily evade. Brother Fang, don't do that. I'm not into that. Fang Jian retorted. What nonsense. Fan Tong looked at him, puzzled. Brother Fang, what's wrong with you? What happened to the dishes you made before? Hurry and let me try some. She swallowed hard, noticing that Fang Jian's complexion was indeed poor, as if he had not eaten for several days. I've been craving your cooking, ever since I tasted your dishes. I've lost all appetite for anything else. Fang Jian's statement was sincere. We too had been thinking of visiting Tianshi for some delicious food. Li Ziyi said awkwardly, so that's the case. Finally, Fan Tong understood why this group of people gazed at her with such hungry eyes. Since it's such a fortunate coincidence today, we shall not leave until we are full. I will treat everyone to a delightful meal. You're treating us? Is that appropriate? A few individuals felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Ha ha ha. Perhaps this is something you all are unaware of. Jin Bao laughed heartily, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Do you know who prepared this new dish? The crowd shook their heads. It was none other than Brother Su. Could it be that Brother Su is willing to sell you the recipe? Upon hearing this, several individuals became quite excited, for it implied that they could indulge in it any time they wished. However, to their surprise, Jin Bao shook his head. Hee. Brother Su has sold me the recipe, but he will continue to supply me with an ample variety of new dishes. He certainly wouldn't deceive me. Would you agree, Brother Su? Of course. Fan Tong, overhearing Jin Bao, and the others still calling him by a pseudonym, felt a twinge of guilt and scratched his nose. In truth, it's not that I don't want to sell the recipe, it's just that those ingredients require my unique abilities as a foundation. And only after purification can such deliciousness be created. Seeing that he was nearing a dead end regarding the recipe matter, Fan Tong decided to reveal part of the truth to the crowd. Upon hearing Fan Tong's words, they finally understood. No wonder the food was so exquisite. It turns out Brother Su is also an auxiliary ability user. Li Ziyi looked at Fan Tong and spoke, yet he harbored a significant question in his heart. That was why, as an auxiliary ability user, Fan Tong possessed such terrifying combat power. Brother Su, I have a question I wish to ask you. I realize it may seem a bit abrupt, but I am genuinely curious. Ultimately, Li Ziyi could no longer contain himself and voiced his greatest doubt. If you have any questions, brotherly, feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to respond. When you fought against the vengeful corpse, how were you able to exhibit such terrifying combat prowess? Moreover, it seems you were able to employ the ancestral sword techniques of the Fang family. Upon hearing this, Fang Jian became immensely curious. He wanted to inquire, but was unsure how to initiate the conversation. Now, upon hearing Brother Li's question, his ears perked up, eager to listen to Fan Tong's explanation. Unbeknownst to him, a slight perspiration began to form in the palm of Fang Jian's hand. This matter is quite lengthy to discuss. Let us savor the dishes while we converse. Fan Tong smiled. That sounds delightful. Upon hearing the mention of tasting dishes, everyone's eyes lit up. And Jin Bao swiftly arranged a private room for them, with everyone quickly taking their seats. Before long, the sound of clattering chopsticks and bowls echoed within the room. Outside the city, Master, why did you deceive me? Huang Xian stormed into the forest where the master resided, his furious roar startling the surrounding carrion birds into flight. Upon hearing the sudden outburst, He-Chun hurriedly turned away, stroking his beard, adopting the demeanor of a secluded sage. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his hands were smeared with grease, seemingly emanating the aroma of roasted chicken. As he swallowed the morsel in his mouth and licked his fingers before slowly responding, Deceive you? How can you say such a thing? Your little jar is utterly useless to me. With that, Huang Xian, in a fit of rage, hurled the jar to the ground. Oh, please, do not be so hasty. Let me take a look. As the words fell, the jar swiftly vanished, only to reappear in Yi-Chen's hand. With the jar in one hand, he waved the other through the air, conjuring an astonishing pattern that dazzled the eye. The brilliance contained within it was so overwhelming that a mere glance could induce a sense of vertigo. It was akin to the moment when Huang Xian, witnessing this sudden phenomenon, felt himself lose composure. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yi-Chen let out a heavy sigh. Your son truly cannot return. The sound of the sigh jolted Huang Xian awake, yet upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, he was plunged into sorrow and fury. Why? Did you not say you could save him? It was indeed possible to bring him back, but this time, I underestimated the situation. Underestimated? Is that all there is to it? Huang Xian suppressed his rage, though he felt the urge to explode. He had never seen Yi Chen in action and assumed he possessed little strength, yet the effortless artistry displayed moments ago had ensnared him, awakening a sense of caution within him. Instinctively, he reined in his emotions. I am also currently powerless in this matter, as someone has taken your son away in advance. What? He had believed his son was doomed, only to learn from Yi Chen that someone else had spirited him away. In an instant, Huang Xian's wrath dissipated, replaced by a respectful bow towards Yi Chen. My apologies, master, I spoke too loudly just now. I wish to know who exactly took my son. Having heard this, and after a protracted wait, even the wind in the mountain forest seemed to have stilled. Yi Chen's gaze was indifferent. His eyes half closed as he pondered something inscrutable. Master? Master? Huang Xian called out twice, a sense of despondency washing over him as he recognized the master's habit. Such a state indicated that he was unwilling to offer further elucidation at that moment. Disheartened, Huang Xian was about to turn away when suddenly, with a soft sound, Yi Chen abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master! Huang Xian exclaimed in alarm. It was the first time he had witnessed Yi Chen injured, and crucially, he was unaware of the assailant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, enveloping himself in its protective aura. Having expelled the blood, Yi Chen felt a modicum of relief. Master, what just happened? Huang Xian inquired anxiously as soon as Yi Chen regained his composure. It's nothing. I was divining certain matters and inadvertently encroached upon a forbidden domain. Incurring its backlash, Yi Chen replied wearily, slowly assuming a cross-legged position. Your son's fate is not without hope, but he is destined to face a fatal calamity. You will encounter him in due course, after which the calamity will likely descend. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian was aghast and immediately prostrated himself. Please, master, enlighten me with the details. Chapter 50, Blood Oath. The fatal calamity is unavoidable, and I am powerless to prevent it. I can only offer you a piece of advice. Please, master, speak quickly. Huang Xian respectfully leaned in to listen. As Yi Chen slowly articulated, life and death hinge upon a single thought. A benevolent heart can indeed save oneself. After absorbing these words, Huang Xian pondered deeply before inquiring. Master, do you have more to share? Raising his gaze with deliberation, he found that Yi Chen's presence had vanished. What could this statement truly imply? After much contemplation, Huang Xian ultimately found himself at a loss, sighing as he departed. Upon returning home, he encountered Hong Yin and Wang Lei, promptly asking, Is everything arranged? Yes, all is settled, they affirmed with a nod. Wang Lei continued, Moreover, we discovered that Su Dan is merely an alias. Oh, an alias? What is his true name? Huang Xian inquired, furrowing his brow. His real name is Fan Tong. In the assessment roster, our team's designation was the Tianlong Abilities Team, led by Wang Jingqing, with team members Wang Xiaoma, Xiaoshan, and himself. Very well, let us proceed accordingly, Huang Xian declared, closing his eyes and wearily gesturing for them to leave. The two exchanged glances and quietly exited the hall. After a prolonged silence, Huang Xian finally opened his eyes, his gaze revealing an icy resolve. 8. Since you refuse to provide clarity, let us make your school a tad more lively. In a private room on the third floor of the Tianshi building, dozens of empty bottles rolled across the floor. Jin Bao was rhythmically tapping chopsticks against a pig's head while rapping, when he suddenly placed his greasy paw on Fan Tong's shoulder, exclaiming, Su Ge, you are appointed as the chief master chef of our Tianshi Lu, while also serving as the second owner. I shall provide you with a monthly remuneration of 100,000. At this moment, Jin Bao, inebriated, once again harbored intentions of enticing Fan Tong. Why is brother Jin so insistent? I, for one, am not fond of constraints. Fan Tong, slightly tipsy, shook his head and raised his glass, saying, I sincerely apologize, brother Jin. Very well, since it is so, I shall refrain from saying more. Let us toast to this drink and continue as brothers. As he spoke, Jin Bao similarly lifted his glass, clinking it against Fan Tong's. Speaking of brothers, I am no longer drowsy. Fang Jian emerged from beneath the table with great effort, clapping his hands on the shoulders of both Fan Tong and Jin Bao, exclaiming, I often watched old-world films where individuals swore brotherhood. Why don't we the three of us do the same? He then drew his 3-meter-long sword, preparing to cut his wrist for a blood oath. Splendid idea. Jin Bao pointed at Fang Jian, his face lighting up with joy. Let us not forget me. Li Ji, who had been resting on the table, suddenly raised his head. Yes, we shall swear brotherhood as four. Brother Fang, have you had too much to drink? The three beauties surrounding Fong Jian hurriedly attempted to dissuade him, while Yuan and Shinpengzi also began to stop Li Ji. Fan, Sudoan, you two have overindulged. Wang Jingjing attempted to rouse Fan Tong, only to find that he was already beyond hearing. Thus, on this day in Qianlong City, the four young dragons commenced their brotherhood. I, Li Ji. I, Fong Jian. I am Jinbao. I am Fan Tong. Su Yu. The crowd gazed at Fan Tong with peculiar expressions. Fan Tong chuckled. Please do not mind. I previously used a pseudonym for safety reasons. It was then that they comprehended. Ah, so it is, Su. Oh no, brother Fan. You are quite prudent. The three nodded in understanding, harboring no ill feelings. Let us arrange our brotherhood according to age. I am 20 years and 3 months. Li Zi declared first. Fong Jian calculated with his fingers and proclaimed, I am 20 years and 1 month. Then I must be the youngest, just having turned 19. Jinbao boasted, his chubby face glowing with pride. Brother Fan, how old are you? The trio turned their attention to Fan Tong, who now found himself in a bit of a quandary as he was uncertain of his own age. Fan Tong glanced at Wang Jingjing, seemingly seeking assistance. It appeared that his memory was not yet fully restored. Wang Jingjing rolled her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then remarked, when you registered. I recall you indicating that you had just turned 20. Oh, so I have just turned 20. Fan Tong exclaimed, realizing his age. The four of them simultaneously knelt on one knee, their bodies swaying slightly, creating a rather comical sight. They then shouted in unison, with the god of war above and the earth god as witness. Today, I, Li Zi, Fong Jian, Fan Tong, and Jinbao shall become sworn brothers. I, Li Zi, shall be the eldest brother. I, Fong Jian, shall be the second brother. I, Fan Tong, shall be the third brother. I, Jinbao, shall be the fourth brother. From this day forth, let us share in both fortune and adversity. Though we may not share the same birth date, let us at least depart this world on the same day. Following this, the three raised their glasses and downed their drinks in one gulp, shattering the vessels upon the ground. The others looked on, somewhat speechless, as the four engaged in a raucous display until they gradually succumbed to slumber, being carried away by their companions. Wake up, Brother Tong, Wang Xiaoma called, but no amount of coaxing could rouse Fan Tong after he was brought back to the dormitory. I'm so thirsty. In his hazy state, Fan Tong felt an unbearable dryness in his throat. Don't move. I'll pour you some water. Wang Jingjing, seated at the bedside, attempted to rise, only to find herself firmly grasped by Fan Tong's arm. Sister, you keep an eye on him. I'll fetch water for Brother Tong. Wang Xiaoma chuckled and hurried away. Let go of me. I want tea. Fan Tong, blushing, suddenly pulled Wang Jingjing into his embrace. You. Embarrassed and irritated, Wang Jingjing could no longer contain her powers, instantly freezing Fan Tong in place before breaking free. Here comes the water, Brother Tong. Wang Xiaoma paused, staring at the frozen figure of Fan Tong. What happened to him? Humph. Who told him to be so unruly? Wang Jingjing huffed, taking a seat on the nearby sofa. Let this bring him back to his senses. Suddenly, the frozen Fan Tong spoke. I merely took advantage of the moment. I just embraced you. Is that a reason for murder? With his words, the ice surrounding him began to crack and fall away. Brother Tong, you weren't drunk after all? The two individuals observed that Fan Tong had regained his normal complexion, leaving them filled with questions. My drinking capacity was once formidable, capable of defeating the South Mountain and kicking the North Sea. Really? Yet just a moment ago, you. Wang Jingjing, blushing and pouting, quickly realized Fan Tong's earlier antics and scolded softly. Ah, you did that on purpose. Scoundrel. Kiki. Hey, don't hit my handsome face. Seeing Wang Jingjing, flustered and furious, prepare to strike, he hastily pretended to beg for mercy. This shall not happen again. Irritated, Wang Jingjing gazed at the now completely normal Fan Tong and indignantly inquired, if your drinking capacity is so impressive, then why the need for brotherhood and all that? Chapter 51. Dreams. Hey, sister, you simply don't understand. Brother-in-law. Tong Gu surely has his own motives, right? As she spoke, Wang Xiaoma winked mischievously at Fan Tong. What they were unaware of was that while drinking with them, Fan Tong had already utilized his abilities to transform the liquor into a non-alcoholic beverage, causing him no harm, merely leaving him feeling uncomfortably full. Oh, those who truly understand me must be Wang Xiaoma. In this city where we are alone and unprotected, having them around provides some support. Although we cannot rely on them for significant matters, small issues are certainly easier to resolve. What exactly do you intend to do? Wang Jingjing realized she was increasingly unable to comprehend Fan Tong. From the very beginning, they embarked on a frenzied hunt for zombies, subsequently devising counterattacks against the assessment participants, and ultimately laying traps that led to the direct eradication of Huang Fifan. In the end, they emerged to form a brotherhood with the likes of Li Zi, Fang Jian, and Jin Bao, the scions of noble families. One could scarcely predict the next outrageous actions that Fan Tong might undertake. Rest assured, what ill intentions could I possibly harbor? My sole desire is to enhance my own capabilities swiftly. With innocent eyes, Fan Tong gazed at Wang Jingjing, who was visibly flustered. It was not long before Wang Jingjing, blushing, averted her gaze and stood up, declaring, "I can hardly believe you. I'm heading back to rest. You should also turn in early, remember. The enrollment ceremony is tomorrow. Don't be late." "Fear not, sister. I shall remind you. Brother Tong will." Wang Xiaoma, upon witnessing the flustered look in Wang Jingjing's eyes, refrained from further banter, locking her gaze and giving Fan Tong a thumbs up. "Brother Tong, you truly are remarkable. Managing to tame such a fierce woman as my sister. I'm in awe." "Oh, it is nothing extraordinary, merely basic skills," Fan Tong humbly responded, though the pride etched on his face betrayed his words. "Well then, I shall take my leave and rest. See you tomorrow." "All right." With a wave, he bid farewell to Wang Xiaoma, and Fan Tong indulged in a refreshing bath. Once reclining, he began to contemplate the matters ahead. Nearly a week had elapsed since his arrival in this world, and he had gained a rudimentary understanding of it. Not only were zombies present, but also numerous other species, all of which had mutated in this apocalyptic scenario. The four predominant races were humans, zombies, corpse beasts, and plant spirits. Humans, zombies, and corpse beasts exist in a perpetual struggle as sworn enemies, while the plant spirits typically maintain a neutral stance. However, humans are often deemed as common prey by both zombies and corpse beasts, subjected to relentless hunting. Conversely, humans also pursue zombies and corpse beasts to harvest their energy cores for evolution. Consequently, the human faction places immense importance on unity. At this moment, Fan Tong could not help but recall the three reporters, and an ominous premonition began to brew within him. After much contemplation, a rough conjecture took shape in his mind as he strategized on possible responses. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he surmised that they were likely plotting something typical, and for now, he could only adapt to whatever came his way. With a sigh, Fan Tong lamented that he did not wish to offend anyone from the outset. Yet he found himself relentlessly pursued. "Huang family, I wonder what schemes you will concoct." Lost in thought, Fan Tong gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the sky, yet it appeared veiled in a crimson mist, reminiscent of a delicate layer of red frosting atop a white cake. In his dreams, Fan Tong suddenly felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss of darkness, descending endlessly. He struggled with all his might, only to realize that his body had completely lost control. "At last, we meet." A familiar voice echoed through the dream, evoking memories of the vengeful corpse. "It's you." "No, I am clearly asleep." "Damn it, wake me up." Outside the realm of dreams, Fan Tong's body convulsed, beads of sweat forming and gradually soaking the sheets beneath him. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged forth. Fan Tong could only perceive the voice of the vengeful spirit drawing ever closer. Suddenly, the ghostly figure, with its green face and sharp teeth, loomed larger. Emitting a chilling wail, "Fan Tong, I told you, I will find you. You cannot escape. How dare you come near? Open your dead eyes at once." In an instant, an innate power within Fan Tong awakened, as fragrant tendrils wafted into the dreamscape. The vengeful spirit's terrifying visage suddenly retched, causing Fan Tong in the dream to freeze momentarily. What is happening? Suddenly, Fan Tong sensed that the energy was shifting, mimicking the taste of a foul dish. Could it be? Is this possible? Fan Tong was taken aback. The aroma unmistakably resembled that of stargazing, yet it carried an unusual undertone. "Kid, just you wait. I will return." With those words, the specter's form slowly faded from the dream, while Fan Tong abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright and gasping for breath. Good heavens, that was utterly terrifying. How does this vengeful spirit appear and vanish at will? It seems never-ending. At that moment, Fan Tong recalled the strange phenomenon before the statue yesterday. It appeared that the vengeful spirit was responsible for that as well. However, it was unclear why it seemed to be thwarted by some unseen force. "It seems the spirit truly has me in its clutches. I wonder if it truly dares to venture into the city to seek me out. Its power is still far too feeble. If my strength were sufficient, I would have no cause for fear. I hope the forthcoming plans will succeed, and by then, I shall not lack for energy cores. I could simply invest heavily to elevate my level. I refuse to believe that a mere resentful spirit can outpace my growth. After venting his frustrations with fervent curses, Tong yawned and drifted back into slumber. This time, he was not haunted by vengeful spirits. Instead, he found himself amidst a mountain of delectable dishes, surrounded by customers lured by the culinary delights, their hands overflowing with energy cores that gradually buried him. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon Tong, as if he were adorned in a shimmering suit of armor. Of course, he would appear even more dashing if he ceased his incessant chuckling. Thus, he slumbered peacefully until dawn, until a series of thunderous booms roused him from his dreams. Who was so inconsiderate as to set off fireworks at such an early hour? With bleary eyes, Tong rose and gazed out the window. What a grand affair! Staring at the massive characters spanning half the city that lingered in the sky, he was left utterly speechless, jolted into full awareness. Brother Tong, are you awake? Outside the door, Wang Xiaoma knocked excitedly. Yes, I'm awake. Stop knocking. Tong shouted, hastily making his way to open the door. There stood Wang Xiaoma, impeccably dressed, his attire resembling a fine suit, yet under the sunlight, it seemed as though a dragon was coiling around him, soaring through the clouds. What on earth happened to you? Did someone slap you? Tong inquired, perplexed by Wang Xiaoma's radiant complexion. Huh? No, of course not. Why are you so excited then? Hey, what do you think of this outfit? Wang Xiaoma said, stepping back a couple of paces to show off. All right, enough with the flaunting. Tong quickly interrupted Wang Xiaoma's display. I have a question for you. Chapter 52, Qualification. Is it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle of the enrollment ceremony? Huh? Is it? Wang Xiaoma paused, then reflected. According to the standards of the previous 3 cities, it does seem rather understated. However, considering that Qianlong City is somewhat remote and lacks the resources of the previous cities, it cannot be overly extravagant. Is this not extravagant enough? Tong was left speechless. It appeared that Wang Xiaoma did not grasp her meaning. Who on earth celebrates the start of school with a nuclear explosion in the sky? That single character must be at least several kilometers in size. Suspended high in the sky, it resembled a gigantic calligraphy scroll, obscuring much of the city above. The resounding boom echoed throughout the entire city. As far as he knew, this single city was equivalent to the area of a province. Brother Tong, you don't understand. This is already considered remarkably low-key. If it were another city, the celebration would be even more vibrant and grand. This event not only signifies the start of a new academic year, but also marks the beginning of a new year for humanity, commemorating our successful survival for 68 years. Moreover, during this period, even other races would refrain from launching attacks. Otherwise, it would signify a declaration of war against humanity. Is there such a connotation? Isn't this just like celebrating the new year? Upon hearing Wang Xiaoma's words, Tong comprehended instantly. The Lunar New Year? What was the significance? Wang Xiaoma appeared somewhat perplexed by Tong's reaction. You are not acquainted with the significance of the Lunar New Year? It denotes the advent of the new year. The spring festival. Is that clear? Tong's eyes widened, yet he swiftly recollected that this world diverged from his previous existence, and ignorance of such customs was to be expected. Unfamiliar. However, if you allude to the new year, then indeed, it signifies the commencement of a fresh annum. Wang Xiaoma shook his head, but soon his countenance brightened with exuberance. Tong, let us not dwell on such matters. Hasten to don your school uniform. We shall venture out for a promenade. Assuredly, numerous damsels shall swoon at my handsomeness, whereupon I shall embrace one with my left arm, and fold another with my right, and cast yet another aside. Ha! Halt. Cease your salivation. I have yet to inquire as to the provenance of the school uniform of yours. Tong promptly interrupted Wang Xiaoma's reverie, lest his dormitory be inundated by spittle. Wang Xiaoma scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Oh, this school uniform was delivered by emissaries from the institution just moments ago. Pray, where might your school uniform be, Tong? I have heard tell that these uniforms are custom-tailored, bestowed only upon the top 3 performers in the assessment, distinguished by a slightly different design. Mine? Tong cast his gaze about, yet discerned no sign of any delivered articles. That is perplexing, for the instructor who delivered them earlier asserted that all had been distributed, with the remainder to be dispensed at the matriculation ceremony. As he pondered this anomaly, suddenly, communication was initiated. Student Wang Xiaoma, please proceed forthwith to the venue of the matriculation ceremony. The 2 exchanged glances, their countenances etched with bewilderment. Let us proceed and take a look. Meanwhile, every student who had successfully passed the assessment received notifications and began to arrive one after another. Upon reaching the training grounds of the school, Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. To his estimation, the training field was approximately the size of 20 football pitches, with densely packed grandstands stretching as far as the eye could see. In the center of the training ground stood a circular stage, occupying an expanse equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields, and astonishingly, this massive stage was suspended in midair. This training ground, this stage. Noticing Tong's astonishment, Wang Xiaoma smirked and remarked, "It does seem a bit small." Tong was taken aback. "Is this truly small? It appears quite substantial to me." Wang Xiaoma looked at him in confusion and continued, "Our family's training ground is not ranked among the top 10 family powers within the cities. Yet it boasts nearly 7 or 8 mountain peaks. 7 or 8 mountain peaks." Tong was at a loss for words. In comparison, the Qianlong school indeed seemed rather modest. 7 or 8 mountain peaks as a training ground. Such audacity. Suddenly, a brash voice interrupted, emanating from nearby. Following the sound, Tong observed 5 students clad in Qianlong combat training attire approaching from the opposite side of the training field. The leader of the group was a muscular man, with the others similarly well-built, albeit slightly less so. Sensing their presence, Tong's instincts heightened, as he could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from them. At least 5th-level ability users. "Tonggu, let us depart." Wang Xiaoma felt the formidable presence of the other party, his steps faltering as he instinctively retreated. "Don't panic." Tong gently patted his shoulder in a bid to reassure him. Pang Long, accompanied by 4 others, approached with measured strides. Eyeing the pair of Tong and Wang Xiaoma, whose slender physiques and lack of prowess elicited expressions of disdain. "I wonder where these rural bumpkins came from. Our school's training ground is equipped with its own expansive space. Once activated, it dwarfs those mere 7 or 8 hills from your countryside. And yet, they dare to complain. The newcomers are quite audacious, aren't they? Let us see if they can endure the training. I hope they don't end up begging for mercy. Exhausted like dogs." With that remark, laughter erupted among the group. "Who are you?" Tong stepped forward slightly, shielding Wang Xiaoma behind him. "Oh, we have a fresh face here trying to defend the bumpkin." Pang Long observed Tong with bemusement and then bellowed, "Lu Ying, teach them a lesson." "Sure thing," responded a young man in his 20s, who stepped forward slowly toward Tong and Wang Xiaoma. "You better not act recklessly. There are rules in the city against causing a ruckus." Wang Xiaoma attempted to intimidate them by invoking the city's regulations, prompting another round of boisterous laughter from the group. "Kid, do you not know that aside from the city, the school grounds are one of the 2 places where fighting is not prohibited?" Pang Long retorted, "Of course, you must kill anyone. Otherwise, there will be consequences." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ying vanished from sight, closing the distance between them at a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. "This is bad." Realizing the impending attack, Tong's pupils contracted, and he attempted to raise his arm in defense, only to find himself utterly incapable of intercepting Lu Ying's advance. The speed was simply too great, surpassing his ability to even unleash his abilities. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Xiaoma was instantly sent hurtling through the air before he could even react. He crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. A mere level 3 ability user? I was already a level 4 when I enrolled in this institution. Utterly pathetic. Lu Ying sneered. "This punch is merely to demonstrate that your sole purpose here is to serve as a stepping stone for others." After sending Wang Xiaoma flying, Lu Ying finally revealed himself, casually flicking his hand as if he had swatted away a bothersome fly. "You have a death wish." Tong's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he fixed it upon Lu Ying. With a resounding boom, his ability manifested as a radiant white light, instantly illuminating Pang Long and the others, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Tong unleashed his ability, gradually enveloping his entire body. When it came to fighting, Tong was never one to back down. As long as he wasn't killed, he would fight to the bitter end. Chapter 53. A mishap. "Look, a fight has broken out over there. Let's go? Let's join the fray." Who would dare to fight during the entrance ceremony? I have no idea, but they must be newcomers who are ignorant of the rules. Never mind that. I'm itching for a fight myself. Anyone up for a duel? In an instant, other students from the academy rushed towards the commotion. Soon, over 100 people had gathered around, and more were arriving in droves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tong enveloped himself with supernatural abilities as a fearsome armor gradually materialized around him. With a sudden, forceful stride forward, his figure moved with such swiftness that it blurred the eyes of onlookers. The spirit armor was a skill he had conceived from Li Ji's bone armor, merging close combat prowess with formidable defense, now unleashed in full force. As he glided effortlessly, deep gashes appeared on the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. How can this kid, seemingly just a level 3 supernatural being, possess such outrageous attacking power? One exclaimed. The ground, crafted from white cloudstone, while light in weight, was hard enough to withstand missile strikes, yet it bore such profound scars. Who knows? Perhaps he was raised on high-energy iron or... That's incredibly tough. The vice principal might feel a pang of sorrow, though it remained uncertain. However, it was evident that these two freshmen were in for a rough time. Encountering Pang Long, they would likely end up with broken arms and legs. Indeed, I wonder if they can still make it to the enrollment ceremony. Curiously, why had no teachers come to mediate? As the crowd speculated, Fan Tong instantly sent Luing flying, followed by Pang Long. Is this real? This kid is ferocious. Is he planning to make enemies for good? Why has Pang Long suddenly wilted? Are you blind? Didn't you see that Pang Long was dazzled and couldn't see a thing? By the time Pang Long regained his senses, Fan Tong would likely be in deep trouble. The crowd watched with bated breath, occasionally offering their commentary. Pang Long, rubbing his eyes, finally discerned the unusual gazes from those around him, and his embarrassment turned to fury. Young man, I was incautious momentarily, but to dare retaliate. You are courting death. With a furious bellow, a glint of argent radiance enveloped Pang Long. Is Pang Long not bullying others? As a level 5 Esper, to activate a defensive state? Before the onlookers could finish their exclamations, Pang Long had already lunged towards Fan Tong. Fan Tong, his gaze solemn, contorted his body with great effort, barely evading the blow. Giving no respite, Pang Long unleashed a second punch, the air visibly shuddering from the force emanating from his fist. Fan Tong's pupils contracted, a series of images flashing through his mind, yet none offered an escape. Since evasion was impossible, he had no choice but to endure. A deafening boom echoed as Fan Tong's body was propelled through the air like a projectile. He crashed into a flower bed with a resounding thud, the impact snapping a tree as thick as a person in two. He evaded it? What a monstrous combatant. A level 3 Esper evaded an attack from a level 5 Esper, albeit a single instance, it is still impressive. Could he have been killed? A blow from Pang Long would likely incapacitate even a level 4 Esper instantly. The crowd watched with bated breath, their gaze fixated on the settling dust, eager to ascertain whether the individual had perished. Cough. This is quite the ordeal. Fan Tong coughed, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his lips. In a split second, he had concentrated the majority of his energy into his shield, successfully mitigating the brunt of Pang Long's punch. Look, he is still alive. As the clamor subsided, all eyes converged upon a figure emerging from the dissipating dust. Small Chong, someone intends to pilfer your appellation. A voice jeered. Blast you all. My name is Xiao Chang. A medley of exclamations and jests rippled through the assembly, an affront that stung Pang Long's pride. He beheld Fan Tong, teetering on the brink of collapse, and discerned that another strike might indeed prove fatal. With a frigid smirk, Pang Long declared, Kneel now, offer your obeisance, and I shall grant you clemency. Bah! Fan Tong spat a mouthful of crimson, retorting with scorn, Insolent whelp, if you possess the metal, then strike me dead. Dare you? The crowd was rendered speechless, aghast at his refusal to concede defeat even in such dire straits. Beyond redemption, this lad, that brute, Pang Long, surely won't slay him. Will he? Lu Ying, having been hurled aside, stirred from his dazed stupor. Upon hearing Fan Tong's continued defiance, he was consumed by fury. Curse it, you dare strike me? Never in my days has anyone dared such an act. Yet, Pang Long interceded, and at the sight of Pang Long's gaze, Lu Ying swiftly regained his senses. Lad, kneel and offer your apologies, and this matter shall be forgotten. Observing Lu Ying's actions, a glimmer ignited within Fan Tong's eyes, and he pressed on with his taunts. Indeed. It seems you lack guidance, which would make you a mongrel, wouldn't it? What did you say? Incensed, Lu Ying was unable to restrain himself any longer. His frame swelled, and his hands began to morph into a pair of wings, transforming him into a man-like figure resembling a hawk. Verily, a feathered beast. I dare say, avian humanoid. If thou possesses the temerity, engage me in combat. Continued his taunts, whilst his gaze meticulously scanned the vicinity. Since thou court death, then embrace it. Screeched, his form ascending rapidly into the firmament, before hurtling towards with blistering velocity, the atmosphere resonating with a sonic boom. Halt. Endeavored to intervene. Yet his efforts were rendered futile by the inexorable march of time. Precisely as I anticipated, S eyes gleamed with anticipation as a long sword materialized gradually behind him. Precisely as bore down upon him, he prostrated himself abruptly as a flash of incandescent light punctuated the air. Re! Shrieked in agony as he plummeted earthward with a resounding crash, excavating a crater in the terrain. And several comrades hastened towards the chasm, endeavoring to render aid to. Alas, in the ensuing instant, and his cohort were transfixed in disbelief. He is deceased. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembled students erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, even was momentarily dumbfounded. Thou, and, alongside, who had been drawn hither by the commotion, were similarly aghast, rendered speechless by the unfolding drama. I am equally bewildered. He simply charged headlong and expired upon impact with the ground. Shrugged. His countenance a picture of disarming innocence. Indeed, he met his demise through a self-inflicted collision. Swiftly regained his composure, nodding in vehement affirmation. Deceased? Implausible. Surely, a fourth-tier evolutionist. Could best a mere third-tier neophyte? The velocity was such that the novice may have surreptitiously employed some form of armament, thereby enabling him to vanquish an evolutionist of superior rank. In an instant, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. However, they were not particularly astonished. Such casualties resulting from mishaps during battles were not uncommon, and even with school regulations in place, the institution had witnessed a dozen such incidents every year. With the primary concern being compensation. Make way, make way. What are you all doing congregated here? Suddenly, a voice, unpleasantly grating to the ears, pierced through the atmosphere. As a rotund figure pushed through the throng, making its entrance.